Commissioner Kakari Stone, please. Good afternoon, everybody. Today is Tuesday, June 30th. This is the regular board meeting of the Santa Fe County Commissioners. Calling this meeting to order, and can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone.
Present.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Chair Justin Greene.
I'm here. Thank you very
Quorum.
much. Would you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the sea is symbol of perfect friendship among the United cultures. Thank you. We have a land acknowledgement. For our Tewa brothers and sisters, we acknowledge that this place we now call Santa Fe is known as Ogopoge, or White Shell Watering Place. We recognize that this is an ancestral land of the Tewa people and part of a larger sovereign landscape of the Hickory Apache, Navajo, and surrounding pueblos who have cared for this land for thousands of years and continue to do so today. We are just guests in this land. Thank you. We have a moment of reflection. That's hopefully not a 911 call. Moment of reflection, please do the honors here with County Manager's Office. Russell, please.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any acknowledgements or reflections? I do want to send our condolences, and a member of our family at Santa Fe County, Mr. Robert Lucero, regrettably passed away on Friday following a long-time medical struggle. Mr. Lucero started with Santa Fe County at the Regional Emergency Communications Center, or RECC, where he was a well-respected and a wise, compassionate, steady hand in a stressful environment, and where he was also known to share his musical talents at the balm of peace amidst the emergency calls and late nights. Mr. Lucero later transitioned to seniors, where he earned the same respect from staff for his wise, soft style, and most importantly, his clear commitment to seniors. Maddie Byers shared a poignant summarized comments from staff below. The family is planning to host a memorial gathering tomorrow at a private home, and they deeply thank everyone for their outpouring of stories about the beautiful ways in which he touched the world. Our senior staff and all of us at Santa Fe County hope that their family honors his life in remembrance and as a blessing. Thank you, everybody. Excellent. So here we are. We can all be seated now. So just before we get any further along, there's a beginnings of a packed house here, and I do want to, let everybody understand the agenda has the public hearings after 5 p.m. So it's wonderful that you're here to watch us and be a part of this. If there's something that you wish to discuss in matters of public concern, those are not necessarily to talk about things that are going to be public in a public hearing later in the agenda. If they are, public comments can be made for things that are earlier on the agenda, so that don't have a public hearing. So more than welcome to stay. We'd love to have you here, but just to set your expectations to that. We have an agenda before us. Is there anything that the commissioners or staff would like to change into the agenda here?
Yes, thank you, Chair Greene. I would like to move that we approve the agenda with these change of moving all of the items under miscellaneous action items into the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion about that?
Chair, board members, I did want to, oh, it's not, it's under number 5, so we're good. Okay, we're not moving that under. Thank you.
Should,
We're okay, thanks.
I do want to bring up that we do have under I a resolution adopting, oh, I'm sorry. Maybe this was the same thing that
Number
happened to
5,
you.
yeah.
Okay, I don't want to approve the ICIP on consent, so, but that's not what that is, I just had to glance at it. I'm fine with that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes to move all of the miscellaneous action items. There's a resolution establishing rules of orders, resolution delegating authority for workman's comp, a resolution committing fiscal year 2026 fund balances, a NOFA, a county manager executes 6 agreements related to county employees' enterprise ERP system. Item F was already withdrawn. Item G is a resolution for county human resources handbook updates. H is a resolution amending the Santa Fe County Human Resources handbook as well. And letter I is a resolution for senior facilities project inclusion in the county's ICIP list.
Chair, Commissioners, can we have an exception with 7D with the NOFA, just for a quick discussion, and leave that as a miscellaneous item on itself?
And I would request that item I be pulled from consent.
7I?
D and 7D and 7I?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes and a second from somebody here, please. From Commissioner Bustamante to move items A, B, C, E, G, and H to the consent agenda with items D and I remaining in miscellaneous action items. Those are the changes to the agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we've got an agenda. Thank you. Moving on to years of service and retirements. Elias, you get to do the honors today. Good for you and good for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Chair. I do have quite a few. Oh, thank you. You can. Oh, I found my place. I'm getting accustomed to Greg's process here. We want to acknowledge 6 employees to celebrate their service of anniversary. From the Sheriff's Department, we have Jennifer Munoz. She's been here for 5 years. From Public Works Department, Brian Snyder has been here for 5 years. Probably felt like 10 for him. The Public Works Department, Paul Ortega, 5 years. Corrections Facility, Christopher Bradley, 15 years. Corrections, Armando Trujillo, 15 years. Community Services, Jonathan Pacheco, for 15 years. It's also my understanding for individuals, employees that have been here for 20 or 25 years, they are recognized on a quarterly basis as a gift, and there's a presentation to recognize their 20 and 25 years of service within the county. And there is one retirement from the County Assessor's Department, Ronald Bransford. His hire date was in August 7th of 2006. He's been, bless you. And for new hires, we have an individual that's going to the Assessor's Office, Marissa Rodriguez. From the Sheriff's Office, we have 4 new employees, Dakota Robertson, Gilberto Mancha, Giovanni Guzman Barrios, Erica Martin. From Corrections, there's going to be 3 new employees, Caleb Chavez, Alyssa Vigil, Antoinette Abeta. And for CSD, Dylan Chavez. We have 2 in the County Manager's Office, Jimmy Gonzalez and Micaela Gallegos. In Growth Management, we have Haley Crump. In Public Works, we have 6 new employees: Amanda Gillis, Justin Martinez, Felicia Lopez, Manuel Griego, Trinidad Samarripa Lopez, Jason Gallegos. And in the fire department, we have 3 new employees and volunteers: Christopher Romero, Ismael Zutat, Maggie Hart. And for, you can give me 1 second. And board chair, for item 1I, if I can also acknowledge Tyler Dominguez has successfully completed the requirements for their associate's degree in paralegal studies, along with the following certificates: law office administrative assistant, legal secretary, and paralegal studies. Congratulations, Tyler. Thank you, board chair.
Thank you, Elias. Commissioners, any comments or thanks to the folks?
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to welcome all the newcomers on board and understand that you're prepared to be of service to our community members and our community, and that is a big task to take on. So we're very grateful for your efforts. And then for those who are leaving us, thank you for the good work that you've done. So for those who've been recognized, thank you for the exceptional work, because we're all here in service of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree 100%. Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Yeah, Chair, just want to thank everyone for your service, and there's no greater, they say you find yourself in losing yourself in service to others. That's what Gandhi said. So thank you, everyone, and welcome the new ones.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, to echo my colleagues, and thank you, Chair. I want to just appreciate the terms of service that people have dedicated to the county. It's essential that we have a well-run machine, and it's the individuals that really make that happen. So I greatly appreciate that, and I welcome newcomers to our team. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I thank everyone for their service to the county, and our employees are what makes the county great.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Likewise, it's great to see a healthy recruitment cycle here, and it's also wonderful to see folks that are able to achieve retirement, because that seems less and less likely for many of us. So this is wonderful that we offer that. So thank you for everybody here and your hard work. Moving on to recognition of employee awards, accreditations, recognitions, and other accomplishments. Elias, what you got? Or was that included with the graduation there?
Board chair, I did skip through it, and I already mentioned Tyler Rodriguez has successfully completed his associate's degree.
Which is amazing. Thank you for learning on the job. That's amazing. Commissioners, anything else? Fabulous. Moving on to matters of public concern. Is there anybody here in the chambers that wishes to speak about items that are on the agenda that are not part of the public hearing later? Public hearing items will have their opportunity after 5 p.m. Please come forward if you have something to say. Please.
Mr. Chair, what timer would you like?
I think the agenda says 3 minutes today, and I think we'll give them 3 for now. So thank you so much. Take it away.
Hi there. So the young lady said it won't be part of later's this reg. Okay, I would like to thank you for getting ahead of the 1-year moratorium on.
So, ma'am, this is one of the things that is part of the public hearing later.
Okay.
So there will be an opportunity to speak later. Oh, you can't?
I can't. I have to go because the kids, and I'm in Albuquerque.
I appreciate that, and I will, yes. Okay, so can you keep it to 2 minutes? Because I'm going to cut it
Sure.
to 2 minutes for later,
Okay.
for the folks later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to, again, thank you for considering a one-year data center moratorium. I'm hoping that we could extend it from large data centers to a lower threshold or eliminate it, because all data centers come with their externalities that are mostly affect poorer communities. And with our lack of water and the high electricity already happening, we're hoping that you will look and think about the areas that have are going to be impacted. I also hope that we could prioritize environmental justice and equity. Section 7C, if we could add equity-centered standards, cumulative burden assessments, and enhance community participation. Cumulative impacts expand to evaluate groundwater, aquifer impacts, wastewater, diesel and emissions, air quality, and threats to acequias. And if we could expand transparency, it's strange to have NDAs when it should be for public matters, and we should understand why it's going to benefit our communities and if there is any benefit, because right now it doesn't sound very clear that there's anything that just benefits the communities. And across the US, we're having those same worries. And I would love New Mexico to be leading the standards. Again, if we could strengthen the ordinances so they take on the externalities, and also if there's going to be, if we could regulate that they have to do litigation in our state so they don't take us elsewhere if something goes wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Leandra Schuler. I'm a resident of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Excellent. Yep. Do we have anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak preferably to the items not in a public hearing later? Not on the public hearing later. And you can't be here later, so yeah.
Confirm, I'm here to speak on the ICIP.
Wonderful. Yes. That's
Not on the public hearing later.
Love
correct?
it. Thank you so much. All right. Well, would you please take your 3 minutes in this case, because, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, for having me
the mic.
today.
Yep. And please, your name and, yeah.
Fabulous. My name is Amanda Alberta. I live in Lakewood, Colorado, and I have the pleasure to be here representing the San Ignacio Flats project in the city of Santa Fe. This project has come before the board last week, where I spoke in my brief 2 minutes about the attributes of the project, serving multi-generational families and folks earning under 60% of the area median income. So that in the city of Santa Fe means an individual earning less than $65,000 a year. We're looking to provide 164 units that would house over 500 individuals. I wanted to take the time to come before you today because this project, like many affordable housing projects, is at risk. There are high construction costs, high costs to build, and high costs of land, as you all know. And we appreciate the support of county staff that we've had since the beginning here. But as we look toward the ICIP and we look toward presenting a united front to the state, we're hoping to provide information to this board that might be helpful about how impactful inclusion on the ICIP could be. So to back up a little bit, our firm Ulysses Development Group is an all affordable housing developer. That's all we do. I've spent my entire career in affordable housing, and I'm very proud of that. And in the city of Santa Fe, we're finding that rents for individuals are 30% higher on the market rate than we are looking to offer at that 60% of AMI level. And so that looks like a 4-bedroom unit being leased for less than $2,000 a month, which is really unheard of today. That being said, to offer such restricted rents, projects like this need support up front. Developers are looking at putting $1 million to $2 million of funds on the line before we even have a commitment from the city or the state that groups will fund our project. And as you can understand, that's a lot of risk to take on. We're happy to do it. We're happy with the support that we've received from this community. That includes both Senator Trujillo, Representative Lujan, and a whole slew of neighborhood associations. We've engaged really at the local level with our Las Acequias Neighborhood Association, with the Regional Development Council committing to an apprenticeship program for workforce training, and we're excited to continue that work. But we need the support of both the city and the county as a united front to go before the state and say, this is a large-scale project. We can house over 500 individuals that are currently being priced out of this market, but to do that, we need all of our partners to come hand in hand. And so that's just to say, thank you for my time here today. We appreciate the city and the county's ongoing support to talk about things like the ICIP, the Developer Assistance Program, a bond issuance, and a ground lease. All of these things working together will make projects like this possible. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate the work that you're doing, and I do want to provide you with a little bit of guidance in the sense that the ICIP list is very competitive, and it is not the be-all, end-all for a project like yours. So if you would like to leave your name and number with folks here, happy to give you a little bit of guidance so that if you're not included on the ICIP list, you don't feel like we are leaving you out in the cold, but we have other ways of helping you along the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Is there anybody else in the chamber that would like to speak to issues not on the public hearings? Fabulous. And folks that are online, Daniel.
Mr. Chair, we have one person raising their hand online, Mr. Chris Michels.
Excellent. Mr. Michels, can you take the 3 minutes that we are allowing people to discuss?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Yes, I'm Chris Michels from Tasuke. Good day to the chair and the board. A couple of very serious issues I'd like to take up with you right now is that I believe you just did a full-up OMA violation when I have you moving the miscellaneous items into consent agenda. I think that's an outright OMA violation, and I encourage you to rethink that before you process these. Because if you, I don't see how because under OMA, the agenda has to be fixed 72 hours before the meeting. And this obviously, you just took it and just blew that agenda up. So you should, I think you should reconsider what you're doing there. The other thing, which is closely tied to that, is that this board, once again, seems intent upon violating your own resolution. The resolution number is just 2013-120. I repeat, 2013-120 specifically says that the public shall be allowed to comment on action items taken by the board. And this board and its chair consistently refuses the public that right. And your attitude just seems to be, well, okay, so fine, so sue us. So you're just constantly daring people to sue you because you insist upon breaking the law. The other area that you've got a problem with outside of just this OMA violation and the violation of your own resolution is the fact that you've got another OMA violation, which is that the minutes that you've approved, the minutes of 20 May ought under OMA to have been approved on the 9th of June 26, and you failed to do that. You approved the 2019 May, but you failed to approve the 20 May. So again, you were in violation of OMA. So you have two OMA violations and a violation of your own resolution concerning public input. The other thing is you got coming up here today, which I'm going to speak to briefly, is which though I'm unclear where it is because it seems like you've moved it around, is a resolution for a legacy, for public legacy addition to the rules of order. Two things. First, the rules of order, if you're going to change them, ought by 2013-120 have been put on the agenda, the meeting before you actually intended to act on it, and you failed to do that. The other question I would have is why, after all these years, we've suddenly discovered that we need a legacy, a public legacy item, so that we can waste even further time? You seem to miss the idea that the idea of the board is you're supposed to be managing the county, not clapping yourself and the public on the back, which is what you seem to spend all your time doing. So please reconsider what you're doing. This is a very bad beginning. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Michels. As always, we appreciate your input. Is there anybody else online that wishes to speak?
Mr. Chair, there are no other users online wishing to speak.
Okay, and one last call in the chambers. Fabulous. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to move on to item 3, approval of meeting minutes, approval of the May 20th Board of County Commission's special meeting minutes. Were there any changes from staff? Were there any changes from the board? Hearing none, what's the will of the board?
Move to approve.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson,
Second?
second from Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Hearing none. Request for approval of the May 26th Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. Any changes from staff? Any changes from the commission?
I move to approve.
Motion from Commissioner Kakari Stone, second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have meeting minutes from May 26th. Last but not least, for the meeting minutes, we've got a request for approval of the June 9th, 2026 Board of County Commission meeting minutes. Any changes from commissioners? Any commission changes from staff?
Chair,
Yes.
I'll be abstaining on this vote.
Oh, yes, because you weren't here. You're right.
Make a motion to approve?
We have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante,
I second it.
a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, let the record show that Commissioner Johnson abstained. On to the consent agenda. Everybody,
Chair.
as you will remember.
Chair Greene.
Oh, yes.
Chair Greene.
Yes.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, but I should have brought this up as you were going through the minutes approvals. But
Yep.
the meeting minutes for May 26, 2026 reflect that the board adjourned to go into executive session, and so I do think that the Open Meetings Act requires you to note in those minutes that no decisions were made and nothing else that was discussed besides the matters set forth in the agenda for that day. I apologize.
Thank you for catching that. Do we have to take an action, or is that just a notation at this point?
I think a short action, just proposing the motion that I just stated, is that the minutes reflect that there were no decisions taken and the matters discussed in executive session on May 26, 2026 were set forth on the agenda.
Fabulous. I humbly request that we reconsider the action item B, 3B, the meeting minutes of May 26. Can I get a motion to reconsider and to add that in there? Or I'm making the motion. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
I got a second from Commissioner Johnson, motion by myself to reconsider the meeting minutes of May 26. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, reconsideration and readdressing it. The county attorney reminded us that we did go into executive session and that we came out of executive session making no decisions and no action items, and that we had adjourned prior to executive, and that let the record show that that was the case.
Thank you, Chair, and if I may just thank the attorney for that clarification.
Yes. Attorney Boyd, in the future, if there is something like that that comes up, can you make a note in the minutes, in the agenda, so that we can sort of remind ourselves before we go through those things?
I'll do that, Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can we have a motion to approve the minutes as amended now?
I make a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Second.
We got a motion from Commissioner Kakari Stone, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The meeting minutes have been approved as amended. Thank you. All right, moving along. Our consent agenda, we have 5 items on the normal consent agenda, and we did add a number of items from the miscellaneous action items, the entire miscellaneous action items except for item D and I. What is the will of the board on the consent agenda? Did anybody want to pull anything off and have a second thought about some of those items that might have been moved from the miscellaneous action items?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I second it.
Excellent. And this is the amended and it added consent agenda?
Correct.
Yes. And so we have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Kari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Fabulous. So we do have 2 items that have remained on the miscellaneous action
Mr.
items.
Chair, would you like resolutions for the items that were added from the
Thank you for
miscellaneous?
catching us on that. And
So under the miscellaneous action items that are now on the consent agenda, 7A, resolution number 2026-080,
and that was item A, correct?
item A.
Yep.
Item 7B is, or formerly known as 7B, 081, 7C, 082, and then skipping down to G, 083, H, 084. And that's it for the items that were moved from miscellaneous to consent. Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Excellent. So we are on to item D from the miscellaneous action items. that
Point of
remained.
order.
Yes.
If we follow our agenda, we're actually on to section 5, consideration of commissioner proclamations.
Oop, you're right, correct.
So,
Sorry.
respectfully.
Bottom of the page, my apologies. Item 5, consideration of commissioner proclamations, resolutions, recognitions, and other items. Item A, request for approval of a letter from the Department of Transportation requesting corridor management and access control planning for New Mexico Highway 14. Oh my God, that was my own thing, and I almost skipped over it. All right, so excellent. So I will take it away here, and thank you, Commissioner Hughes, for joining me on this. The point of this letter was to start the conversation with the New Mexico Department of Transportation in regards to a corridor study for the section of road between 599 and the San Marcos area. There have been a number of development pressures that have come before this board and intersections, and rather than us just be passive and have things presented to us without us knowing what DOT or we want to have happen in that corridor, I thought it best that we start that conversation. And Commissioner Hughes, as it's part of his district, and I discuss this, and I think this is a great thing to move forward. Happy to answer questions and to add or change stuff if you see fit. Commissioner Hughes.
I agree, and I support this letter, and I move for approval of the letter.
Thank you. We got a motion from Commissioner Hughes. I will second it. Any further discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
I support this. I just have a quick question about the sort of timelines or triggering events that this. So we're sending this letter to NMDOT, and I mean, are we just going to wait for a response for action and collaboration, or how does this work? This is the first time I've encountered something quite like this.
Yeah, I thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I do not quite know what we can expect from NMDOT. The first part of this is that I think this is us taking a first step towards this. We can present it to them. We can follow up at the MPO and continue that conversation there, and hopefully at least get some commitments to a timeline in the next few weeks that we can then keep to and understand what expectations we can have. We also have a change of administration happening at the state, so hopefully they don't punt. But this is just us starting the process.
Yeah, I think, okay, thank you for clarifying that. I mean, it's good to sort of get in the queue, so to speak, and do that via the public record. So I support this letter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Johnson. Any other further comments or questions? Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second by myself. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have a letter. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay, moving on to item 5B, a request for approval for legacy recognition honoring the life and legacy of Kathleen Marie Jimenez. Commissioner
Thank you.
Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene. I'm going to ask Mr. Chamberlain to please come on up. And often our Board of County Commission here honors exceptional leaders in Santa Fe, born and raised, those who've come here to give amazing contributions, and we usually do that at the beginning of the meeting, and it is our business as BCC members to take note because people matter and people make our communities. People make it possible to have governance, and that's why we're here, because of our constituents. So today, Mr. Chamberlain, thank you for representing the family of Kathleen Marie Jimenez. You are the spouse and husband of her. And today's recognition that you have in front of you as a legacy recognition. Kathleen was a beloved resident of Santa Fe County. I've known Kathleen since 1989, 1990. In my opinion, she's been an incredible leader, both in the spiritual realm, the educational realm, the advocacy realm, and she served as an exemplar to many women because she advocated for women in leadership. She has her Master's of Divinity degree. She was ordained the first Hispanic woman in the whole United States from Presbyterian Church. She's exemplified lifelong service to the Board of Trustees of Pacific School of Religion and a Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. Kathleen has also been dedicated to institutions around inclusion and an educator with the Santa Fe Community College, as well as the Bosque School, Marin County Day School, and many others, and the Santa Fe Preparatory School. She's also carried forward the family legacy of faith, education, community stewardship, and in retirement devoted herself to documenting and preserving her family's 13-generation history in New Mexico through her research. In reflecting on her legacy, the Manitos Community Memory Project quotes, "We are a family of teachers, preachers, social justice warriors, and artists. I come from Jimenez, Chavez, Candelaria, Jaramillo families who were influenced by early Protestant missionaries who arrived in New Mexico in the mid-19th century. She has a legacy and life worth remembering, and I honor her today. She is survived by her spouse, Mr. Chamberlain, who's with us in the chambers, and their son, Miguel, and daughter, Ana, grandchildren, Hugo and Elena, and her brothers and father, and the countless lives she's touched and her enduring love for her community." So this legacy states all of what I just read, and we offer her gratitude and respect, and I don't know if you want to have any comments, Mr. Chamberlain.
Well, it's my great honor to appreciate this recognition and this tribute, because as you mentioned just a moment ago, 13 generations, you picked a New Mexican. Yes, you did. She represents the deep, deep culture of this community, and the recognition is heartfelt. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Each of you.
Thank you. And we celebrate her life, and I leave it open. This is basically a vote to approve the minutes reflect this legacy, and she was of 13 generations. Any commissioners want to say anything that known Kathleen?
Thank you.
And Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. And Michael, I obviously knew you and Kathleen very well.
Indeed.
But it was many years ago. But thank you for coming, and we appreciate this honor for her.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
It's not a formal vote, but may it be resolved that the minutes reflect the legacy and recognition of Kathleen Jimenez. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And we have a formal, Olivia will be getting you a formally signed legacy, and we'll make sure I get that to you.
Excellent.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you, all of you.
Commissioner, it says request approval of a legacy recognition. So there is potential an action item stated here.
Attorney Boyd?
Chair Greene and Commissioner Kakari-Stone, the legacy recognition says that the board is resolving that its official minutes will reflect the board's lasting tribute to a remarkable New Mexico person. And so I believe that this is in essence a resolution of the board. The board is speaking with one voice, so I think there should be a vote on it so that the minutes reflect the recognition.
Yes. Commissioner, would you like to make the motion?
I make a motion to approve the legacy and recognition of Kathleen Jimenez.
I second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Kokari Stone, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you, Kathleen Jimenez. Request for approval, item C, request for approval of a proclamation proclaiming July 4th, 2026 as the semi-quincentennial of the United States of America. Happy birthday, America. Commissioner Kokari Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene. As we are on the cusp of celebrating the 4th of July, this is the 250th anniversary. I'm going to ask that Olivia Padilla please come back in the chambers, and our guests please come forward to the microphone. You may have to put the microphone down. That would be Mr. Dettelbach, Senor Villegas, and Mr. Al Gomez, please. If you can come forward. Yes, all of three of you. And if Ms. Padilla can please come back into the chambers. Thank you. This proclamation celebrates the July 4, 1776 Continental Congress adopted the Declaration of Independence, marking the birth of the United States and setting forth our ideals on which we stand here today in governance. And that's liberty, self-determination, and a democracy in which people vote. And this is especially important, I think, this year, where a lot of those liberties are being dismantled and disregarded or diminished through the Supreme Court and many executive actions at the national level. And Ms. Padilla, if you could please come up. Thank you so much. Olivia and I have, in celebration, have T-shirts that say, and we have it up here, that we the people means all of us. And this is critical. It's not just token or symbolic, but it's critical that we consider these. And today we've asked exceptional leaders. Mr. Ken Dettelbach, who lives in District 2, is a U.S. Army veteran who served 2 combat tours in Vietnam beginning in 1966. And he was a captain in the Transportation Corps. He commanded 176 soldiers, oversaw 13 helicopters, and was responsible for Graves registration detail. He's completed military training at multiple sites, including Alabama and Texas and Virginia. He's a graduate from Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, and where he participated in the ROTC. After relocating to New Mexico 35 years ago, Ken has dedicated his retirement serving fellow veterans in need. Together, him and his wife, Pam Scotty, co-founded R&R for Vets, and I know they've personally taken calls on their own time on prevention suicide for veterans who are suffering from post-traumatic stress. I'd like to also welcome Al Gomez, who now is overseeing the Santa Fe Vet Center on Airport Road, which is in Commissioner Bustamante's district, and also Bridges Mine. It's a very important new center. It's beautiful. And we welcome you. You're a U.S. Army and New Mexico Army National Guard veteran deploying to Kosovo in 2010, and you were medically discharged probably because of injuries to your service. So thank you so much, Mr. Gomez. You're also a graduate of the University of Denver with a Master's of Social Work, a licensed clinical social work, and you're a husband and father of 3 beautiful children. So you serve our country, and you serve your community and your family. Last but not least is Mr. Jose Villegas Sr. Many of us honor and respect you, and in endearment call you Chappie. Mr. Villegas is also a resident of Commissioner Bustamante's district, is a respected community leader, tribal advocate, and retired law enforcement chaplain. He currently serves as tribal administrator for government affairs with the Texas Band of Yaqui Indians, and he supports tribal consultation, emergency preparedness, and intergovernmental collaboration. He was a volunteer chaplain with the Santa Fe Police Department, and many of us know him in providing spiritual care and grief counseling and showing up on the scene in very traumatic moments of people's lives in our communities across all districts, including meeting family members and the disposed at the airport as they come in coffins, and offering that spiritual guidance. So today, Olivia, thank you for organizing this. And it's great to have your leadership to lead some of the proclamations and policy, and I appreciate your leadership. And the three of you will be reading the proclamation. And then after we do that, if there's comments from the commissioners, thank you.
You want me to go ahead? Okay. My name is Ken Dettelbach. Thank you for having us vets here, and thank you, commissioners, for recognizing the veteran community. The veteran community is quite strong in New Mexico, quite strong in Santa Fe County. There's 11,000 vets, 7,000 owned homes. Most of the families are 50 or more people, and so that's 350,000 to 500,000 constituents. Okay. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, okay, were very instrumental creating the Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776. 50 years later, in 1826, they both died on July 4th. There's something about that, okay? And their main statements about the Declaration were freedom and independence. And I'd like to talk to you today about R&R for Vets. We've put a card in front of you. R&R for Vets. Please get on the website and take a look. My wife and I started R&R for Vets 11 years ago to take care of veterans in northern New Mexico, okay? We're very active. Our partners of funding are the Santa Fe Community Foundation and the Latham Foundation, which is old Eastman Kodak money, and we have the Mellon Bank and 60 other donors. Our partners are Habitat for Humanity and the major big department stores, which I'm in every other day looking at the carpet remnants, which they gladly give to us, to rehab trailers, which we do, to build houses that burn down like in the Lower Colonias has happened, to create wells, roofs, repairs, ramps, all free to veterans in need, okay, or their families or surviving spouses, along with a scholarship at Santa Fe Community College. It takes about $2,200 a semester to go to Santa Fe Community College. We use our partners to supply us with what we need from contractors and so forth. And we're very excited about the opportunity of expanding into all of northern New Mexico, outside of Santa Fe County, with additional partners. So R&R for Vets, please get on the website and take a look. We've got some very interesting videos. In addition to that, okay, that's a little gem in District 2 of Santa Fe County. There's another gem, and that gem is standing next to me, okay? Albert Gomez is director, okay, of the Vet Center, the new one on Airport Road. He moved it from Brothers Road, okay? And the Vet Center takes care of military and military combat veterans trauma and the sexual trauma that goes on in the military. So it's a very important factor. Please come out and visit it. The Vet Center is a reason why I'm probably standing in front of you. I was designated by the VA as 100% disability, priority 1, PTSD. And they've helped me tremendously, and all of the other people that we get together with at classes, as many as 40 in a class. So thank you very much, okay, for listening, and come and visit the Vet Center and take a look at R&R for Vets. We're doing a heck of a job, okay, in Santa Fe County.
Thank you, Mr. Dettelbach. And I want to say, we always say thank you for your service, all of you, but I want to recognize women with disabilities, LGBTQI, and many diverse veterans and say, instead of saying, thank you for your service, I want to say, how can we serve you now? Because you have served us. Thank you. Okay, shall we do the reading?
Santa Fe County Proclamation. Proclaiming July 4th, 2026 as the semi-quincentennial of the United States of America. Whereas on July 4th, 1776, the Continental Congress adopted the Declaration of Independence, marking the birth of the United States and setting forth the enduring ideals of liberty, self-determination, and democratic governance. And whereas on July 4th, 2026, the United States will observe its 250th anniversary known as the semi-quincentennial, providing an opportunity to reflect upon the nation's history and to renew commitment to strengthening democracy and expanding opportunity for all. And whereas throughout the nation's history, the United States flag has served as a symbol of democratic ideals and the continuing pursuit of liberty, representative government, civic participation, and equal justice under law. And whereas the United States have shaped by the labor, service, creativity, and the resilience of indigenous peoples, descendants of enslaved Africans, immigrant communities from across the world, and the Hispanic/Latinx, Asian American, and Pacific Islanders, Arab Americans, Jewish, and many other communities whose cultural, intellectual, and civic contributions continues to define and strengthen the nation. And whereas the ongoing efforts to realize the ideals expressed in the Constitution and symbolized by the flag has been advanced by abolitionists, suffrage advocates, labor organizers, civil rights leaders, tribal leaders, and others whose works helped secure landmark protections, including the Reconstruction Amendments, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and the American Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968, as well as continuous movements advancing workers' rights, gender and LGBTQIA2S+ equity, disability inclusion, immigrant justice, and broader democratic participation.
And whereas New Mexico's history is interwoven with the broader story of the United States, shaped by tribal nations and indigenous peoples, Hispano and Latinx communities, generations of immigrants, military veterans, and residents from all backgrounds who have contributed to the cultural, civic, and communal fabric of the state and Santa Fe County. And whereas Santa Fe County lies within the ancestral homelands of indigenous peoples and maintains enduring relationships with the sovereign Pueblo nations of northern New Mexico, including Oque Owinge, Santa Clara Pueblo, San Ildefonso Pueblo, Pojaque Pueblo, Nambe Pueblo, Tasuque Pueblo, and neighboring tribal nations, whose cultures, language, traditions, and stewardship of the land sustain and continue to shape the region. And whereas the freedoms symbolized by the flag are reflected in everyday lives of New Mexicans through civic participation, cultural expression, religious freedom, education, public service, stewardship of the land, and the ability of individuals and communities to pursue their aspirations while honoring one another's differences. And whereas the values represented by the United States flag belong to all people regardless of race, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, language, faith, immigration status, gender identity, disability, economic circumstance, or any other aspect of identity. And whereas Santa Fe County recognizes that liberty is most meaningful when it is shared broadly and equitably, and when public institutions are committed to serving all people with fairness, transparency, and respect. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the 4th of July as the semi-quincentennial of the United States of America. Be it further proclaimed that Santa Fe County commits to advancing liberty and equity for all residents through the work of its departments, programs, and community partnerships by ensuring that county government remains transparent, accessible, and accountable, and that services are delivered with fairness and respect for the dignity of every person. Approved, adopted, and passed on this 30th day of June 2026.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments? Want to start? Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to these three gentlemen for sharing some of the work that you've done after your service for our country. We greatly appreciate that service and the one that you do today. So I really want to acknowledge that. I want to thank Commissioner Cacarison and Olivia Padilla for bringing this forward. You know, I studied American history in graduate school, and it is a complex beast. And I appreciate the writing of the resolution to reflect those complexities instead of sort of pat patriotism, because we are all patriotic when we see our communities thrive. And so I really appreciate bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, thank you for coming forward. My brother was a veteran, and so I really appreciate your service. Thank you. And, of course, the resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, thank you for the acknowledgement of this
Sesquicentennial.
It's really nice to see you, Ken, and thank you all for your good work and for standing and serving for our country. When my dad worked in both Mexico and in Spain, and I was a Birkenstock wearing, backpack toting, granola eating kind of girl, and I said, oh, I don't know, this country, and I was young and foolish, and frankly, I got to live in a country where I could, and still, I could question what the country is about, which is something I had an opportunity to teach my students when they would ask questions. During the first Iraq war, my students were saying, what's the big deal about Iraq? And I said, here you can actually say, the president's a clown in the classroom, right? I can say it. No one's going to come and arrest me for saying something. And in Iraq, at that time, you couldn't. The kids didn't have that freedom. And my dad in the other countries, back when I didn't know better, took me to the embassy rows in the various countries and said, you tell me, kid, which one everybody's lined up to get into. So I honor the work that you've done to assure that we continue to have the freedoms and the opportunity to complain if that's what we want to do. But it's a free country. We do have our bumps and our arroyos and our hills to climb, but it is a genius move on the part of our founders, and we continue to celebrate that. So thank you all for your service, sincerely.
Thank you, and I agree. Our president is a clown. Commissioners, any other? So I will say for my part, thank you for your service. Thank you for your continued service. And thank you for everybody in this room and listening online, taking part in democracy, because, we can't do it just 5 of us up here. We need everybody. The staff at the county, the voters of Santa Fe County, the public, everybody has a role to play. And I have learned so much being up here about all those folks that are out here. And the veterans, definitely, you guys lay it all out there and are willing to sacrifice it all. We're just willing to sacrifice a couple days a week. So we play a very small role, but everybody needs to step up. I encourage everybody to learn about democracy. I've been blessed to live in places around the world where voting is mandatory, but that doesn't mean you get the better results. It just means that more people vote. Here, you can choose not to vote. That's probably not the best solution either, but basically an educated electorate, a participatory electorate, people that give to community service is so important. And to the veterans out there, thank you. To everybody that's run for office, won or lost, thank you for doing that. For everybody that decides to work for a county, city, state, or federal government or tribe, thank you so much. It takes a village, it takes a team, and it takes a country to build a country. So we really appreciate all this work. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to say that we do have a very complex histories, and some of it we're proud of, some of it we're not, like slavery, genocide, assimilation. But I wanted to say that I also recognize when we say we the people was for all of us, I come from a family of veterans. Some are still alive, like you're living legacies. And in the 40s through the 70s, just before civil rights took place and really hit the ground in the Midwest, the VFW was segregated. And they had the Mexicans who served in wars had to go to a separate one, and that was a lot of my family. And I hope that we see more inclusion, diversity, and equity in our services and our armed forces today. And I just wanted to recognize why this is so important. So based on that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve and adopt the semi-quincentennial of the United States of America proclamation.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Kakari Stone.
I second it.
And a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Happy birthday, America. Thank you very much, guys.
I know we have a long night, but if we could quickly round about for a photo. Thank you. And Olivia, please join us with your fancy
Thank you very
t-shirt.
much. And how can we get one of those T-shirts?
I will send a t-shirt to Senor Chappie and Senor Gomez, and then, well, you can fight amongst yourself. There's one here, but I can get some more later.
All righty. Happy birthday, America. Okay, so we are on to miscellaneous action items. We have 2 items remaining on the list. We have item D, request authorization to release a notice of funding availability to secure co-located providers for a regional youth behavioral health center at 2935 Rodeo Road, Park Drive East, and approval of the NOFA evaluation criteria. Community Services, Chanel. Bless you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Chanel Delgado, Youth and Family Services Division. I do have a presentation prepared, but if you do want to preserve time, because I know you have a full agenda, I'm happy to stand for questions if you have any. Continue.
I kind of like to, this is our chance to sort of see it. I mean, you don't have to make it a 3.5-hour presentation, but maybe a...
Yes, Chair. I'd also like to see the presentation, as long as it is brief. We have to wait until 5 anyway, so for the public hearing, so I think we have a little bit of
We're doing great
runway.
on time right now.
Yeah.
So
Chair and Commissioners, happy to continue. So I'm very excited to be here today to request your authorization to release the notice of funding availability and to approve the evaluation criteria. This is a key step in operationalizing operationalizing the Regional Youth Behavioral Health Center and moving from planning into implementation. So let me take you back to how we got here. Over the past several years, we've seen a clear and escalating need for youth behavioral health services, both locally and across the region. We are seeing increasing disparities across communities, with more youth experiencing mental health challenges and fewer able to access care in a timely manner. At the same time, there has been a growing reliance on crisis systems, including emergency services and suicide-related care, which signals that many youth are not being reached early enough. Workforce shortages continue to limit capacity, contributing to delays in care and unmet needs across the system. And when we look at the key indicators, 30% of youth report persistent sadness or hopelessness. Suicide remains one of the leading causes of death amongst young people 11 through 17, and over half of Santa Fe County residents, at 52%, report barriers to accessing care. So together, these indicators reflect not just a challenge, but a growing crisis and a clear call to action. In 2024, the Board of County Commissioners approved a deeper planning process to better understand youth behavioral health needs and system gaps across Santa Fe County. From 2024 through 2025, Santa Fe County partnered with Via Positiva, who's here today in the audience with me, to lead a comprehensive visioning process. This work included behavioral health data analysis, service gap assessments, provider and stakeholder engagement, community and youth input, and mapping, system mapping. This is not a top-down process. It was informed directly by those working in the system and by youth and families experiencing it. Through this process, several key findings emerged. A clear need for youth-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive services. Significant gaps in access to behavioral health care and coordination across providers, and a growing demand for prevention, early intervention, and family support services. These findings now serving as a guiding framework for the NOFA and the development of the Regional Youth Behavioral Health Center. In 2025, the state introduced the continuation of the Behavioral Health Regional Investment Act, or BRIA, along with a youth system improvement mapping process. This work provided regional validation of the needs already identified at the local level. It brought together cross-system stakeholders, including behavioral health providers, healthcare providers, schools, and community organizations to align priorities and strengthen regional planning efforts. Through this process, several shared priorities were identified: expanding youth behavioral health infrastructure, improving cross-systems coordination, creating centralized access to services, strengthening crisis response capacity, increasing family-centered supports, and ensuring equitable access to care. This regional alignment confirms that the approach we were taking through the NOFA is not only locally informed, but regionally and systemically supported. So together, the vision plan and the BRIA Region 1 priorities directly inform the service array outlined in this NOFA. What we are building is a comprehensive, integrated continuum of care designed to meet youth and families at multiple levels of need. This includes the core and adjunct support areas, crisis and clinical services such as crisis response and stabilization, suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention, psychiatric services and medication management, behavioral health assessments and treatment planning, individual, family, and group counseling, gap or bridge therapy to support youth that are on wait lists, grief and loss support services. Also, care coordination supports, including case management services, care coordination, transportation services to improve access. Also, whole person and youth development supports, such as primary care screenings, tutoring and academic support, alternative education and workforce readiness, drop-in safe space services, and prevention programming. All services are designed to be integrated and inclusive of both behavioral health and substance use prevention, intervention, and treatment. This service array reflects both the community-informed vision and regionally validated system priorities, ensuring balanced, responsive, and comprehensive models of care. Through this NOFA, providers will be selected using a structured and transparent evaluation process. Applications will be scored across 7 key areas: service plan and program alignment, organizational experience and capacity, collaboration and integration service delivery, reporting, evaluation, and performance capacity, facility space planning and operational readiness, financial sustainability and funding approach, application completeness and responsiveness. To encourage long-term sustainability, additional points will be awarded to applicants who do not request county funds. It is important to note that county funding is not guaranteed through this process. In addition to scoring, the county will apply a broader selection consideration to ensure a strong balanced system of care. These include facility space limitations, ensuring a diverse range of providers across the continuum of care, prioritizing core services with supportive services as a secondary, the ability to meet identified community needs at a regional level, and each provider's contribution to a coordinated and integrated service network. This means that the highest scores alone will not determine the final selection. Instead, the county will use both qualitative scoring and strategic system-level considerations to ensure the right mix of services, providers, and capacity within the center. The center will be implemented through a phased approach to ensure thoughtful and sustainable growth. In fiscal year 2027, we anticipate an initial soft opening with early service delivery beginning as providers come online. And in FY28, the focus will shift to expansion, bringing in additional providers and increasing service capacity across the continuum of care. By fiscal year 2029, the center is expected to reach full operational capacity with a full integration of network services supporting youth and families across the region. This phased approach will allow the county to build intentionally, ensuring quality, coordination, and the ability to adjust based on real-time needs. That is the brief presentation. In your packet, you do have the NOFA application, you also have the vision plan and the BRIA Region 1 priorities, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. That's exciting. You guys are moving right along, which is really great. Commissioners, questions regarding this? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Thank you, Chair. Great presentation. I love that the color scheme matches the county. I did notice that. So what is the, I've taken a number of tours, and I've even, I've taken a number of tours with different potential providers. What is the outreach strategy, and how are you casting a wide net to make sure that we get a full representative service, portfolio, and also kind of find the right providers for this particular space, kind of separated from one another, but with the integration that you've explained?
Sure. Chair and Commissioner Johnson, I think it's going to come down to how we're evaluating and who we get. So if we don't get all the providers and all the services needed to create this diverse continuum, then we have the opportunity to go out for an RFP later on to select those service provisions. So we need to essentially provide this diverse continuum. And if this first round doesn't generate the response that we need, we also have the ability to do a targeted response and outreach if needed.
But the NOFA, I guess I'm asking about the NOFA's sort of broadcasting.
So our Chair and Commissioner Johnson, our vendor list is quite extensive. The potential list of people that will be notified for this is pretty lengthy, multiple pages. I believe it's like 12 or 13 pages long. So we do anticipate to generate quite a competitive response by releasing this.
Okay, great. Well, your evaluation team will have their work cut out for them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just want to say how important this is, and I really appreciate the NOFA, but also this is the way to end homelessness, is to start with the youth, because most people start their homelessness when they're youth. So I'm really glad we're providing these services, and good luck.
Commissioner Hughes and Chair, I just want to mention our procurement manager was kind enough to remind me that this will also be advertised this weekend as well in the New Mexican and newspaper as well.
Excellent. Hopefully, maybe the newspaper is listening and wants to write a great article about what we're trying to do here. Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene. Thank you, Ms. Delgado, and all of the community services and our real estate and everyone who worked so hard to get this building. Everyone's chomping at the bit. We're excited. It did come up in the Homeless Summit, the importance to have safe space and to have youth go to a place, LGBTQI youth, many. My quick question, for the NOFA, some of your stakeholder engagement, the feedback was around creative programs. I think, is it Uplift?
Uplift Youth Program
Yes.
is one of our diversion programs and social
Right.
service offerings through Santa Fe County.
Right, so, and then the creativity of working with Moving Arts Española and the success story that the DA was talking about in terms of a young woman who was basically arrested because she had stabbed someone with a scissors, but then went to Moving Arts Española, got involved in gymnastics, and it's a huge success story. So my question is, I'm reading the text, but how creative is it for us to have true upstream prevention, primary prevention?
Chair Commissioner Kakari-Stone, thank you for that question. So this is the first of one release. We do plan to release a second NOFA to leverage external partnerships in the community. We don't see this facility as just being like, hey, this provides everything possible, but instead also investing in those upstream prevention, primary prevention components. So also to create partnership outside the facility to filter in when needed, and also for the facility to filter out appropriate clients as needed to community-based prevention-focused programming. So that is going to be, there will be a second following NOFA to leverage external supports and services. But if you look in the NOFA under prevention, it is pretty broad in terms of how it lays out prevention. And I will point you to the page in the NOFA in which it discusses that. Give me 1 second.
Page 7 or?
Page 10 in the NOFA describes prevention as conventional prevention programming, evidence-based curricula, or culturally relevant and responsive services incorporating New Mexico traditions, indigenous and Hispanic cultural practices, community values, language access, geographically responsive approaches, including rural outreach, mobile services, and virtual and hybrid delivery options, experiential and non-traditional activities reflecting both local cultures such as art, movement, music, storytelling, land-based programming, and youth leadership opportunities, trauma-informed, youth-centered design, and strengthens protective factors and promotes resilience. So it's pretty broad in how the applicant would like to respond if that is the service that they would like to deliver through the facility.
I appreciate it, yes. And in terms of the budget, remind me again what they're going to get in exchange, those who are selected and rate the highest through this formal process.
So that's going to be Chair Greene and Commissioner Kakari-Stone. That's going to be dependent on the track if they have sustainable funding already and they're just requesting the space, or if they're requesting programmatic funding. There's two different tracks, as mentioned. So the applicant gets to determine whether they need additional funding, whether that's to expand to a regional level to be responsive, or whether that's until they could get Medicaid startup funding and billing structures in place. So there's a lot of different opportunities and approaches that they can look at the funding component.
Thank you so much. And just in terms of the review committee, I've worked for governments and review committees before. Are we having a representative external non-county staff that will be part of that?
Chair Greene and Commissioner Kakari-Stone, we are currently working to coordinate and ensure we have representation regionally. So far we have representation from Los Alamos County. Sylvia Barella from Via Positiva, who helped us with our visioning plan, will also be part of that team, myself, and then we're working to secure tribal. And so we are still in the process of ensuring we get a diverse group to review these applications.
Are we going to have maybe 1 or 2 youth?
Chair Greene and Commissioner, I would be happy to include a youth perspective. And I know we have our interns. I too also currently have a youth peer support worker interning with my division. So
Okay.
I would be completely open to that idea.
Thank you for being open. That would be fantastic if that happened, and thank you for all your work.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. This is absolutely exciting. And I mentioned previously that I taught middle school. And to hear that this is a support in our community, one of the reasons I couldn't do it any longer is it was heartbreaking for our youth who did not have the support at home. And, you know, they'd leave at 3 o'clock and I had no idea what their life was going to be overnight. I want to just thank you for the work. I don't have a lot of questions about the details of it, but I look forward to seeing how and what will be the best role that they will play in our community based on the NOFA. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I too want to commend the whole team, but Chanel, you're at the lead of this, for doing great work on keeping this on track and moving this forward really expeditiously. When do we think this will open? Fiscal year 27 starts tomorrow, and this year or next year?
Chair Greene and commissioners, we're hoping to have an initial soft launch this year, but full operations in FY29. We will have to retrofit the facility, bring in an architect, Public Works will have to do their thing, which is not my level of expertise, but I'm sure I'll learn a lot in the process. And so we're expecting full operations in FY29.
Great. It's exciting. I do want to ask, you know, two aspects that I hope become part of this this portfolio of services in this space. One, parenting, right? Because kids are really stuck with their parents, and if the parents aren't prepared, and at a NACO event, the joke around the room was the childhood success and upward mobility doesn't start at pre-K or, you know, those things. It starts at conception, right? When a parent finds out that they're going to be a parent, that's the time to start to get them into a program to understand how they can be the best parent ever. And if we can get ahead of the curve and let them get ahead of the curve with a touch point, let them understand what resources are available, because, you know, sometimes it's things that they don't even know that they don't even know yet. First-time parents are the key there. So I don't know if there's part of that in that facility or in other places in our portfolio that it's important. But also mentoring. You know, we, especially in the middle school age, that's when kids are learning independence, and for good or for bad, right? They will find somebody to emulate and to be their mentor, and that's the time that we need to make sure that we have touch points with positive role models. And so, sorry? Yep. Okay, thank you. So, and so if there's a way to incorporate into this facility a mentoring desk, right, with different programs that have an opportunity to co-locate in this facility, so that, you know, sometimes, again, parents don't have that role model. You know, I'm here by the grace of God that my mother surrounded me with role models that could teach me to be who I was when my mother wasn't able to do that. So, you know, providing support for family. Beyond, the goal is the better youth, but sometimes we need to fill those gaps. So,
thank you, Chair Greene. I agree. You can't really separate youth without looking at the family and the environment in which they exist. And so, anytime we look at the whole person, it requires looking at mom and dad, grandma and grandpa, auntie and uncle. We're in a very generationally rooted community in which we will serve all that are attached to that young person. And so I would hope that mentorship is built into every capacity of what we do. Bringing in a youth peer, as I mentioned earlier, as an intern, has changed the dynamics of our office in such a beautiful way. And so recognizing the power of young youth peers with one another is also something we will continue to look into.
Great. I look forward to the next presentation about this. Commissioners, any last comments? Chanel, thank you so much. Congratulations, guys. We're really excited for this, and thank you for the presentation today. Good luck.
And I got to move for approval.
Oh, do we have to? No?
Yes, we do.
This
I
is
move
the
for
no
approval.
food. Oh,
A
I'm
second.
sorry. Yes, thank you. This isn't just a presentation, it is an actual, yes. So we got a motion from Commissioner Hughes.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? None, hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Great, go for it. Get us some great providers. Leandro, please approach item I, ICIP for seniors, or is it for everything?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it's for both. As I mentioned last week, we did have an opportunity to combine our normal ICIP with the seniors ICIP.
Okay,
so
great.
We'll be asked to approve both today. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm not going to go ahead and go through the entire presentation again. You had asked me to focus on a couple projects, which I did. Specifically, the trauma-informed housing development project was added to the end of the facilities list. In working with CSD, I added a $2.5 million project cost. That was based on the potential cost of property acquisition and design. Understanding, though, that we are still looking at potential dedicated sites and hoping that maybe we don't have to pay for the site. If that's the case and money was granted to us, we would be able to use that to pivot towards design and start working on construction costs if that was the case. Because this project's still in the preliminary planning stages, that would be the next stage, would be the property acquisition and design stage. So that's why I went ahead and added 2.5 million specific to that. The other project I was directed to add will be at the end of the wastewater portion for Cañada de los Alamos waterline extension. In collaboration with Commissioner Johnson, we decided to add 1.65 million, which is roughly 10% of the construction cost at this time. We believe if that amount was awarded to us, we could use that to pursue property acquisition perhaps and complete any design and start working towards the construction costs. So those are the two that I had added on. I understand that we had other discussions, primarily Tunnel Road water lines. I will get into that. I did not add that to the list at this time. I'd like to discuss that briefly, but because there is already a general utility line extension policy, the policy does allow for the community to submit an application for a request to do a line extension. That's consistent with other requests we received in the past. Therefore, at this time, we still do not have a response from the community, so I didn't have an actual application or a request to kind of judge the project by. Aside from that, this area is not in the SDA 1, so the county doesn't provide backbone infrastructure, which this would not be anyway, but that would be another potential avenue, but that isn't the case here. It also is not part of an area that would infill utilities such as Agua Fria sewers or the Poaque Basin Regional Water System. So for those reasons, and because we have been consistent in asking neighborhoods requesting a water line extension to go through the process and fill out the application, I can't at this time recommend approval to add it to the ICIP. We do not have a PER or any kind of demand assessment at this time to consider it a project that we would put onto the ICIP. So that's how I am addressing that request. Of course, commissioners can always direct me otherwise, but just in terms of consistency, that's how we've been consistent with other requests at the county in the past. And then there was another request for broadband-specific projects. I will say at this time, we had been focusing on the project that we had recently approved the $2 million for in collaboration with Sacred Winds. And so staff will have to go back to our broadband plan and continue to look for additional projects. We do not at this time have one that's ready that we could consider being ready to put on the ICIP. So I apologize that we're not at that point, but we had been focusing on how to support Sacred Winds and continue to focus on the work Plateau's doing down State Road 14. So I hope I didn't forget anything, but I believe that That's what I had in my notes from Friday, and I stand for any questions at this time.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cordova. I just want to thank you for, and you and my colleagues for the robust discussion last Friday, I believe it was, about the Cañada de los Alamos water line extension. And I appreciate the conversations that we've had about this. This is an important element to sort of showing that the county is committed to serving these residents. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners? So, you know, for the Tano Road area, give me the contrast as to how Cañada de los Alamos is more advanced and ready for a project, which it didn't sound like it was. I understand the need, but I also understand the need of the Tano Road area. Have they filled out an extension form?
I could not track one down, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I could not get one that had actually been completed and turned in.
Okay. Commissioner? Yeah.
Just for reference, the Cañada project does have a PER. It has completed a significant portion of the design stage, and they did submit the required application.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I misunderstood your question. I thought you were referring to Tano Road. Yes. Cañada de los Alamos has done the PER. They've gone through our water advisory committee, or water policy advisory committee, and they have that recommendation coming to us. That's why we have elevated it to at least that consideration. I apologize. I misunderstood your question.
Thank you. No, thank you for clarifying, Commissioner. Okay. And then in terms of senior centers and things like that, is there anything specific that you guys want to come and present to us today?
Sure, I'll hand it over to Maddie to go through the list of projects they have if they have anything else to add. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Matilda Byers, Maddie, the Administrative Program Manager for Senior Services. For FY28 through FY32, Senior Services has entered projects for the Benny J. Chavez Senior Center to expand the parking and to include a secure fleet area for staff and Santa Fe County fleet. In Edgewood, we're asking consideration for the ADA improvements to the facility, where an assessment was done last year in 2025 to evaluate the center and the needs of the facility. In addition, we are also entering a request for additional parking for the Edgewood Senior Center, because during our peak hours of our meal services, our parking lot is full. We find seniors parking along the dirt road, and we want to include additional parking so we have safe pathway for seniors to our center. In El Dorado, we're requesting a parking lot expansion of 10 parking spaces. Again, during the meal service hour, we are fully, there's no available parking, and we find that seniors are parking where they can in the library and everywhere any open space that they can. So we want to alleviate that and provide safe parking for our seniors. And in addition to that, we want to increase our transportation fleet with 2 new EV transit vans for transportation for seniors to doctor's appointments, to pick up prescriptions, run errands, and activities.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Commissioners, any thoughts on this? I do want to thank you for including Benny J. Chavez in there. I do want to put in a little plug for 2 aspects of this design. First off, it would be great if we could include sidewalks and a crosswalk across Juan Medina, because I've seen folks park and walk. A lot of people have spoken to the fact that they walk to the Benny J, and there's no sidewalks even in front of the facility, or a crosswalk across to the parking area that is directly across the street there. It'd be great to get that. Additionally, you know, as much as we love, I would put in air quotes, chain link fences, it would be so much nicer and much more traditional to see a nice low stucco wall that might be able to be the front of Benny J.
Mhm.
So and a gate as opposed to just a chain link security fence. And so if that can be incorporated into the design of that, the street presence and the historic presence of Benny J will be upgraded as opposed to just a parking lot addition. So
Great ideas, thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Kokari Stone.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you. And I just want to say, having a mother-in-law who's 91 and two elder senior parents, walking across the parking lot to us might not be a big deal, but it can make a break a situation where they won't go anymore because it's just really very, very far. So thank you, and I support it.
Thank you.
Yes.
So thank you, Maddie. This is not about senior services, so I appreciate I support these projects. I did want to, because you know we had someone publicly comment on the San Ignacio flats. If they are listening, I want to encourage them to, you know, the outreach window was quite limited, I would say. I'm not sure if this is in Commission District 4. It's listed as that, but you know, I received an email last week, but not in advance of that. So I would encourage them to reach out to us for next year. My understanding is it's in the city limits. I think, not speaking for my colleagues, but we have recently signaled that we prefer fiscal agency with the city when the city is the property jurisdiction. So that's just, we absolutely, I think this is an interesting project. I don't know enough about it. And so I encourage those folks to come back around to us and in the interim, you know, present their project. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, thank you. We have had discussions with the representatives of San Ignacio Flats. Even if the city were to take the lead, we're definitely going to have to partner with them as we're going to be their neighbor. They'll be located next to the Nueva Sequia project that we're doing. So we definitely want to continue to have conversation with them and do what we can to help continue the momentum they've gotten on their project, as well as see how we could collaborate on different things like trails and parks and accessibility to the two affordable housing projects that will basically be next door to each other.
Yeah, and I think the commission is open to that. So it's actually in District 2 is what we're, okay, thank you.
And you know, to that same point, being on ICIP is a specific niche of this funding chain, but fiscal agency and the way that the state has worked, especially with affordable housing and housing funds, fiscal agency is actually probably the most beneficial commitment that we could give a project like that. And so the same thing was what The Rock should have been coming to us for, not necessarily coming to us for inclusion on ICIP, but to be on our, that we would be willing to be the fiscal agent. And the same thing for San Ignacio Flats. It's not ICIP. That's only one little niche, but we're all competing for ICIP money, which you could still go for other ways, but I recommend more, especially the way the state has been going in the past few years. The governor has tens of millions of dollars of hot money, but needs to go through the county to fund your project. That's the comment I was going to give you earlier. So thanks for sticking around to discuss this. I do want to ask that county staff really find a pipeline, project development pipeline process. Because sort of to Commissioner Johnson, or I think he was getting to this, that there are lots of projects that have felt like, oh, you asked for a project, but wait a second, what do you mean we're not ready? So there should be a deadline 30 days from now, say, that says, please propose a project to us. And then we would come and say, what early steps, those PERs, those things that are going to be those early commitments that are going to take us 6 or 12 months so that we can be ready a year from now to get them on the list, instead of them saying, hey, you you solicited this now. So everybody that's been soliciting us now in the last few weeks should have an opportunity to say, we want you to be ready and proven out for next year so that we build that pipeline. Because if we have this new process for our own projects up here, those folks that want to bring a project to us should have that same opportunity to come to us and say, would you sponsor my project for a PER? And honestly, I think we should have a budget for PERs, right? Like $2 million a year for PERs, and we all divvy it up here and decide, hey, 3 projects per district. Tell me what you want to do. Trail, water, whatever. Solicit them from our communities, and then we get those pipeline projects qualified and quantified so that they can move forward.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for that. We did propose, I think, just a little over $1 million in the capital budget for PERs. And I think part of what we're doing is catching up from past practice where we may not have had such a good pipeline established. We are still working on that, of course, but we feel we're a lot better placed now than we were just even a few years ago, as well as being able to get some of the old legacy projects off of our books, fund them, get them complete, and move on to where we can now see potential funding availability in 28, 29 coming up in the future, where just a few years ago it felt like we were never going to get out of our hole. And thanks to the hard work and the dedication of the board, we've been able to accomplish quite a bit over the last few years. So I hear you, I appreciate that, and like every year I'll tell you we're listening, and I hope that it's better every year, and that next year you see some more value in the process improvements. Thank you.
I promise you I won't be paying attention next year.
With that, Chair, I'll move to approve a resolution adopting standards and senior facility projects for inclusion in Santa Fe County's infrastructure capital improvements plan, ICIP, for fiscal years 2028 through 2032.
I second it.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Karkari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we have an ICIP list. Great job. Thank you, guys. All right, on to presentations. Something that I've been waiting years for, a presentation on the Santa Fe County, did you need a break? We can try, yes. Okay. Presentation from the Santa Fe County Vehicle Replacement and Charging Infrastructure Plan and Equipment Electrification Plan. Think you can do it in less than 20 minutes? I think so. Oh yeah, all right. Bonus points for that.
Yeah, Chair Greene, Commissioners, I'm Will Donahue with the Sustainability Division.
And I'm Elizabeth Houghton with the Sustainability Division.
And we are here to present the Vehicle Replacement and Charging Infrastructure Plan and the Equipment Electrification Plan. And online we have our consultants from ERG and Energetics, Rick Baker, Bennett Stone, and Russ Owens. And just quickly, as this has been a 1.5 year long process, working closely with Public Works, Public Safety, and Fire to collect all the data, and really excited for ERG to present their findings. And Rick, you can take it away.
You're muted, I think, or we can't hear you, but. Keep trying. Maybe it's on our side. Okay, start over, Rick. Go for it.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to present the findings from our research. And we're going to tag team this. I'm going to go ahead and hand this over for the first part of the presentation to Bennett Stone. Bennett, you want to walk through the first few slides?
There we go. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for that introduction, Will and Rick. Again, my name is Bennett Stone. I'm with ERG, and I'm joined by my colleague, Rick Baker, and Russ Owens, who will be speaking on behalf of Matthew Manslike with Energetics. And we're here today to talk about the Santa Fe EV replacement and EV replacement plan And yeah, we can go ahead and move on to the next slide. Thank you. So we'll be covering a couple of topics today, the first of which is the EV replacement schedule and total cost of ownership analysis, followed by the EV charging infrastructure assessment and strategy. We'll also be talking about the policy recommendations, the equipment replacement plan, and some of our recommended next steps. And go on to the next slide. Right. So first, we want to talk about the strategy and methodology going into this. So the first step was to collect Santa Fe County's current fleet information, which includes makes, models, and the number of vehicles for each. And then we used telematics data and interviewed fleet managers to get a better understanding of how the vehicles are being used and identify any additional constraints. Once we had that information, we evaluated the vehicle's readiness for replacement, and then identified viable EV replacement options based off of the EV replacement criteria set forth by the county. Once we had that information, we assigned vehicle readiness scores 1 through 4 based off of market availability and duty cycles of the vehicles. And a vehicle readiness score of 1 meant it was most ready, and a vehicle readiness score of 4 meant it was least ready. Once we had that information, we developed a list of viable EV replacement options for the current fleet, and then used those vehicles to develop a 10-year vehicle replacement schedule and a total cost of ownership analysis to compare the cost of owning and operating EVs versus internal combustion engine or ICE vehicles over that 10-year period. Next slide, please. So this is a graph of our EV replacement schedule. Santa Fe County has approximately 500 vehicles in their own fleet, and we identified that about 300 of those vehicles are viable for replacement over the next 10 years. And if you look at the graph, you'll see there's a kind of a large skew of vehicle purchases during the first 5 years. This is due to the vehicles that are overdue for replacement. There was about 100 of them that fell into this category based off of Santa Fe County's vehicle replacement schedule. I believe it's 8 years and 150,000 miles. So in these first 5 years, we prioritize replacing those vehicles as well as vehicles with a readiness score of 1 and 2, which consists of mostly light-duty vehicles and those older vehicles. During the next 5 years, years 6 through 10, we focus on replacing vehicles with a vehicle readiness score of 3 and 4, and mostly medium and heavy-duty vehicles. Next slide, please. So we conducted a total cost of ownership for 3 different scenarios, looking at the procurement cost, operation and maintenance cost, resale value of the vehicles, infrastructure costs, and related incentives, specifically the diesel emission reduction act credit through the EPA and the Clean Transportation Fuel Program revenue stream, which could be obtained through New Mexico. And on the graph, you'll see 3 lines. The light green line represents the ICE vehicle ownership total cost of ownership, which is sort of your business as usual case. And then we have the dark green line and that orange line that represent total cost of ownership for EV vehicles, both with and without those incentive streams. The dark green being with the incentive streams and the orange without. And what we evaluated was that the total incremental cost of the difference between ICE vehicle ownership and EV ownership without the credits is about $6.7 million more expensive than ICE vehicles over the 10-year evaluation period. And with the credits, EV ownership is approximately $5.5 million less expensive than ICE vehicles. So the additional incentives and CTFP revenue streams are really critical in helping reach price parity between these 2 scenarios. I do also want to add that EV-related costs are expected to decrease over time, just as they have in previous years. So with that in mind, hopefully price parity could be met earlier or even without those additional incentive and CTFP revenue streams. And with that, I will pass it off to Russ Owens. And you can go ahead and move on to the next slide. I think Russ might need his
Lovely.
microphone
Thank you.
muted
Yep.
as well. Yep, thank you. So thanks, Bennett. Yeah, so Energetics' role in the project is really taking the fleet transition plan and developing a charging infrastructure plan based on that. So looking at the replacement plan in time and vehicles, we use the data on the usage of the vehicles to determine what the usage was as far as like miles, energy, dwell time, things like that, to determine what kind of charging station, power level type, and the number at each of the facilities. So with this, we're grouping charging stations by facility type in order to develop the charging plans later on. We received data from the county on each of the facilities to give us an understanding of what the available capacity was and parking situation, how the fleet is used and parks. That was tied together with site visits just to confirm our understanding, really get a better lay of the land to help us develop tailored situations that are designs that actually meet the fleet's requirements. So all of that is then used with a proprietary tool that we have that that determines the cost of the charging infrastructure, laying out charging stations where they're needed, both for fleets and parking, in a way that it minimizes the amount of costs, so trenching, wire runs, things like that. And then developing plans that are phased to be smart, so the chargers are ready when the vehicle, the chargers are ready ahead of time when the vehicle is actually put into place, and then also installed in different phases. So we're not doing construction projects continually. Essentially, it's every 5 years is what we're looking at for larger sites, or for smaller sites, we're able to just do the installation all in one phase, just to simplify the projects and reduce the amount of construction. Can you go to the next slide, please? And this is just an example. The site diagram on the left is really very busy, but this is one of the most complicated sites. So really, this is looking at the public works, and there are a lot of different vehicles, light duty on the left-hand side, medium in the middle, and medium heavy on the right-hand side. So there's a lot going on. So it really developed here in a smart way that we're installing charging in different areas with a minimal amount of wire runs and new transformers in service, in order to maintain the costs or to minimize the costs. And on the right-hand side is just an example of sort of level of detail that comes out of the tool. And like I mentioned, for smaller sites, where there's only a handful of charging stations, or maybe there was only one or two that would be installed in a later phase, we pulled them into the first phase just so it's one single project. And it's an easier construction project, and then there's more charging available ahead of time with really very little extra investment in phase one. That is what I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russ. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so we've talked about the technical analyses that we've done, both looking at the vehicles, possible replacements, how to rank them, how to time them, as well as doing site-specific analyses for the charging infrastructure placement. So what kind of policy frameworks can we adopt to facilitate the whole procurement, vehicle procurement and charging installation process? So one of the overarching goals that we have here is to maximize charging at the depots, the existing depots, rather than relying on public access or commercially operated charging stations, which can be very expensive. So this goal, try and foster promote the use of the existing charging that's going to be installed, and given that as a guiding principle, vehicle replacement and charging infrastructure implementation has to balance three considerations. The first, and Bennett has mentioned this, is the county standard vehicle replacement schedule, which is recommended at 8 years, 150,000 miles for replacement of existing vehicles. The second thing we want to do is be able to sync the vehicle replacement and charging infrastructure readiness that Russ alluded to. And the third, which is the wild card in this whole thing, is you've got real world budget constraints that vary year to year, which is going to have a significant impact on this. So keeping all of that in mind, we've developed guidance on like how do you minimize the use of public charging? How can you or how can you monitor electric vehicle use and charger use, and how do you manage all of that data? Next slide, please. Okay. And a couple other things that we took a close look at. Take home, how should you evaluate the potential for converting take-home vehicles that are not, depoted at a specific location, a public location overnight, and what kind of training is necessary to implement these changes. So about 200 take-home vehicles were identified in this process, including things like cruisers from the Sheriff's Department. Operational readiness is critical for many of these units. You can't risk unavailability because they can't reliably access depot charging. So therefore, ERG developed some detailed guidelines to consider when electrifying these vehicles, covering like logistical feasibility, legal and administrative constraints regarding home charger installation and charging reimbursement. And we also provided some recommendations regarding workforce training, it's really critical for the effective operation, maintenance, and repair of both the vehicles and the charging systems. Next slide, please. Okay. On a parallel track, we also evaluated the non-road equipment that's owned and operated by the county. And this was done separately because there's very different like make and model availability and charging requirements associated with non-road equipment. So we obtained info on about 200 units, and those broke down into two primary types of equipment. There's sort of small portable and handheld units like trimmers and mowers. And then there's larger units like small excavators or skid steer loaders or things like that that are used for more construction type activities. We reviewed the market and identified, in this case, instead of 4, we had 3 readiness categories. One, we have fully established markets, and that's for things like lawn and garden equipment, where for years there's been electric options available and they're proven. And then there's a readiness category, the second one for emerging markets, where you may have 1 or 2 new make and models that have just become available over the last couple of years. And then there's a third category of lagging markets that does not have reasonable offerings available right now, and it's uncertain when or if they will in the study timeframe in the next 10 years. So for the first 2 categories, we identified make and model options for considerations, first 2 readiness categories. And we, in our the equipment plan, we also provided an overview of the most important factors to consider when making these purchases. Cost is because it's generally more expensive, and sometimes quite a bit more expensive, to replace a traditional diesel-operated piece of construction equipment, for example, with an electric option. The differences in operation and maintenance requirements, and we looked closely at remote charging options to make sure that the vehicle or the equipment was had enough operational time on to meet the needs of its application. We also performed a literature and web review of a real-world use of this type of equipment to date, and we recommended best practices for all aspects of replacement, including pilot testing for unproven electric applications. Next slide, please. Okay, and so where do we head from here? The current plan provides a starting point that will need to be refined and adjusted as additional information becomes available. For example, although it can be informed by the total cost of ownership findings, we don't have good estimates regarding what, the year-to-year budget availability is going to be. So, the proposed schedule that we provided is a point of reference, and it's most likely going to need to be updated annually to account for those constraints. In addition, electric vehicle model and charger availability and procurement options, as well as utility service options. The terms of all of these things are likely to change over time. But regardless, the overall EV purchases and the charging infrastructure installation, they've got to remain aligned. So you don't have stranded assets. So it's important to stay in really close communication with vendors, vehicle manufacturers, and your utilities in order to plan ahead for changes. Another recommendation, you'll need to track your vehicle and charger utilization and performance carefully to improve your efficiency and reduce costs where possible. And the final recommendation is to consider pilot testing for large electric equipment options to ensure reliability and appropriateness for the application before committing to large capital expenditures with, by purchasing construction equipment that's not fully proven. Okay, so I'm hoping that we got this in under the 20 minutes, and I'll turn it over for questions at this point.
Thank you very much. 17 minutes, perfect. Will and Elizabeth, commissioners, what kind of questions do you have here for, Commissioner Hughes?
Well, just a quick question. Are you going to bring that, are we going to follow this plan? In other words, bring it forward to vote on at some point?
Chair Greene, Commissioner Hughes, I believe we will be providing a sort of taking this material and having initial sort of implementation steps and kind of taking all of the recommendations and compiling that for something that would be voted on in the future.
Okay, like later this year?
Commissioner Hughes, yeah, I believe very shortly.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Commissioners? Nope. So the next step, this seems like analysis that was done at this point and methodology, not actually implementation program, budget expectations, number of vehicles, sort of, bless you, down to the granularity of types of vehicles like SUVs, light trucks, pickup trucks, and so on. They could get into the granularity of what our expectations and your expectations of budget needs and fleet implementation. Yes?
Commissioner Greene, to my understanding, so it does really break down, vehicle direct one-to-one vehicle replacements. But you're correct that, this is the top level for, their recommendations, how many vehicles and what the exact charging infrastructure is. It's not, I agree, it's not fully broken down into what is going to happen in year one or year two.
Okay. Jacqueline looks like she's itching to.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could add to that, we will be developing and refining this through a work plan, and it will be department by department or division by division so that you can get that granular detail. And we're not completely sure if it will be presented for a vote as of yet, but that is part of the discussion for sure on the next steps.
I would like to see it presented to a vote in a resolution form of some sort that says, hey, this is the 5-year capital plan. It's not set in stone, but it's definitely the guideline that sets us forward. There's all sorts of reasons why other cars have to be, got to swap that one. It got in an accident versus another one that is doing just fine. For the consultants, I wonder in the total cost of ownership calculation, are we using the time of day fleet you know, the ability to charge. I don't know if we get that opportunity with PNM, but to, you know, I charge my EV at 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. and it's the equivalent of 25 cents a gallon versus, you know, the regular time, which is $1 and change a gallon. And that's, you know, that's significant difference. $1, you know, the regular at-home charging or whatever, regular depot charging is already cheap, but then doing time of day when we're all asleep and the car is sitting there is unbelievably cheap. Rick, Bennett, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so either Russ or Bennett, you know, go, because the baseline assumption was that we are charging, you know, in the evenings and overnight, but the specific cost per kilowatt hour assumptions. Go ahead, Bennett.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Great question. I would have to take a look exactly where we landed on that, but I don't believe that we look specifically at the cost difference of charging during the day versus charging, you know, during the night, on peak and off peak hours. I'm not sure if we took that into consideration. Russ, did you have anything to add there?
I don't think so. I don't have it on top of my head. Sorry.
That seems to get into the granularity that experts such as yourselves would be able to really prove that total cost of ownership goes down significantly. And then additionally, we've solarized a lot of our facilities, and I don't know if we're net positive or net negative at these facilities, but what would it take to upgrade those facilities to be net positive, to be at, say, Public Works, to be able to charge 45 vehicles a day overnight, obviously, but you know, it's a netting out the. So anyway, more things to think about. If you feel that you want to pick my brain, I'm happy to always get us there. But great, thank you guys. Anything else from the commissioners? Jacqueline,
Mr.
please.
Chair, Commissioners, I just want to say a huge thank you to Elizabeth Houghton and Will Donahue for taking this on, and to also announce that this will be Will's last BCC.
Oh no!
So
oh my God,
very sad to see him go, but excited for his new adventure.
Well, are you allowed to tell us your new adventure?
Yeah, my wife and I are moving to Tennessee. She got a new job, so I'm moving with her and trying to figure out what I'm doing.
Well, good job. Good job. It was great to get to meet her a few times out in the wild, and we're sorry to lose you. And great job over here. We're gonna miss you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Excellent. Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, Jacqueline. Really appreciate that presentation. Russell, Bennett, and Rick, thank you very much. Yeah, congratulations, guys. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, moving right along. We have another presentation about the changes to the City of Santa Fe's living wage ordinance and potential impacts to Santa Fe County living wages ordinance. We got Juan Torres and Riley White, please. Economics 102.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. In December 2025, the City of Santa Fe approved ordinance number 2025-21 to increase the city's base minimum wage and update the formula for calculating the minimum wage annually beginning in January 2027. When the city's ordinance goes into effect, the city and the county living wages will no longer be aligned, and future annual wage adjustments will be calculated using different methodologies unless the county amends its existing ordinance. In 2014, Santa Fe County enacted ordinance number 2014-01, setting a living wage in the county of $10.66 per hour beginning March 1st, 2015, with an annual adjustment upwards by an amount corresponding to the previous year's increase, if any, in the Consumer Price Index for Western Region for urban wage earners and clerical workers. Ordinance number 2015-05 modified the base wage for tipped employees to 30% of the living wage. The county's ordinance established parity with the city's living wage ordinance and annual adjustment process. The current living wage for both the city and the county is $15.40 per hour as of March 1st, 2026. The City of Santa Fe Ordinance number 2025-21 severs this parity beginning in January 2027 by resetting the base wage to $17.50 an hour from the current amount of $15.40. Establishing the new methodology for calculating future increases. Staff was asked by Commissioners Hughes and Commissioner Bustamante to provide an overview of the city's ordinance and background on how it was developed. Dr. Riley S. White, Associate Dean of Teaching and Learning and Professor of Finance at the Anderson School of Management, assisted the city with developing the updated ordinance and will provide an overview of the development and methodology. In your memo packet, there is a comparison between the city and the county, but at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. White.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you so much, Commissioners. It's a great honor to be here. I'm Riley White. I'm a professor of finance at the University of New Mexico. I am the chair of the Finance and Innovation Department and Associate Dean, but I'm also a resident of District 5, Precinct 111. So thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you so much. So on the board today, I'm going to go through kind of the logic behind how we got to minimum wage, the trade-offs that exist in this discussion, and then I will open it to any questions that you might have. I'll try to be brief. I'll try to be less academic than I'd like to be, and I tried to at least provide some context. Oh, fantastic. I was just going to guess when this is going to happen. This is going to be great. I thought I had to wave my arms. There's me, head in the clouds, academic. So a bit of background about this. So about last year about this time, Mayor Weber at the time reached out to me to consider an investigation into minimum wage policy and start looking at some simulations of what might be alternatives. And the modern minimum wage debate in Santa Fe is really against a backdrop of a very unique characteristic that the city possesses that isn't found everywhere, and that is the inordinate cost of housing relative to other living expenses. If we look at CPI as a measurement of the way, that's the Consumer Price Index, the measurement of the representative basket of goods that people go in and buy throughout the course of the year, housing is already incorporated into that. But in Santa Fe, you don't have abnormally high costs for things like groceries. You have abnormally high costs for living expenses, particularly apartments, housing, and the like. About 81% of households earn less than the income required to purchase a median-priced home in Santa Fe. That's an extraordinary, significant amount. Housing costs have become truly, I think, the dominant affordability channels affordability challenge facing many working households right now. So what's novel about the way we did this? Now, most wage indexing systems rely exclusively on consumer price index. The policy that was passed in November in the City Council evaluates what we called a broader sweep of affordability. We did an even weight of just CPI and also the HUD fair market rent, which is about 40% of the fair market rent in a given area, tracking that as sort of a bellwether for how expensive or how much more expensive housing is getting. This is the first time this was done anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, to the best of our knowledge, to do it this way. And effectively what it does is just weight the increases in minimum wage more to housing than other things. Now, minimum wage increases to $17.50 an hour and then increases based upon this yearly, calculation that comes forward after that. We looked at 5 significant scenarios. We wrote a little paper about this, and we discussed it with the council. So why housing? I gave away the big picture here. The price-to-income ratio in Santa Fe is about 7.3 times. That means that the average house in Santa Fe is about 7 times what the median household income is. The national average is about 4.9. A 2-bedroom unit has increased with an average rate of about 3.4% per year in Santa Fe, compared to about 2.7% more if we look at just the CPI. We track data. If we go back to just the year 2000 as an example, the last 25 years, one observation comes to mind with this, and that housing rates are by nature more volatile than other forms of CPI rates. CPI is a more widespread basket of goods. And as a consequence, the fluctuations we see in CPI aren't great. Meanwhile, the HUD fair market rent are significantly greater, which is why the city policy also caps a maximum of what that minimum wage increase could be to accommodate years where the rental increases are significant. So putting this in context again, right? So median household income in Santa Fe is around $80,000, a home price of $590, price income ratio of 7.3. Down in Albuquerque, it's 4.8. In Roswell, it's 3.04. We're not as bad as San Francisco or New York, but there's nothing to say that we can't reach there, right? So that's the issue, is that one of the, this is a phenomenon that is common across the Anglosphere. It is a policy of, we've not solved the housing issues that involve construction, permitting, zoning for decades. And this policy doesn't solve that. This policy addresses what is a symptom of this fact. So to compare this in a different way, if you looked at a chart, all these little bubbles here, this came out in the New York Times a few weeks ago. On the left-hand column, this looks at the price-to-income ratio. On the bottom, axis, you've got the average housing starts per 1,000 households. It's about 70,000 households in Santa Fe County and about 495 housing starts last year. That puts us right where that star is, right in Santa Fe right now. So looking at where those other more expensive things are. Now, cities that build a lot, Houston and Austin, they are, you do see lower prices in those areas. Housing is a function fundamentally of supply. You just don't see places that build a lot of housing and also simultaneously have high housing ratios. But there are things that constrict building wherever we look, and some of those things are more significant than others. So what does the research say about minimum wages about this? Because you're going to hear a lot of things. Anytime this is taken before the council and other places, they'll bring up, and a lot of people have very strong sort of innate feelings as to what they think the minimum wage does or what it does. I'll characterize this by one of the more recent articles that have come out that have been widely cited in economics studying the minimum wage, which calls it the elusive job effects of minimum wage. We've been studying this for decades, and there isn't a significant effect on employment to minimum wage. People say, well, there'll be fewer jobs. We just don't see it, but we do see nuances. And I don't want to ignore, and I want to acknowledge the trade-offs in literature. As proxy to this effort we made for the city of Santa Fe, we went through over 100 different studies. So things that you find, when people raise the minimum wage, people expect more from their employees, higher productivity expectations. You also get reduced turnover. People quit their jobs less frequently. The hours might be reduced. There might be changes in hiring standards. Price adjustments are very small. People say, oh, will this increase inflation? Recent paper came out that said, well, with a 10% increase in minimum wage, maybe 0.14% increase in CPI and prices in that area. Operational restructuring is also an effect of that. And so these are the things to address when you think about these issues. Impacts in Santa Fe right now, the average median wage in Santa Fe is effectively $30 or so, and that's using county-level data, so that reflects a lot of the city as well as a lot of the county. And the largest employers in the sector, you've got government, but the second one, of course, is leisure and hospitality. And one of the issues that come out across in part of our discussions was we found that many of the large business owners and many of the other areas downtown were already offering wages above this amount. Things to think about, FAQs, a lot of small print, but some big highlights. Just to understand all the trade-offs and all the questions that exist here. Does it affect youth employment? Does it cause spiral inflation? Does it reduce hours? Does it involve closures of small mom and pop firms? We don't see a lot of fundamental changes to hiring, but when we do see it at the margins, and this is about magnitude as well as these effects. You can raise the minimum wage for thousands of people, but you also suffer, there are trade-offs that involve those other questions. So reduced hours, reduced employment, the effects are small. Price spiral inflation, as I mentioned, very, very small. Youth employment, people with higher wages, you often shift. If you have a choice if you're a business owner, you choose somebody who has years under their belt versus a new person. That's tricky. And that's something that there's not a lot of clear answers about how to address. Wage compression, temporary workers versus permanent workers, technology substitution, all things that are part of this discussion. But the evidence so far for things like relocation to low-wage areas is pretty weak. Now, this is a more recent study, came out this year, looking at restaurant pay and jobs gap under 3 different research designs, when they compared areas that rose the minimum wage and states that didn't raise the minimum wage. And you find that the pay change in the areas where the minimum wage happened went up, and you find that the jobs did actually not go down. In fact, in the study, although it's within that bounds, those bounds, that high and low bar represents the confidence interval, we would say in economics. So on average, though, there was an increase in jobs. And then neighboring counties across the state line, always a factor. looking at the breadth and depth of the county. What happens to areas that are on the border with places that are other cities like Espanola, or places you might have a issue with? We actually don't see a lot of job effects. So we see a 4% increase in wages in restaurants in the counties that raise the minimum wage. We see a 0.5% decrease, but within the bounds of the margin of error in jobs change. And similarly, when we do twin states and cities, we've been running an experiment on this for many, many years. These last 10 years in particular, you've seen a slew of minimum wage changes across the country. And this is all factored into this dynamic. So I would be remiss if I didn't put like a complex study on here for you to review. But anyway, I just thought this is good. Just light reading if you want to fall asleep later. But what's striking about this particular data set, this is a paper that just came out last year, Rao and Rish, they looked at hundreds of thousands of data points. They matched all the tax returns with all the companies and all the people that worked for those companies in areas that rose the minimum wage. It was the most vast data set I've seen discussed in a reasonable way at higher economic levels. And they found that these higher wage falls reduced, and they followed it over time, and they said, look, are there fewer firms than there were before? And they say, well, 98% of the firms are still there after the minimum wage. That means 2% weren't. But does that mean that the industries themselves shrunk? And no, they find that the industries themselves are more productive and the wages for the people involved were higher. And so there is a non-zero effect, but it comes down to the question of trade-offs and what those trade-offs mean. So what wage policy can and can't accomplish? You guys know this better than anyone, the nature of your jobs and the nature of trade-offs. Wage policy does improve earnings for low-wage workers. It also reduces poverty. The Economic Policy Institute, 2.4% reduction in poverty for a 10% increase in minimum wage for non-senior citizens. They provide predictable cost of living adjustments. They reduce the need for repeated intervention, and they help maintain purchasing power. Wage policy cannot increase housing supply. They're not going to reduce construction costs or bring more subcontractors to work in New Mexico to make housing supply more competitive. They're not going to reform land use regulation or eliminate housing scarcity. But it does align, though, people who might be opposed to building housing with aspects where they say, well, the wage is tied to this. And so it's an important thing to consider for affordability. So housing is the big thing. Traditional CPI wage indexes don't fully capture those pressures. We did it in a way to align it with the unique characteristic of Santa Fe. This was replicated, as it turned out, by the Albuquerque City Council, to which I advised one of the councilors on it, even though Albuquerque exists, of course, in a very different space. It's much more like the national average in terms of housing costs in the city. Economic research suggests that there's both benefits and costs associated with increases, but regardless of the wage policy selected, the big issue in Santa Fe is the housing supply. So that's what I got. I turn it over to some questions. There's me and some data if you want to send me an email or an insult or anything else. There it is.
Dr. White, thank you very much.
Commissioner Greene, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Commissioner Johnson for the first.
Thank you, Dr. White. That was very, very interesting and informative to us. I appreciate you being succinct, but also giving us very detailed information. I just wanted to thank you for the presentation. There is a lot to digest there, but I think that, as we see the city changing its minimum wage structure, we are sort of, the ball gets bounced into our side of the court. So this is a lot of food for thought for us, and I intend to return to this presentation because it has a lot of valuable information and dispel some of our assumptions about what wage increases do. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was encouraged to see that the city had raised the minimum wage, and I think we should do ours, if nothing else, to be in parity with the city. I don't want all the businesses thinking they have to move to the county to get lower wages. Not that that would necessarily happen, but, and thanks for explaining the way housing is related to that, because I didn't really understand that before. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes, I don't think you understand how this works. We want all the businesses to move to the county. I'm just kidding. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Chair. This might be the question for Juan, but you might be aware of it. One of the questions that I have, and it's long been an issue, we have a lot of vacant homes in Santa Fe, and that's not the same in Albuquerque. People who have the second homes here. And you made this statement that, I'm sorry, your first name was Riley? Yes, thank you, Dr. White. That that the housing, it doesn't really change housing, et cetera. And I'm wondering if there has been any action, recent research on how address or practices in other cities address second home impacts on economic home accessibility, right? The driver, they're very expensive, but meanwhile, we've got a lot of vacant homes. Even in some of our less, I will call them elite areas, like what would be a normal neighborhood, and a number of them are second homes for the owner. Do we have any new information about that or how that's managed in other spaces?
I don't know if the professor has some information on that.
That's a good question. I truly appreciate the question, Commissioner Bustamante. One of the things that we have noticed here as well, so this is a albatross sort of around the neck of policy when it comes to these questions, is that repurposing. Second homes are a big factor in this too. You know, people looked at a bunch of issues. Is it investment homes? Is it second homes? Is it other things? We find that those effects are still relatively small against supply. The problem is, to address these issues in a meaningful way, it's a question of magnitude. And so if let's say tomorrow you wake up and you say, oh, how do we build as many homes as Houston? To get to where Houston is on that chart, you would physically, and that's not desirable, of course, and I'm not necessarily arguing that, you would have to build so many more homes than we're doing now. That's 100, yeah, that's 70,000, some quick head math there. You'd have to build 7,000 homes in a given year and a permit in the county of Santa Fe, I should say, to accommodate that. To get to Austin, you need to build 10,000 homes. That's the level of what's required. And we fund other places, and that's what's been discussed at. So to answer your question, I'm going roundabout about this for the question of vacant homes in those areas and second homes. So we don't have, one of the issues is that the question about policy risks by saying, no, you can't do these things. It risks shutting down building markets that might increase supply in other areas. And it's a very tight rope to walk. California, and I think their state legislature has grappled with a lot of these issues, particularly around very well-meaning legislation. CEQA, incidentally, founded by then Governor Ronald Reagan in 1970 in California, outlined a lot of environmental quality ramifications that ended up resulting in a lot fewer building happening in California than a lot of growth that we saw in the housing costs in California during that period. And so, regarding vacant homes specifically, I'm not aware of legislation around this. But the other piece in this is to examine what magnitude. And because Santa Fe is so desirable to live in, and our prices have climbed so high above the bounds of where they were, years ago, 30 or 40 years ago, this requires bold, I think, action rather than less action, if that's a serious question. But I don't know to the extent of how many vacant homes might currently be
Thank you.
around in Santa Fe.
Commissioner, there have been proposals just to, in New York City to do a second home tax, pied-à-terre tax. I know San Francisco has looked at something similar to that. And one of the ways that we could nibble at the margins and reduce the burden on locals who live here would be to go to the legislature and to try to advocate to get rid of the 3% limit on property tax on people's second homes, right? Because they enjoy the same 3% limitation as we do. And I would recommend that as a policy that we could start to advocate for at the legislature, and then find a way to, channel that towards something, whether it's just a cost savings because of the way they do the tax burden, spreading it out, so it would be cheaper for locals, or to actually have more money that comes into our coffers that we could put towards affordable housing, or put towards infrastructure, or put to the 10,000 homes a year that we need to build here to get supply and demand. But I think that that's the one second home opportunity for us that works statewide, but really would have an impact here.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep, thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Carstone?
Thank you.
No, thank you. That was my point on the second homes. And I do want to, this is not a conversation about housing, actually, although it is an aspect of it. It's about the living wage. And so I appreciate this. I do also make the comment that the whole state of New Mexico, when we do policies that can benefit the workforce per se, I do feel that our local small businesses that are very localized, that are not even multi-state, or the mom and pops have to be protected. Just in the city of San Antonio, Texas, the Walmarts there can use whatever profits they make from lower minimum wages and lower benefit structure to finance all of the losses that they would accumulate in the entire state of New Mexico. So one city of one multinational or national corporation can be used to, to bridge that loss here. And so for them, they're just like, screw it. New Mexico, raise the minimum wage to $35 an hour. We'll just deal with it out of Texas, not even a quarter of Texas. And yet all of the mom and pops that we love and that make Santa Fe and New Mexico special suffer from that. So whenever we go down these roads for added benefits, I always think that we should find ways to cushion it for our local businesses, because otherwise we just become a fast food nation here in New Mexico, and Santa Fe is a special town with lots of locally owned businesses. So, yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so staff is requesting direction on whether and how to further evaluate potential changes as we go forward. We have some time. Any changes to the existing ordinance, evaluations could be done. We'd have to enter into a contract to get somebody to do further analysis if that was the desire. So I'm just trying to lay out a timeline that if there is a desire for additional analyses and materials and information, we would need to develop a scope of those questions and engage in a contractor. If it's a fairly straightforward decision, then we can help move forward on whether to adjust the wage however you like. So staff just requests information and direction on how you'd like to proceed on this matter in the future.
Commissioner Hughes?
Well, I'll make a suggestion, is that we make our ordinance mirror the city's ordinance, and that we don't necessarily need more studies unless somebody sees the need for them. But I think the city and Professor White presented a lot of information, and I don't know that we need more study, but we do need to develop a new ordinance, and it should mirror the city's. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me.
Well, since we've been discussing this and working on it together, I completely agree with you. I think that this brings some strong evidence that we would be able to provide to the board in this interest. Some of the question that I have with regard to a steady state economy, I just, sometimes economic development has the mentality of a cancer cell. It has to grow in order to be healthy, which is not true. It can kill everything around it. That being said, in a steady state economy and providing the higher wage helps, and I'm saying this somewhat theoretically, I mean, looking for your nods, helps those who are in that particular economy, air quotes, to be able to sustain a quality of life, ideally. So it's not so much just, it's not about growth, this constant, we need to keep building and building and building, except to make sure that those who are here are able to access what's here. Would you say that that's the way to go? Because otherwise I am in complete agreement with Commissioner Hughes.
I do. I think it makes a positive change right now. I think when we get to discussions about supply and issues and development and growth and building and all that stuff, that addresses the source of this. And I will advocate passionately for greater housing supply for middle and lower income households in particular. But on the other side of this is an actionable front that can be accomplished with very and make a difference in potentially, let's see, 5,000 to 7,000 county residents outside of the city.
Thank you, Dr. White. What I would like to recommend then with the Commissioner Hughes for Juan's question is that we would continue to work with Juan to develop to work on the ordinance based on what the city has to be able to bring back to this commission, is what I think the next step would be if there aren't any disagreements.
I'd like to continue the conversation just a little bit, but let's get through everybody. Commissioner Johnson?
Nothing except briefly to say I agree with the last two comments by my colleagues, and we should move forward to try to match the living wage of the city.
Okay. Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Hi, Chair Greene. I agree. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Torres, for always leading, thinking about economic development. Thank you, Professor. I think that at the end of the month, we're going to have a joint city-county meeting, and we could put this on an item, not for decision-making, but just to update the city on where we're aligning our efforts. So I'm just making a recommendation that we do that as a BCC on the agenda. And I support mirroring the ordinance and moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. So I support it too, but I also want to be more nuanced because that's just who I am. So similar to the idea of us not following the city because becomes a big bright line between city and county, there becomes a big bright line between us and Rio Arriba and us and San Miguel and us and Torrance. So for instance, in the Espanola or the Chimayo area, so forget Espanola, they have their own home rule, but in Chimayo, we might bleed companies over the border to Rio Arriba because people are going to say, I can hire people for half the price. So that is an economic development strategy or lack of one that could hurt Santa Fe County, right? Same thing in District 4, the difference between Glorieta and Pecos. Fine line between Glorieta and Pecos, but if Glorieta is 15, 17, 50 an hour and Pecos is 12, that's a big difference. Same thing down in southern Santa Fe County when you get down to the difference between Stanley and Moriarty, right? And so looking at ways that we can make sure that companies in those areas find ways to compete and not feel like they're being squeezed because they can't make it work. And those are small companies. So part of that conversation becomes asking those folks what their actual burden is, right? So when the city was doing this a couple months ago, I was asked to talk to some businesses around town. And I heard from business owners that said, we can't afford this. And I said, well, let me walk you through some math, right? Simple math. How many people do you have making $15 an hour that would go up to $17.50? They said, well, I got a 20-person company and I've got 5 people making $15 out of that thing. I go, okay, that's $2.50 times 2,000 hours times 5 people. It was like, it's $25,000. And they said, oh, that's it? For a business of 20 people, that didn't seem that much. But we have to help small business owners understand the actual burden of this or their ability to do it and do the right thing. I agree it's doing the right thing, but we need to do an education and an impact mitigation study for those areas where somebody could easily move their business from one side of Chimayo to the other just to do that. So, but I think we should study it and we should move forward with it. Is that enough guidance?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, Chairman. So an impact mitigation study is what you're looking for going forward if the county decided to do this. Does that include carve-outs or exemptions?
Well, other ways that, whatever's creative ways that have worked in the past, I don't necessarily think that we may not have done them here in Santa Fe County, but there could be nuance to this policy in a way to make it where places that are at the edges, so we don't bleed businesses that suddenly decide they want to move into Espanola as opposed to be right outside in Santa Fe County, or move into Rio Arriba County, or move into Torrance County, or move into Edgewood because it's not necessarily beneficial to be within the jurisdiction of Santa Fe County. Purely. Anyway, I mean, some level of analysis to understand. Maybe it's insignificant. I just want to know.
Okay, we'll see what we could do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White, and thank you, Juan. All right. We are, okay, folks that are here, I know it's 5 o'clock. We're doing pretty good considering we had a long agenda already, but we're not going to be hearing your stuff for a little while, so You can stretch your legs, go outside, do things, or you can sit here and listen to us for a little while longer.
Actually, Chair Greene, please, if I may
Of course,
ask,
please.
if you'd consider moving, if we're able to, Attorney Board, items 9, 10, and 11 to after number 12, the first public hearing.
After 12,
We would move items 9, 10, 11. That's updates from the county manager, commissioners, other elected officials, and when we typically go into executive session, is it possible to move those 3 items after the first set of public hearings on agenda item 12?
I second that idea.
all right. I'm okay with that as well, commissioners. Commissioner Bustamante? Yes?
It's not registering for me how it's going to affect the time. I think my only thought is how much time is it going to take for us to get to our food? My apologies.
Oh, so- okay,
but I'm being
well-
absolutely honest with you.
Okay, I got you. So we might have a hangry.
And I do have a concern regarding communications during the session that I would like to make sure that we're able to discuss.
Okay. Okay. So,
Another item, Chair Greene, is Sarah Smith with the County Manager's Office really hustled today to get translators along with Olivia Padilla and our team. So we do have, we received emails saying that we will have people who will need Spanish to English, English to Spanish translation. So I want to be sure we coordinate that and if we're ready and the right timing with Chair Greene so he knows that. And that would be for item 12A.
Okay, so so you're asking for, sorry, repeat this, you want 8, 9, 10, and 11 to move after 12 and 13.
Or we just move quickly through the first 3.
Just
given
after
folks
12,
need
I
to
think.
eat. Yeah,
Just after 12, and then
Just after
13 is at the last.
yeah.
Okay. I mean, do we have, so can we get through, I just got a request from a from an elected official to get through the elected officials aspect of this really quickly. I don't have very much to share other than, but, do we have a long list of things to?
I would defer my updates because we have so much in terms of public hearings, so I'm going to defer my updates to the next meeting.
Same.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Clerk Clark, sorry to bother you and to put you on the spot. Did you have an announcement that you wanted to make in public so you could go?
I have several. We just got through the election season, so I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes we get put to the end and then nobody's around to listen.
I understand. Sometimes we get put to the end and we're here all the way to the end. So if there's something that you would like to get on the record right now as an announcement, I will let you take over for a few minutes to make your announcements, and then we will go to public hearings, folks.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, I do. So we just got through our election season, and so I'm happy to report, everything went well. We had a certification. But today, we saw that, or this week, we saw that the SAVE Act is coming back. There has been a request by our executive to pass the SAVE Act in order to pass anything else. There's a bipartisan housing bill that went through. So we're very concerned. We're going to see a lot of resolutions at NACO that I'm pushing through to try to push back on the SAVE Act, as well as what's happening at the Postal Service. So we're hoping that people are aware that, the counties and the states are very concerned that there is now a renewed interest in holding Congress and the Senate hostage in order to be able to pass the SAVE Act. And today we saw some rebellion in Congress, and so we're getting all this flurry of emails. So if we could, I would request that the County Commission assist me in writing a letter to our Senate and to our representatives, again, to voice our concern about the SAVE Act, because the biggest challenge with the SAVE Act is that it would take effect overnight. As soon as the president were to sign it, all of the requirements in the SAVE Act would pass overnight, and we would essentially not be able to have online voter registration. Everyone functionally would be deregistered and would have to show documentary proof of citizenship. So I am requesting that the County Commission consider sending a letter with me to our colleagues, the president of NACO, as well as our federal delegation, because we're very concerned about this renewed pressure to pass the SAVE Act ahead of the general election. On more positive news, I wanted to announce that I did get elected to the executive committee of the New Mexico Association of Counties, representing Rio Arriba, San Juan County, McKinley County, and several other counties. So I will be helping to push through Santa Fe's point of view as in a more kind of powerful position at the Association of Counties. We did win 6 national awards from the National Association of Counties for a lot of our different initiatives that we've been doing in Santa Fe County. And finally, I'm happy to report that we did finally get our mobile voting unit, and we'll be debuting it at the picnic. So we're inviting everyone to come to the picnic so that way they can see our mobile voting unit and tour it. It's pretty cool. It's branded with Santa Fe County, and we'll be able to have mobile precinct voting in Santa Fe County as another way to have access to voting. So we're very excited about these, but if you are amenable, I would love you to sign on to a letter because we're very concerned about the pressure this week we're seeing about pushing forward with the SAVE Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Clark. I think we would probably be amenable to help you with that letter. I don't know what good it would do, but it's, you know, that's, but I do think that the costs of the SAVE Act are instant, and the benefits of all of the other things that they're talking about, whether it's that housing policy bill, those are so long-term in terms of the results of that, you know, screw it, we can wait, right? I think, you know, and it's, you know, everybody wants to have a housing bill out there, but it'll take years for that stuff to actually manifest itself, whereas the SAVE Act is a threat to democracy in the next few months.
Chair Greene.
Yes.
Thank you, Clerk Clark. First, congratulations. You always show just exemplary leadership nationally, locally. I really appreciate that. I'm willing to sponsor the letter, and our next BCC meeting is July 13th. I don't know if one of my colleagues will want to join me, Commissioner Bustamante and I. Yeah? Okay, let's do it. I think it's really important that we push back, we stand up for voting rights, and if we get that signed on the 13th, we could take it to NACO. We can get it. We just need a list, maybe through Sarah, of who we send it to and some draft, and we can get it going with our liaisons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Commissioner. And also, we want to make sure even though there's an injunction currently for the Postal Service changes, public comment is due on the 2nd. So the Election Subcommittee at National Association of Counties are working together with an official response. It would be helpful if everyone in this audience, every one of you also made public comment. We do have very good data from Santa Fe County because we've been very diligent to follow up with every single person who has not received an absentee ballot to track that data as a longitudinal data set of how good our mail service has been in terms of voting access. So we could also formulate a letter to our Postmaster General about, you know, that they don't provide very good service now. So asking them to, you know, be the function of essentially creating a barrier for people to have absentee ballots makes little to no sense would be also another useful letter from our county commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Clerk Clark, and thank you, Commissioners Bustamante and Kakari Stone, for leading the charge on this. I do want to add an added dimension that I hope that we can take this to our, you know, Walker, if you can help our Attorney General in fighting this. You know, so that we could have a legal perspective or whatever, you know, just to, you know, help us help him because I think there's interference at the state level. These are states' rights issues, and we should have AG Torres as preemptively and preparedly get ahead of this so that if they do something stupid in DC, that we're ready to stop it. Yes,
thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I don't want to underestimate the leverage that NACO provides. I mean, we are talking about everyone in the country understanding what the implications are. So I'm really grateful to Commissioner Kakari Stone for disagreeing gently with you that what difference it would make, because there's a big voice there and it goes directly to Congress and to those in DC. So I appreciate that sincerely, that we recognize their authority and the authority of those smaller communities. And you're absolutely right, it is a States' Rights Act. And there are other states who are going to recognize that this is being thwarted. You know, their management of how they're running their elections has a real potential to be overtaken by the federal government. So I just wanted to say that.
Yep. No, I agree that NACO has a strong arm to play in this, and our AG has a strong arm to play with. I just wasn't sure how much sending a letter to Congress would matter. So, but yes, I agree. We should do every lever we can pull on. So thank you, Clerk Clark. Anything else?
No, thank you. I appreciate listening and agreeing to help make my voice larger in terms of pushing back on some of what we're seeing at the federal level. Thank you.
Let's yell from the rooftops. Thank you. Okay. And now, what you've all been waiting for. Some of you. So, yes.
Chair, I would like to ask respectfully in advance of starting our public hearings. At our last hearings, we had people who were shouting over people from the back, people who did not respect the time limit in their presentation. I understand or understood when we left our last meeting that if they've already testified or that we wouldn't have public comment. I don't know if we're still going to have public comment for those who, if it is public comment or not. Is this allowing for public comment again for those cases that have already been heard?
The tabled cases, I guess public comment has been closed, but for this ordinance right now, I think has public comment.
Yeah, for the two that we had tabled, yeah. So those are closed. As well as if there are, people holding up signs, doing things to distract from the conversation, I hope that we can keep the order of this particular hearing a little tighter than we might have in the past. I appreciate it.
Yep, and so that goes to me as the chair. That's a request of me to try to hold this in line, but it also now goes to you all here. We want to hear your voice, and I'm going to ask my commissioners. Typically in the past, we get a presentation about an ordinance or a case, and then we defer our questions until after public comment. But today I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners to ask as many questions as they can before public comment, so the public can hear from our perspective and not feel obligated to reiterate things that we may already be aligned with you, right? We may not, and feel free to come up and speak your voice in regardless. But a lot of us, we don't make as good decisions at the end of the night, and so please appreciate that we want to get through this, hear us out, and if you feel like things are going in the way that you want it to go, you don't feel obligated to go speak, right? You could stand up, we can ask you to raise your hand if you're in support of some things, so that we can sort of consolidate this from lots of 2-minute speeches and swearing in to, I will try to get this through this and get us to consensus and hear the community very specifically, and that we hear this, but it takes a little bit of management from my perspective here. Walker's looking at me. Oh, yes, okay. So, yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair Greene. And we're ready for item 12A, is that correct?
That is correct.
On data centers?
Yes.
Chair Greene, if I may, we have received an exciting amount of feedback on amending the data center proposed ordinance for a moratorium. So if Commissioner Hughes and I could have just a few moments to give all the public an update, as well as the other Board of County Commissioners, where we put the amendments. We've already spoke with our legal counsel, and we want you to know before you even have to testify, although we welcome your testimonies, what we're changing or proposing to change. Is that okay, Chair Greene?
Yes, absolutely, please.
Okay.
Commissioners, are you ready? Do you need a minute, or have you all taken your breaks?
Ready.
You're ready.
Okay.
Take it away,
So,
Commissioner.
yes,
Picard.
thank you so much. I'll provide a quick refresh on what we introduced at the end of May. It went out for public notice, what the proposed ordinance for a moratorium does and doesn't do, and then Commissioner Hughes and I will tackle some of the changes based on all the exciting and very well thought out emails. Okay. So this is an ordinance imposing a 12-month moratorium on development approvals or the issuance of development permits for large-scale data center facilities, introduced by my colleague, Commissioner Hughes and I. So we spent 9 months, I was looking back, and when Project Juniper kind of broke the news, as well as now fast forward to Socorro County, I've been looking at with Olivia Padilla and then along with Commissioner Hughes, the trends around data centers, particularly in rural areas, and then comparing with and meeting with the National Association of Counties. Last month, we heard subject matter expertise, testimonies, and presentation when we introduced this from the Western Resource Associates. They also presented at the Next Generation Water Summit a couple weeks ago. They talked about and we asked National Association of Counties. They have a data center technical assistance. They provided testimony. And we also asked Bernalillo County, who put forward a data center resolution, to also testify. So basically, what does this do? This is about prevention, not prohibition forever. It's putting a meaningful pause on new applications, and it gives our staff, as it's proposed tonight, but we are reconsidering the timeline, for up to at least a year on improving new large-scale or just data center facilities in Santa Fe. We're very concerned about water. We thrive on water in our land, in our community, in our culture here, and so that's very critical. And it suspends acceptance, processing, and issuance of development permits for qualifying data centers. It directs our county staff to develop special regulations around water, energy, noise, environmental justice, fiscal impact, and more. It does not affect existing businesses, government IT, ordinary server rooms, or small-scale computing. The time is right for this right now, and we're being preventative. We're not waiting for an application to come forward. As your county governance, we know it's important to take this next step around setting up guardrails, protecting our environment, our earth, our water, and our communities. So, prevention is good for governance, and governance is good for our businesses. And I just want to highlight the biggest risk here is around looking at single use. So we've considered for this round cumulative impact, environmental justice outcomes. Commissioner Hughes will talk about the megawatts baseline point. And we've proposed, and I've just handed out to our other commissioners, 8 additional amendments based on I believe it was, we have to date about 155 emails that came through. Olivia Padilla and I, my constituent services liaison, has put all of those into Civic Track. We've produced a PDF. A lot of them were templates. I want to thank Earth Care and Yucca for taking the lead. I saw it posted on your Facebook. We're not allowed to have interactions with all of you, so I just want all of you to know your voice has been heard and your concerns have been read. Again, this ordinance addresses water, consumption limits, peak demand analysis, acequia and aquifer protections, energy, including grid capacity analysis, renewable energy integration, ratepayer cost protection with the environment, air quality monitoring, diesel generator emissions, noise standards, including low-frequency noise, and the community, environmental justice, public participation, and accountability, liability insurance, decommissioning bonds. These are things that are mentioned. I want to highlight, it's a moratorium. It's not the guardrails. The guardrails will come later when our staff have time for widespread meetings, consultations, subject matter expertise, and meetings. So we don't have to throw everything in the kitchen sink in here because our staff has the liberty to add. So we're just setting the parameters of what we want them to consider. And Commissioner Hughes, please, thank you for your patience for allowing me to give that explanation. Please add your additions.
Yeah, so when we wrote this ordinance, we first had 100 megawatts as sort of a placeholder, and I thought about it and investigated, and we reduced it to 1 megawatt. 1 megawatt is about the amount of electricity used by almost 1,000 homes. So it's still a sizable amount of electricity, but not anywhere close to the hyperscale data centers. So are we going to make this moratorium apply to any data center that uses 1 megawatt or more? And that should be a sufficient moratorium on all this stuff until we get the guardrails set. And then all the stuff, like Commissioner Kakari-Stone said, our staff will have time to work on specific regulations around data centers, considering their water use and their electricity use, the air pollution produced by their water use, the noise, and other anything else. I think we included environmental justice in this recent one. So really, I think the way we have revised it, it's a very strong moratorium. I don't think we can go beyond 12 months because we would probably be challenged by I mean, it would be, we don't want to be challenged in court by what we do. So we don't want to go beyond 12 months, but I think we can extend it beyond 12 months if for some reason we're not ready a year from now to put in the ordinance with the new regulations. So with that, I think I'm finished.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Yes, sir.
So we do have translation services here today. And so for the folks that need translation help and for our translators, would you please introduce yourself? And this is going to be more for testimony and not for real-time, or is it for real-time translation for folks that are listening online, or are we going phrase by phrase translation?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So Chair Greene, okay.
Yes.
Yes, so to clarify, we have listening devices for simultaneous interpretation.
Fabulous.
For Spanish speakers in here, but not online. And we will do line-by-line consecutive interpretation for any testimony.
But yes, so thank you. Will you please announce the services available to those that are online or in the room that are available? Thank you.
Señoras y señores, tenemos servicios de interpretación simultánea para esta audiencia, así que si les gustaría escuchar la audiencia de forma simultánea en español, puede visitarnos a nosotros en el frente para recibir auriculares para escuchar.
Chair Greene, I'm going to ask if Daniel and the staff could maybe assess for those online who would need us to later send them a transcription in Spanish. I want to be sure they feel completely included in the changes that were made, even if we sent them, like Sarah always puts out a summary of the vote and what we talked about just for this section. I think that could be very focused. Thank you. And para revisar, hay cambios por la propuesta aquí. So we're having some changes to our proposed ordinance. And Commissioner Hughes and I just highlighted those. I don't know if folks have the headsets yet. It might be helpful, Chair Greene, I don't want to belabor it, but I think if we just race through the changes we made and then hear, that way people in the public who came ready to say, include this, it's like, yes, it's been included. Okay, thanks. Come up and say thank you if you want, or any additional comments.
Thank you. I do have some amendments as well, so would love to discuss as many as we can.
Are we ready for, does everyone have a headset that would need one? Okay, well, we should probably...
Si alguien necesita traducción, tenemos orelíneas. Discúlpame más. Yo hablo más portugués que español, mas usted va a entenderme portugués y ella va a traducir un poquito más. Si alguien necesita ayuda, levanta mano, por favor.
Okay, are we ready? Almost casi.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and go through this. Um,
3 minutes. Okay, guys, sorry. We're going to hold for 3 minutes while we get all the translation services lined up. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. We have a request, Chair Greene, for the text to be enlarged. And I'll read them. Okay. Okay, we got a thumbs up. ¿Estamos listos? Okay. Okay, great. So first of all, the first change we made was to take out the word large scale. Again, we heard you from all the memos. Commissioner Hughes and I have considered the majority of recommendations. So that has been changed in the title, in Section 1, and Section 2 in definitions. Large scale has been taken out. Commissioner Hughes was very wise. He put the capacity and lowered the 100 megawatts or greater to 1 megawatt. And so that's the threshold. We'll go to page 2. Section 3, again, we've omitted large scale, so it just reads data centers in Section A, all the way throughout. Section 3B, water resources, the same. Large scale has been omitted. In Section 3C, large scale has been omitted. Section 3D, the same, large scale, omitted, to only read data centers. 3E, large scale, omitted. Please see Section 3E4. We have added, for those of you who requested more robust community engagement and stakeholder involvement, it reads now the addition, public hearings and workshops to solicit community input, evaluation, and recommendation, with the added from diverse residents, including pueblos and tribal governments, acequia associations, and other agricultural operators, rural landowners, historical and traditional villages, and community and residential organizations. Sections 3F, large scale, omitted throughout. We will go to page 4. Section 3G, large scale, omitted. We are now on Section 4, large scale, omitted. Section 5, moratorium itself, large scale, omitted. And that is Section 5A, B, C. We are now on Section 6, large scale, omitted. Moving along to Section 7, the prioritization of regulations, large scale, omitted throughout the introductory paragraph. Section 7C, Commissioner Hughes and I have added to read citing criteria and land use compatibility standards. The new addition is in blue. For those of you who do not see colors, I will read it. Including equity-centered siting standards, cumulative burden assessments for environmental justice communities, and enhanced opportunities for community participation. That is a new addition in Section 7C. Section 7E is new. I probably hit my 3-minute mark, huh? Okay. Section 7E, cumulative impact assessment is new. So CIA standards that consider aggregate water consumption, groundwater, and aquifer impacts, wastewater generation, electricity demand, diesel emissions, air quality, noise, and stormwater impacts of the proposed facility, and threats to acequia systems, in combination with other data center facilities located within a 1-mile radius, regardless of ownership. Again, I'm going slow because some of the words are more technical and take a little longer for translation, which is important. Section 7G is new. It reads ratepayer cost shifting risk analysis and standards regulating on-site diesel or other backup generators, including emissions and noise limits. Section 7H is new and reads solid waste and electronic waste management standards and facility decommissioning requirements, including financial assurance or liability bonding for site restoration. Yo voy a continuar. In section 7I, public, this is new. I and J are brand new. Public disclosure requirements for projected water use, energy use, infrastructure upgrades, and taxpayer-funded incentives or subsidies associated with the proposed facility. And section 7J, limitations on confidentiality or non-disclosure agreements that would restrict public participation in or governmental transparency regarding the review of data center applications. That concludes all the new additions, section 8, section 9, section 10, remove the 2 words large scale only to read data centers. That concludes the changes, and I turn it back over to the chair on behalf of Commissioner Hughes and I.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was very concise and well done. Commissioner Johnson had some comments and things.
So, okay, a lot to say. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-san. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Thank you to the public who has weighed in heavily on this. I really appreciate the line edits, and I agree with them. And they largely overlap with my recommendations. I did generate a list of recommendations. I want to thank Third Act New Mexico for some good feedback, New Energy Economy, and the host of people who wrote into us. I honestly think it was more than 150, but I didn't count. So I do have just a few. I tried to quickly move through them. My own document, because of quorum rules, couldn't be shared in advance. But I'm happy to just sort of move through the document. I really don't have that much to add. I think you captured most of it. First matter, so I'm now going to ask that the screen still have the document up on it, if that's possible. Sorry, Matt. Okay. Got it. I will take my time because of translation. The first is just that section 1, the ordinance shall be known as large-scale data is crossed out, so let's not cross that part out. So large-scale could, yeah. Cross out large-scale, please. I think that's amenable to everyone, right? It's just clerical. So, in section 2, in between, at the end of in the end of subsection E, I propose to add what is not included. So I'll just read this aloud. No need to type it out right this moment, and so the commission can kind of assent or disagree. Add underneath where the cursor is now, right above subsection F, the term does not include ordinary computer rooms, server closets, telecommunication rooms, or information technology equipment that is clearly incidental and accessory to a principal lawful use, such as an office, school, hospital, public building, agricultural operation, retail establishment, or small business, provided that such incidental equipment does not require separate high-capacity energy, water, cooling, utility, or direct supporting infrastructure beyond that ordinarily required for principal use. So I understand, and I just put a pin in it, that there's a discussion about the moratoriums period. I did recommend 24 months in my proposal, but I think that's worth clarifying for my further edification as to why that might be a liability for us. So just to put a pin in that. And then finally, in section 7, so we're going to move quickly through that part of the middle part of the document. So in section 7 on page 5, there is a sort of narrative paragraph about the county manager is directed to require county staff, et cetera. Instead of, or maybe, I'd like to add a paragraph after such regulation shall expand existing land use regulations to address specific conditions at a minimum. Either, I think striking that would flow with what I'm about to add. We can discuss. Adding to page 5, in developing the regulations required by this section, staff shall define study area boundaries appropriate to each category of impact, rather than applying a uniform radial buffer. At a minimum, staff shall use, airsheds as the geographic unit for air quality and heat emission impacts, watersheds and aquifer recharge zones as the geographic unit for water consumption and groundwater impacts, and view sheds as the geographic unit for light and visual impacts. And a subsequent paragraph saying, in carrying out the directives, of this section, the county manager shall ensure that the regulatory development process includes the public hearings and workshops required by section 3E.4 of this ordinance, and shall convene a community working group comprising of residents, affected community members, subject matter experts, and relevant agency representatives to inform the development of regulations. The working group shall provide recommendations regarding future regulations governing data centers. The county manager shall ensure that industry stakeholders do not dominate decision-making. So I understand that that may also be added elsewhere, commissioners. I am amenable to paring it down to not be overly wordy, and just so that legal knows I have a typed version of this. And then finally, in section 7, it could go anywhere, but I just wanted to address light impacts. So section 7, in my document, it is F, so it would not be F, it would be K. Light and glare, so add a section 7, subsection K, light and glare impact standards, including standards governing exterior lighting, luminance levels, and cumulative sky glow effects, assessed at the viewshed scale and developed in coordination with the New Mexico Environment Department, the New Mexico Night Sky Protection Act, and affected community stakeholders. And then a very small change. I think this would capture what I had recommended in my documents I. Instead, in your documents H, after solid waste, add comma wastewater, comma, and electric e-waste, which is already there.
Wastewater and what?
So on H, waste, solid waste, comma, wastewater, comma, and then it continues as before.
And if I may for a second,
please.
Similarly, there's a fine line between wastewater and solid waste called sludge.
You want to add sludge?
Sure.
Yes.
And everyone coming here tonight for a public comment is probably thought you didn't know we were going to get into the weeds.
Yeah.
So, Attorney Boyd, I do have a document. I will highlight what I just recommended for you if the commissioners agree, and it will make it much easier for your team to add this. So I appreciate your consideration on this matter. I greatly appreciate the public who, Glenn Weichel and I had many conversations about this, and he was a very good advocate for this. And I learned a lot in my conversations with him. So I want to thank him. I think he's in the audience. I respectfully request those additions. Thank you.
Okay. And Chair Greene, I don't know, I wrote down what Commissioner Johnson recommended. So when we're done and you have some recommendations and possibly Commissioner Bustamante, I want to review them just for the record and the court stenographer. Thank you for the commission stenographer, sorry.
And just for the record, I don't have any problems with Commissioner Johnson's additions.
How about my sludge? No, just kidding.
You can have the sludge.
Well, so I appreciate all of these additions.
Commissioner Johnson?
Huh?
Is Commissioner Johnson done? Yes. You are.
And I also support the 7 items, so thank you. Pull back.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Those all to say it makes good sense is an understatement. So I'm very grateful that you were able to read those into the document, and it largely addresses those concerns that came through our email. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
No, thank you.
Okay. So for my comments, I wasn't quite ready to go to the 1 megawatt point. I did not see advocacy in that space, but if that's the will of the other commission members, so be it. I was concerned about what is called serial development, which is when a facility is developed, let's say somebody gets a facility developed under this exemption, but then is allowed to expand in incremental units of 1 megawatt or 10 megawatts, whatever becomes allowable, in repeated fashion in successive permitting. So a paragraph that includes no serial development allowed, no facility developed under this exemption shall be allowed to expand its operation for a period of 5 years, limiting serial development. And I'm sure our attorney can wordsmith that to make sure that that limits that.
Chair Greene, just for the record, under what section do you want that added?
I don't know where that would go. That would go maybe its own section, because I've seen it as its own standalone section in land use ordinances.
So it could go as a definition and as part of the provisions in the moratorium.
Correct.
Okay.
Under section 7, all of those things, I did want to make sure that solid waste disposal was a part of this. E-waste, electronic disposal, produced water, which is wastewater, but produced water in this case, and sludge being that sort of that space in between solid waste and wastewater. Also to include restrictions on groundwater pumping and water rights requirements in the ordinance, the future ordinance development, to make sure that, if somebody's, going to be pumping groundwater, that we do aquifer impact study. We talked about a decommissioning bond. I think that's great. We talked about lighting to protect our dark skies. I think that's wonderful. Some of these facilities have safety and security requirements, either public safety, policing, security, or fire. I think we talked about that, but I do want to make sure that that's included in there, that that's not borne by the county. Other developer-paid infrastructure improvements, such as road, fiber optics, utilities, sewer, water extensions, are addressed in the new ordinance, not necessarily in this moratorium, but make sure that when staff produces a new ordinance that we take into consideration that these have to be developer paid and not a burden on the county. And then lastly, to make sure that the review process and type of entitlements, whether it's a special use by right or whatever process is put forward, that it has robust and repeated review by both the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners, so that this doesn't become something that just becomes an automatic. I'd love it to all be renewable energy in the future, but you know, that's part of the new ordinance.
Chair Greene, thank you so much. Again, so grateful for very thoughtful fellow commissioners and all the public that came out to send emails. Let me just clarify what you're asking for the record and for Sarah and Attorney Boyd. Some of your comments were you want to see it as the next ordinance after growth management and our team does a whole year of robust engagement and subject matter expertise. So, but what you want in this is language added to the section solid waste to produced water and sludge as two
other areas that are considered. Honestly, if we're going to a 1 megawatt limit, these are all things more in the future.
Okay. Okay,
in the new ordinance. Yes,
okay,
Commissioner
Chair Greene.
Thank you. I did have one other question. Commissioner Hughes had said that 12 months flagged it for, would be flagged for potential litigation, but the recommendation from Johnson was 24 months. And the 12 months, if it were starting even right now, or is it 12 months starting in January of 2027? Or would the 24 months, do you feel that that would still be acceptable? Attorney Boyd, I'm getting the signal to look at you.
Chair Greene, Commissioner Bustamante, the Supreme Court upheld a significantly longer development moratorium in a case arising out of a development moratorium from Lake Tahoe. Ultimately, the question is how much time does staff need to develop regulations? And the ordinance as drafted allows the board to extend the moratorium if staff needs more time. So if you choose to extend the moratorium length to 24 months, I would recommend that there be some testimony from staff that substantiates the need for a moratorium of that length. I think that 12 months is the number that's been, that was in some New Mexico cases before the Supreme Court case I just mentioned. So the New Mexico courts have looked at a 12-month moratorium as reasonable. And so that's I think where the original length came from. And again, so I think ultimately you all need to have some basis to arrive at the length that you prefer, and that should be based on the amount of time that you believe is needed to draft regulations.
Attorney Boyd, is it a simple maneuver to do a 12-month moratorium now with then, instead of having to renew an ordinance, but to extend an ordinance and one renewal of up to 1 year by vote of the BCC 30 days before the expiration of the current moratorium? Want to make it easy, but to,
Chair Greene, and now we'll go back to Attorney Boyd. Section 10, effective date, Section 10B states, repealed 12 months from its effective date, provided that the board may extend the effective period for additional reasonable periods of time if, in its legislative direct discretion, such extension is warranted. Attorney Boyd, this allows us to extend it without naming 24 months or another arbitrary date, correct?
Chair Greene, Commissioner Bustamante, it's not arbitrary. It's, I think what you're doing right now is legislating and deciding how long you think it will take for staff to adopt regulations. And so if that number is 12 months, then you could adopt that number and you could extend it later if it turns out that staff needs more time, or you could select 24 months and extend that number further if you believe staff needs more time at the end of that period. Again, what you're deciding today is just how much time you think that staff needs to develop the regulations you are asking staff to develop.
Okay, Chair Greene, Attorney Boyd, so we could set the baseline at maybe 18 months. And then, but this, the way it's written, allows us to extend it. That's what I'm trying to clarify with you.
Chair Greene and Commissioner Kakari Stone, yes, you are allowed to extend the moratorium under the
Then
draft.
rather than doubling the time, I'd like to say a year and a half. If they finish sooner, great, we move it forward, right? Okay, so I'm proposing a compromise of 18 months as a baseline, knowing that we can extend it further if needed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair Greene. My only, I guess the part of my question was if it starts as soon as it's adopted, that wouldn't necessarily be as much time. But I'm hearing that, you know, if it's like, oh, they passed it last night, so by Friday they get started, that type of. So if there was a date that was kind of out there that says you're going to pull the, you know, you're going to pull the chain on this and we're going to get going. I don't know. I was just trying to find a way for staff to have more time, but if you're comfortable, I'm good with you.
Well, Attorney Boyd, when would this start? If we passed it today?
Chair Greene, it's effective immediately.
Great.
Great. Okay.
That answer your question?
So, Chair Greene, Commissioner Bustamante, Commissioner Johnson, is 18 months amenable to you as our baseline, a year and a half?
Yes.
I should ask also to Commissioner Hughes.
You should ask me, but yes, 18
he's
months
our-
is fine.
He's our co-champion here, so.
So, and I'm going to ask staff, because the staff need more than 18 months to produce revised land use guidance. Oops, they may not be here. They're letting us talk amongst ourselves. Okay. It's, yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, hopefully. Alex, did you raise?
She's online.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Alex, go ahead, please. Director Ladd?
Sorry about that. Chair Greene, members of the commission, I think 18 months is sufficient. Certainly the language is because we know we would start with the best practices and move from there. So we're not reinventing any wheels. The community engagement piece, we will need extra assistance with that because that is quite time consuming and we're not really set up in the land use office to do that level of engagement. So I will work with the sponsoring commissioners offline to come up with what that looks like.
Chair Greene, Ms. Ladd, thank you so much. I'm going to ask all those who are part of environmental organizations tonight to provide Sarah Smith with a list to support Ms. Ladd and her team in terms of the organizations and networks to engage with. So we don't have to start all over from scratch one. So that's just a request because there's so much expertise. So Chair Greene, are we ready to move forward with just summarizing? So I know we have to go to public comment, but I wanted the public to hear what again was proposed here so we can have a clear vote. I want to make sure Commissioner Hughes is okay with everything, and I can quickly summarize.
Yep.
Okay, item number 1 in terms of an amendment to Commissioner Hughes and I's amendment is to put back in the word data on page 1 under section 1. The second proposed amendment from Commissioner Johnson is to add the statement that he highlighted, which he also sent electronically to Sarah Smith and Attorney Boyd, correct? That starts with the paragraph, the term does not include ordinary computer rooms, so it's the exclusions, okay? Item number 3, we addressed around the 18 months. Item number 4, Commissioner Johnson asked to add to section 7 the paragraph that starts with, in developing the regulations required by this section, staff shall define study area boundaries, etc. At a minimum, staff shall use air sheds, etc. So it is a robust paragraph, so I just want to be sure the staff has that paragraph.
Chair Greene, Commissioner Kakarstan, we haven't received the language yet from
Okay.
Commissioner Johnson, but
Okay. Okay. Okay, so Commissioner Johnson will be copy and pasting, and I'm just highlighting it so you can tag it. Amendment and addition, number 5 is the paragraph that's chunky, again, to go into section 7, and it starts with, in carrying out the directives of this section, the county manager shall ensure that the regulatory development process includes public hearings, workshops, and it goes into additional language around the working groups, etc. The amendment addition number 6 to insert into section 7, which Commissioner Johnson has highlighted F, as in Frank, light and glare impact standards. So it's the light regulations and considerations, and coordination with the New Mexico Environment Department and Night Sky Protection Act program. And I just want to be sure, out of respect for you, Commissioner Greene, most of your comments were very welcome and very thoughtful, but they were for the future ordinance. Did we miss anything besides adding the sludge and the waste section?
No, ma'am. You covered almost all of my issues that I had. My concern is just in waste and solid waste that classifies in the in-between of wastewater and solid waste.
Yes, Chair Greene, that would be section 7H, as in Henry. And what is it you would like additionally?
Just
Anything?
make sludge.
We added sludge.
That's
Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
We're going to call you Chair Greene, AKA the Sludge Man. Commissioner Hughes, any other summaries? We love it. We love it.
No, I think you covered it.
Okay.
I think we should go to public comment.
I think so too. So I hope the public has heard. We've heard you. And Chair Greene, it's up to you and the staff. How do you want to handle the next part of the public comment?
So, folks, I want to see a show of hands. How many of you think that we've addressed the issues that you came to talk about? How many of you think we didn't? Interesting. Okay. Again, how many think that we have addressed what you were concerned about? Please raise your hand. Don't be bashful. And then how many of you did not? Okay. And then how many of you would like to speak still? Okay, don't be bashful there unless you physically can't do it. Okay, thank you. This is a public meeting. We will have public comment. And so please approach the microphone, form a single file line. Whether you're for or against this, we would love to hear your comments. You will get sworn in. Yes, this is a sworn in. Yes, you will get sworn in en masse. And when you go to speak, you're going to be asked your name, your address, and an understanding that you are under oath. The county clerk will swear you in momentarily, and so please approach the mic. If you physically cannot stand for a few minutes, please take a seat near the front, but please get sworn in all together here for time.
Mr. Chair?
Chair,
Yes.
Chair Greene, I'm sorry. If you folks could speak at a good, moderate pace, because we are doing translation, very loud. Thank you.
Microphone right to your mouth so people at home can hear these things. And we're going to do 2 minutes per person. Be specific. If there are things that we missed, be specific, please, because we'll try to incorporate them in if we can, if they seem reasonable. And if there are things that you're against, please be specific as well. We'd love to hear your voice in this. So, Clerk Clark will swear you in. Please raise your, yes, 2 minutes. That's right. Clerk Clark, over here, We'll
Hi.
swear you all in. Please follow her direction.
Please raise your right hand. Everybody, raise your right hand. And who's standing in line, please? Raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? When you reach the microphone, for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Okay, and we'll remind you as you go.
Thank you. Welcome, and you're first.
Thank you. My name is Nara Shed. My address is 1023 Siringo Rondo East, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87507.
And you are under, and I am.
And I am under oath, and I understand that. Thank you. I greatly appreciate everything that you presented and agree with everything. There was one issue I just wanted to mention, as whether it's an ad for this ordinance or a future ordinance. There was a recent article that I originally saw through KUNM, and I've Googled it, and many places are reporting this issue of data centers being, whether it's the location itself or done as a separate event, but bringing in modular nuclear to power those data centers. And so I noticed there was nothing mentioned about how to moderate that or it create standards for whether or not they're allowed to incrementally add modular nuclear over time, what the criteria for that might be relative, again, to all the things that you spoke about, water, air quality, the solid waste, and then this may or may not be for the commission here, I'm not sure, but also if this is happening nationwide, does New Mexico become the repository of the solid waste at WIP? And that's my full comment. I appreciate so much what you guys have done with the
Thank you. We appreciate your comments too. Thanks for bringing that up.
Hi, my name is Grace Dukes. I'm from Albuquerque, and I am under oath. Good evening. My name is Grace Dukes, and I'm a renter in Albuquerque, here because water doesn't stop at the county line. Neither does private equity. I came tonight with a list of asks, and watching your amendments come up on that screen, I realized I can put that list down. You met them all. You dropped the threshold from 100 megawatts to 1, clearing the loophole that would have let a 99 megawatt facility sail right through while protecting nobody but the developers betting you wouldn't notice. 1 megawatt is about what 1,000 homes pull, still real, but nowhere near a hyperscale campus. You didn't pick a round number and hope you move the line to where the harm actually starts. You named environmental justice, ratepayer cost shifting, so the rest of us aren't quietly paying these corporations' power bills, diesel generators, e-waste, decommissioning bonds, so a company can't drink our water for a decade, and leave the wreckage for us. You require public disclosure of real water and energy use. You restricted the NDAs that keep people in the dark while the wealthy get the full picture. And you named pueblos, tribal governments, and acequia associations as the people who actually get consulted. That is exactly the kind of proactive governance we never get and always deserve. Too often, this only happens after the harm is done, after the water is gone, after the bill lands, after a community's already paid for it. You didn't wait. You did this prevention before there's a single application on the table, and you did it because we wrote in and you listened. Because private equity has a playbook for places like ours. Move fast, sign quietly, pull out what they can, and be gone before anyone adds up the cost. What you did tonight is refuse to run their play on their terms. So I'm not here to push anymore. I'm here to say thank you and to ask you to pass this and to remember this feeling the next time someone tells you that government can't move until people get hurt. It can, and you just proved it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, hold the applause. We got,
My name is Zephyr Jaramillo. I reside in Isleta Pueblo, New Mexico, and I am under oath.
thank you.
Good evening, County Commissioners. My name is Zephyr Jaramillo, and I'm here on behalf of Youth United for Climate Crisis Action, or YUCCA. We are a statewide group of young people fighting for a livable climate and our future. We are here tonight in support of New Mexico's first ever proactive data center moratorium. Thank you, Commissioners Lisa Kakari Stone and Commissioner Hank Hughes, for introducing this ordinance. Thank you so much for hearing our concerns and reducing the threshold to 1 megawatt and adding environmental justice impacts to the scope of the study and the protections to be developed. We know that communities living near these water and energy-intensive facilities are experiencing considerable harm, even at smaller scales, so thank you for hearing us. We are so relieved that you've added environmental justice and cumulative health impact concerns. Our communities are already facing generational harm. For example, the recent developments in Raton, New Mexico, and that threatens several Pueblo tribes' sovereignty. YUCCA fights for environmental justice, and we are grateful that the model ordinance being considered here today is modeled around the needs of frontline and disproportionately impacted communities. As we move forward, we will be engaging our communities throughout this process. Democracy and transparency is so important, so thank you for recognizing that data center deals should never happen behind closed doors. We hope that the regulations we develop together over the next year will include the mandate of public disclosure and restricting the use of NDAs. Thank you for ensuring that frontline communities are front and center as we work together to shape decisions about our futures. You have created a strong roadmap for how local governments can put communities over corporate profits as data center extraction continues to rapidly expand. Thank you again to the sponsors and to the whole commission for making critical amendments to strengthen this proposed ordinance and address the full scope of the risks that AI data centers pose and protect our communities' land, air, water, and future. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta y comisionados. I want to say in Spanish because we have some community you speak in Spanish, that's why. Thank you. Mi nombre es Miriam Luébano y vivo en Riverside, en Southside.
Momentito, por favor, Chair. Discúlpame, if we could start the time over. If we can pause to repeat what she said in English, please. So for the community and the other commissioners. She's going to say it in Spanish, but if we can translate in English at the mic. Thank you. Is that okay, Chair? Okay.
Do you want to do it afterwards? Are you able to do it after, or do you need it piece by piece?
We've discussed, and she has it written down. So I am going to let her give her whole speech, and then I will read her written statement.
Gracias. Okay.
Thank you.
Empieza la otra.
Mi nombre es Miriam Luébano y vivo en Riverside, una comunidad que está en Southside. Soy residente del Condado de Santa Fe y coordinadora comunitaria en la organización de ERCER, donde trabajamos en la campaña Vecindades. Quiero agradecerles por escuchar la voz de la comunidad y por incorporar nuestras recomendaciones en este proyecto. Apreciamos especialmente las enmiendas que fortalecen la justicia ambiental, considerando los impactos acumulativos, promover una mayor transparencia y garantiza una mejor protección para nuestras comunidades. Estas acciones representan un paso importante para proteger nuestros recursos naturales, la salud y la calidad de vida de nuestras familias y nuestros niños del área sur, al tiempo que fortalecen la participación de la comunidad en las decisiones que afectan nuestro futuro. Gracias una vez más por su tiempo, por escuchar a la comunidad y por su compromiso con el bienestar de todas las familias del Condado de Santa Fe.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Good afternoon, commissioners and board members. My name is Miriam Luevano. I live at 3832 Riverside Drive, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I am a resident of Santa Fe County and community coordinator in Earth Care, where we work for the Vecindades, or neighborhood campaign. I want to thank you for listening to the voice of the community and for incorporating our recommendations in this proposal. We especially appreciate the amendments that strengthen environmental justice and consider the cumulative impacts, promote a better transparency, and guarantee better protections for our communities. These actions represent an important step in protecting our natural resources and the health and quality of life of the families of Santa Fe County. At the same time, strengthening the community participation in decisions that affect our future. Thank you for your time, for listening to our community, and for your commitment to the well-being of all the families of Santa Fe County.
Thank you very much. Gracias para todo. Próximo.
Hello, my name is.
You can lift the microphone, make your life easier. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rochelle Pena. I'm coming from Albuquerque, and I am under oath. Thank you for your time and all the amendments. I've had to change a lot of my meeting just because you've already acknowledged a lot of the changes I was wanting. My name is Rochelle, and for the past 4 years, I have served communities across New Mexico in emergency and acute care. Throughout this work, I have witnessed firsthand the devastating consequences of New Mexico's long history, nuclear, gas, and oil extractions on our communities. I fear that the expansion of AI data centers will only continue to push communities that are already struggling even into deeper crisis. All right. I'll never forget the cries of a family that have learned that their family's loved ones. Cancer has been metastasized after years of living near nuclear waste. I'll never forget the sounds of a child struggling to breathe because they have an asthma exacerbation due to poor and worsening air quality. Or having to put a woman on life support who has been her body violently rejecting contaminated water that she's having to rely on just to get through a work shift. I'm here talking to you today because I fear that those communities are always forgotten whenever we talk about these expansions and oil extractions. Yes. For too long, our most vulnerable communities have borne the burdens of systemic disinvestment at the hands of corporate profiteers and polluters and policymakers who repeatedly prioritize private interests over the health and well-being of our people. New Mexicans do deserve better. And this is an opportunity to stand up for New Mexicans, and I like to think that we all are working with these people in mind, okay? So thank you so much for all the amendments you made, and I hope we can continue this work throughout the South and North communities. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Catherine Shira. I live here in Santa Fe, and I understand that I am under oath. This evening, I would just like...
Could you repeat your name, please?
Sure. It's Catherine Shira.
Okay. And if you live in Santa Fe, can you give us your address, please?
Sure. It's 1018.5 Canyon Road, Apartment C. Yes, so this evening I would really like to just give the commissioners a little, first I'd like to thank you for bringing forward this moratorium and for all of these additions which will make it even stronger. I can't even begin to express my gratitude for your efforts. But I would like to just give you a little bit more detail about two of the serious public health impacts that are associated with data centers, just so that you can sort of grasp the depth of the impacts that these facilities can bring. The first of these concerns is data center noise. At a recent forum on this topic, it was heartbreaking to hear the stories of lives utterly turned upside down by the incessant noise of nearby data centers. Produced by cooling systems, diesel backup generators, and other machinery, data center noise is extremely intrusive, both because its impacts are felt day in and day out, and because it contains low-frequency components that are not mitigated by sound barriers or typical setback distances. One forum participant spoke of the torment he felt trying to fall asleep to the ceaseless drone of diesel generators night after night, and of his anger and frustration at hearing them again the moment he awakened. Local authorities ignored his request for public records. The owners of the data center merely suggested he move out of the area. Surely driving local residents from their homes is not a legitimate solution to data center developers' noise problem. And then the second concern that I'd just like to briefly describe is potential impacts on municipal water supplies. Peak data center water demands can place tremendous strain on local water systems, leaving nothing for domestic, commercial, or municipal uses. A dramatic example of the latter occurred during the first hours of the Palisades fire last year, when, due to multiple demands on the system, water pressure dropped precipitously and fire hydrants ran dry. To guard against such an outcome, it is essential for municipal planners to have information about data center peak water demand, not just total water consumption. A recent study found that community waterworks across the U.S. will require billions of dollars in new infrastructure to meet data center water demands during peak usage.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you've noticed, but this is going well beyond time.
Has it gone over 2 minutes? I'm sorry. Yep. So thank you. And these were issues that I think we addressed. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there. My name is Bianca Saposi-Belknap. I live at 525 Catherine Avenue, and I understand that I'm under oath. Thanks. Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. I had a whole speech, but like so many folks, y'all just totally made it obsolete with all your great amendments. I wanted to still come up here and thank you. I work with Earth Care, and we engage young people and community members in decision-making processes that impact their lives. And I have to say that it's unfortunately becoming less and less the case that folks give their input and feel heard. Unfortunately, our democracy is under attack, and we're really seeing the erosion of democracy through all levels of government. And so I'm standing here tonight to just thank you for doing democracy right, and putting your proposal out there, receiving feedback, engaging in such rigorous analysis yourselves, and creating a really, really amazing ordinance. I want you to know that folks all over the state are watching. We're really proud that this is the first proactive moratorium, and I'm glad that you have the flexibility around the time period. I will say that it's going to take a lot of work from all of us to create the actual ordinance and the protections that we're all imagining and need, and that communities are also going to be watching for that. A lot of counties across the state and cities don't have the resources we have here in Santa Fe County, so the work you all are doing to develop these really rigorous regulations so that we can put forward a model, protective ordinance is going to really matter, not just here, but throughout the state. So I just commend you. I thank you. The worst is engaging young people in the democratic process and having them share their concerns and then having those fall on deaf ears. So I just want to thank you again for being the leaders that we need. Thank you.
Okay, folks, everybody's doing great except for the applause. We get you. So thank you. Raise your hands, do the old occupy thing, keep it quiet.
He already did an oath, so he just needs to do name, address, and he understands he's under
And please, yes,
Please,
name,
thank you.
address, and an understanding that you're under oath, or not. You don't have to, yes. But if you want to testify, you have to be under oath, so please.
My name is Jeremy Gray. My address is 485 Bishop's Lodge, Santa Fe, 87501, and I understand that I'm under oath. So yeah, I'll start with the rest. Thanks for your hard work. I know y'all are tired. Appreciate the specific language on single megawatt, advocating for transparency in the deals, and just general importance of climate security and such. Something it sounds like I missed, but maybe you did address was noise. So I just wanted to put that out and second the woman that said that. And then, yeah, just share a little bit of encouragement, encourage continued attention to what I would call thrift, care, and nurture over exploitation in our governmental policy. I appreciate what you have done, and wanted to offer continued support for the challenges that are going to lie ahead in, manifesting what you've written, holding your lines. That's, I think, the next challenge. So just wanted to presence that. Would be important to me is just to remember to hold sacred the basic needs of our air, trees, water, animals, and human beings. So in summary, good job. It's going to take a lot more, and I think we're going to need each other to do it. So it's my first time commenting at one of these. I'll try and get regular, so thanks for the opportunity to do that.
Thank you for coming down. Good job, guys.
Hi, I'm Glenn Weichel. I live in District 4, and I understand I am under oath.
Sir, what is your, can you pronounce your name again and give us your address?
Glenn Weichel, W-I-K-L-E, from District 4.
But your address?
Can we go with district?
As part of our oath process, I don't know, it's up to the chair.
All right, 2006 Conejo Drive. I'm a retired power systems engineer and computer scientist who has designed and maintained server clusters housed in what were once the largest data centers in this country. These are otherworldly, limited access warehouses full of high-powered electronics and a never-ending drone of cooling fans. I know what they are, and I know what they do to communities around them. I want to say clearly this board is showing leadership by acting before there's a data center proposal on the table and before the extremely well-funded AI lobbying machine gets a foothold in our government. This moratorium is proactive, and this community recognizes it. Third act, New Energy Economy and Yucca are united in supporting a moratorium and asking for the amendments that you have heard to make a stronger moratorium. I had a little trouble following all the amendment language, so I'm just going to mention a few things I hope got in there. The first one is that the 1 mile radius seems limited for certain impacts. As we heard from another speaker, air and water do not respect county lines, and they don't respect a 1 mile radius. I think that might have been replaced with staff shall define boundaries, but maybe we'll hear about that later. My second concern was, did you get in monitoring requirements to monitor water and electric usage at these facilities? Because it's very important to know if they're adhering to our expectations or expanding. And the last one is waste heat impacts. This is a relatively new field of study with data centers, and we're seeing that heat is making its way to neighborhoods and impacting air quality in ways we don't even yet understand, like creating ozone. So those are my concerns if you haven't addressed them.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to add that this county houses the seat of state government, and as Bianca said, because you drafted an ordinance well, it could very well become a model for other counties in this state. So do your best work. It could potentially turn into state legislation.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for adopting
We
the
appreciate your help. Thank you.
Hello. You were not in line when I did the oath, so I'm just going to do it again for the two. No, you can. We're just going to take the two people who are the next group. So.
Anybody else that is going to
anyone who
testify
wants
can please
to join in,
get
it'll
in line
save
at
us
this
some
point.
And is anyone else going to testify? Great. Okay, excellent. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And before you speak, for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paulina Oliver Cipres, and I reside in 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca. And I am under oath.
Yes.
I see you. Hello, I've spoken with many young people. I'm here on behalf of Earth Care. I'm a volunteer here. And I would like to represent the voices that I've heard on the communities of the South Side in Santa Fe and the young people at St. John's College that have expressed their doubts and their concerns about the consequences of a data center built here in New Mexico. Most concerns have been touched here in this meeting, so I'm very grateful for that. I'm very grateful that you are hearing the voice of the young people. I would like to invite everyone in this room to just really be aware that this will impact the future of New Mexico. So I would like us to just take a moment and just really consider what is the legacy that we're gonna leave our children of Santa Fe and just New Mexico, what kind of lessons we're trying to teach by giving away natural resources in order for data centers to be built, and yeah, what kind of morality do we want to follow in New Mexico? So yeah, just consider what kind of sacrifices are we willing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jackson Calhoun. I reside at 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca, and I am under oath. I just had like two kind of concerns or maybe questions. I would love answers if you are allowed to do that, about like loophole potential, because I like to think about these things. And the first was you allowed computer rooms or something like that. Like there's some clarification that a data center is not a computer room. And I was confused by that because what computer room would use a gigawatt of power anyways and be confused for a data center, which then made me think, well, what if it could be confused? What if you made a 50 gigawatt computer room, which I don't know if that's possible, but seemed like something potentially problematic. And then the other one is making 100 1 gigawatt data centers seems like maybe just a language to say you can't make a whole bunch of little tiny ones in one spot or something like that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was what the concept of serial development was, to make sure that you couldn't do 101 megawatts. But thank you for bringing that up. Ma'am, can you get sworn in? Or
She did. She just
did she?
She did.
Okay.
Did I?
Well,
yeah.
if
You raised your right hand. Oh, okay. Cool. Hello. My name is Emilia Serna. And sorry, can you remind me of what we're supposed to? Oh. Is it? Okay, so my name is Emilia Serna, and my address is 9022 Claremont Avenue Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I am testifying under oath.
Thank you.
Me and my friend here voted that you did not address our concerns because it was not addressed that the people behind the Project Jupiter continue to lie and deceive about what they are going to comply or not comply with. Our concern is, how can we trust any statement they put out? How are we holding them to account when they inevitably overstep a boundary that we've set when we already know them to be deceitful? For example, they started out by saying that they would only take 500,000 gallons of water a day. Then they changed that number to 300,000 per day. And then they changed it again to 1 million per day, which I think we can all agree that the desert cannot sustain that and sustain our valuable landscapes. We understand that boundaries are being put in place to protect our already threatened air and water, but we want to know in more detail how you will hold them accountable.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're doing our best. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to testify into this? Okay, now we're going to go online. What you got, Daniel?
Mr. Chair, we have currently one person raising their hand online, and I'm going to try my best not to butcher this name. The speaker's name is, where did they go?
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams, would you pronounce your name for us so that we do not butcher it? Your first name, please.
Hi, I would actually be Miss Williams. It's
My
completely
apologies.
fine.
I'm very sorry.
That's completely fine. My name is Manonkti Kess Williams. I always go by Menti. I'm living at 431 Abaito Drive, Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87123. And I understand that I'm under oath.
And Ms. Williams, will you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear. Do you want me to like turn on my camera so you can see my hand?
I'm going to take your little hand raise as a sign of as a sign of raising the hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's good to go ahead. So I'm a UNM student at the University of New Mexico. I'm here in solidarity with Yucca. I've lived in Albuquerque and a couple of the surrounding areas for about 3 years now. It's not the longest time anyone can say they've lived anywhere, but I've been moving around constantly throughout my life, and Albuquerque, the state of New Mexico, and all of its people have become a home to me, and it's a precious one at that. I fully support putting a moratorium in place on data center development. I believe that long-term benefits require long-term efforts. Rushing these projects under the guise of jobs and financial gain does not paint a picture of long-term consideration. Instead, I think it shows recklessness, and recklessness is a sign of carelessness. So this moratorium and the fact that you've already proposed so many of the amendments we've been asking for is a hopeful sign of care. So I'm going to skip forward to a side note I had about the language of defining IT load capacity. I'm not an expert on this. I just saw an article about it recently. But it seems like IT load capacity is often mixed up with things like utility and critical power. For example, utility power would be considered when you're looking at cooling infrastructure demands. So I think that maybe the different power usages, IT load, critical power, and utility could maybe be a little more determined separately while we're studying these things and considering them during the moratorium. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your effort, and thank you for your care.
Thank you very much. We have Mr. Dennis Kurtz here available. Dennis, please let the clerk swear you in, please.
Hi, Dennis. Will you raise
Hi.
your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Dennis Kurtz. I live at 42 San Marcos Road West in Santa Fe, and I understand that I'm under oath. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to the commissioners for their leadership on this issue. That's been said many times tonight, but I don't think that you can say thank you enough for the work that you've done. As Commissioner Hughes knows, I was advocating for a 3-year moratorium, so 18 months is a reasonable compromise. And given that, I'm suggesting a couple of things. In the definitions, Part E, where it says what's included, it says something like includes, da-da-da-da-da. I feel like the standard phrase includes but is not limited to should be put in there, because 18 months is a long, long time in the technology world, and I'd hate to see this moratorium jeopardized by some new development that we don't even know about today, that 12 months from now will be the hot topic. The second thing is that in Section 7, there are no real timelines. Words like shall immediately or expeditiously don't give the public a chance to really know what's happening when. So I strongly suggest that somewhere in this ordinance, there be some timelines that set it up so that the county staff will report on progress to the community in a formal way at least twice between now and the end of the 18-month period. And the last thing, thinking about Commissioner Greene's comments, I don't know if it's for this ordinance or another one, but in the SLDC, Chapter 9, community planning districts are defined, and I think that they should be explicitly mentioned in this ordinance as working with the county in order to decide if they want these kinds of developments in their communities. Community planning districts have the right to say no to this sort of thing, and that should be part of how this ordinance is written and how it is implemented. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dennis. Is there anybody else online that wishes to speak?
Mr. Chair, there are no other users online wishing to speak.
Amazing. Is there anybody else left in the chambers? It just feels like we missed something.
Mr. Chair, we did have another person raise their hand.
Here we are. Okay.
Shelley Manlev.
Shelley, would you please get sworn in by our clerk?
Hi, Shelley.
Thank you.
Hi, Shelley. Can you raise your right
Yes.
hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Shelley Manlev, and understand that I'm under oath for my testimony to be valid. Shall I also share my address?
Yes, please.
2663 Via Caballero del Norte, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Santa Fe County resident.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Shelley Manlev, and I'm the former executive director of Healthy Climate New Mexico, a statewide nonprofit that works with healthcare professionals and public health professionals, social workers, psychologists, working on climate issues. My colleague, Ashley Proud, the executive director, was here earlier. I just really want to commend the commissioners for their due diligence, for their deep listening, and thank you, really. I strongly support the ordinance and the kinds of issues that this presents as a model for our state and for other communities throughout the nation. So thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Shelley. That's it. Amazing. Is there anybody else in the chambers, just to make sure that we get all comers? Hearing none, I'm going to close public comment right now and turn it back over to the commissioners. Commissioners, final thoughts or further thoughts?
Yes, Chair Greene, as long as we're being comprehensive, in addition to the amendments that Commissioner Johnson made and your comments, I did want to ask if it's okay, Chair, with the process. Mr. Glenn Wickel mentioned the 1 mile radius. I was double checking. I think it was part of one of our emails. I would need a little bit of language. I was going to propose we add that. The other thing that Mr. Dennis Kurtz mentioned, I think is worth adding, is that we just add a statement, Attorney Boyd, that says that we have a report out the first 6 months on how are things going, and at the year benchmark, updates and progress to the BCC for community consumption. So that would be an additional language.
And that's in the concept of the new ordinance, once not in the moratorium.
No, this is for the moratorium, Chair Greene.
In the progress.
Yeah, we could add it towards the end, wherever Attorney Boyd suggests in what section, but that we do ask for updates. We did that with the Public Regulation Commission. So those are the two additions and listening to the community. But other than that, I think we overturned every stone. I do want to know what the artwork's about over there. So if there's a chance to share that, I'll go down here when we take a break.
Chair?
Yes.
So if I could address Commissioner Cacarison and Mr. Weichel's comment about the 1 mile radius. I don't find that in the current language, and I did add a new paragraph to section 7 that says, and he referenced this, in developing the regulations required by this section, staff shall define study area boundaries appropriate to each category of impact. So we remove a sort of arbitrary 1 mile radius from
I think that's perfect, thank you. I
And
think
then
that's
to
better.
address his other comment about heat is also mentioned in here, although now I don't have it in front of me. Actually in that same paragraph, staff shall evaluate heat emission impacts. So I believe that will characterize heat waste in that section.
That's
We
terrific.
could add air quality, heat emission, and heat waste impacts. So just add and heat waste after heat emissions.
And that's section 7,
It is the narrative section.
narrative section.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to pause, make sure Attorney Boyd and Ms. Smith have all the amendment language that was just tweaked by Commissioner Johnson.
Chair Greene, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, I think it would be helpful to have Commissioner Johnson reread that provision that he's suggesting being added to the narrative portion at the beginning of Section 7. I see Sarah is there, and she can read it out for you. Or you can read it out for her.
So the new section, and I emailed this to you and to Sarah, in developing the regulations required by this section, staff shall define study area boundaries appropriate to each category of impact rather than applying a uniform radial buffer. At a minimum, staff shall use airsheds as the geographic unit for air quality and heat emissions. So in that one clause after the colon, it should be struck and restated as airsheds as the geographic unit for air quality, comma, heat emission, comma, and heat waste impacts. Just adding comma, heat waste impacts and removing and. Thank you.
I think we've got that, Chair and Commissioner Johnson. On the comment about Commissioner Kakari-Stone's comment about periodic staff updates, I would only just note that this is an ordinance. It carries the force of law, and I think the remedy for violating the ordinance means you're committing a misdemeanor. So I think that my respectful suggestion would be that the board ask for updates from staff, which it has the authority and can do, rather than making staff potentially commit a misdemeanor if they don't provide an update on the timeline you're suggesting.
Thank you. Chair Greene, Attorney Boyd, you keep us in a good guardrail here. I know our staff always provides updates. I will be here at the 6-month and at the 12-month, and so many of us here, and we will request updates. And I know Commissioner Hughes and I probably will be touching base, and we'll commit to that, so thank you. If it's okay with the board and Chair Greene, can we move forward with the motion?
Yes, I do want to bring up the concept of serial development, and just to make sure that we're clear that if a proponent of a 1 megawatt facility wanted to do 50 of them, that it would not be either allowable, or it would be the burden wouldn't be lowered for them to just repeat this, and that serial development is sort of outlawed already, or?
Chair Greene, the ordinance adopts the same definition of development as is set forth in the Sustainable Land Development Code, which in turn defines development to include the construction of additions or substantial improvements to buildings, structures, or accessory structures. And so my recommendation, which I think has been, I would point to the 1 megawatt threshold as the operative term here. And if you all think that that's not strict enough, you should lower it further to prevent that. I think that's the cleanest way to approach that.
I guess my question is that strict enough for you to make, if somebody wanted to get to 100 megawatts or 10 megawatts by doing 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, do you think we would have, repeated oversight and ability to say, you can't do that?
Chair Greene, I think that the ordinance, again, it creates a moratorium for any data center facility that has an aggregate demand of more than 1 megawatt. And I think that the solution here would be to treat that scenario as one facility. The county's position vis-a-vis a quote unquote serial developer would be that you can't arbitrarily, create different buildings that use half of that amount of energy all within the same area and say that these are all separate data centers. The position would be this is a single data center.
Okay. Commissioners, it's up to you. Like proponents, do you feel like the current is good enough? You ready?
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Yep, we feel satisfied, so I make a motion that we vote and approve ordinance imposing a 12-month moratorium on development approvals to the...
18-month.
I'm sorry, 18th month, yes, thank you. I need a cup of cappuccino. Make a motion that we approve the ordinance opposing an 18-month moratorium on development approvals or the issuance of development permits for data center facilities.
And I second that.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kokari Stone and a second from Commissioner Hughes. Roll call vote, please. Okay, I'll roll call here. Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes.
Commissioner Kokari Stone.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Myself, Commissioner Greene, yes. We have an ordinance, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you for your work.
Yes.
So your ordinance number, Commissioner, Chair Greene, is 2026-06.
06. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your patience in this and your comments and your input. We really appreciate it. Because you're hungry or because you just need a break? Because your food's getting cold. That's why I order a salad. Okay. Okay, we're going to go to executive session and take this as quick as possible. Sorry, guys, that are waiting for the other public hearings. We'll get done as fast as humanly possible. It is now 6:55. We promised to be back at 7:30. Is that enough?
7:15?
So you think you can eat in 7:50 in 20 minutes? Okay.
No disrespect, but we haven't eaten, and we've been in a meeting since 1 o'clock. Sorry, I mean.
We'll
20
hurry.
minutes.
We'll hurry.
We'll hurry. We'll try.
I need to make.
Chair,
we need to hear from the attorney.
Chair Greene and members of the commission, as set forth on your agenda, there are 4 items for discussion in closed executive session as permitted by the Open Meetings Act. All of those items concern threatened or pending litigation that the county is or may become a participant in. The first item is a breach of contract action concerning agreement number 2022-201. The second is a breach of contract action against the El Dorado Partnership. The third is Clean Energy Coalition for Santa Fe County versus Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners. And the fourth is Barbara Romero individually and as a personal representative of the estate of Brianna Romero versus Board of County Commissioners. And I won't read the cause number. And so I would seek a motion to go into executive session and require a roll call vote.
So moved.
We got a motion from Commissioner Johnson.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Bustamante. Can I get a roll call vote?
Yes.
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 Yes. We're in executive session. It is now 6:57. Give us until 7:20, please. 23 minutes. We will eat as fast as possible and hear everything we got to hear. Hello, hello. Okay, we are back, I think. Thank you, everybody. Sorry that took a little longer than we thought. Complicated things in executive session, but we're back. And can I get a motion to come out of executive session?
Make a motion to come out of executive session stating that nothing was discussed other than those that were on the agenda
Excellent. We got a motion from
and no
Commissioner-
decisions were made.
Can we get a commission? Sorry. Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. We did have an issue that we needed to take potential action on. County Attorney Boyd, please.
Chair Greene and Commissioners, I'm looking for a motion to grant authority to the county attorney to make demand to the El Dorado Partnership to comply with its contractual obligation to provide the county with 15 parking spaces beneath the El Dorado Hotel.
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner
Second.
Johnson and a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, please make some demands. Okay, now we are back to public hearing item 12. Sorry, where were we going first?
12B.
We're going to go 12B. Okay, so this is a land use resolution finding 331 and 329A, County Road 84A, public nuisance and authorizing administrative enforcement, code enforcement. Case number 25-8122 pursuant to ordinance number 2023-04. Growth Management and Joseph. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Greene, Commissioners. Before you today is a resolution concerning code enforcement case number 25-8122 for the properties located at 331, and 329A County Road 84. Staff is requesting adoption of the resolution finding these properties to be a public nuisance and authorizing an administrative abatement pursuant to Santa Fe County Ordinance 2023-04. The properties consist of approximately 5.86 acres and contain multiple documented nuisance conditions, including 2 substandard buildings, a fire-damaged structure, abandoned and inoperable vehicles, and widespread accumulations of trash, debris, and open storage materials that continue to adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. On December 17th, this matter was presented to the nuisance hearing officer. After reviewing the testimony and evidence, the hearing officer concluded that the county had proven by a preponderance in evidence. The hearing officer concluded that the property constitutes a public nuisance and recommended and forwarded the matter to the Board of County Commissioners with a proposed resolution that's before you. So at this time, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joseph. Commissioners? No?
I don't have any questions at this
Excellent. So this is in District 1. There are 2 structures on this that are of question. One of them caught fire. The other one is just falling apart.
Chairman Greene, Commissioners, that's correct. There was a fire at the property which consumed one of the structures. The other 2 structures have been confirmed as being substandard on the property.
So the one with the fire is the one closest to 84, and the other 2 in the back are the substandard, or the other way around?
Chairman Greene and Commissioners, the structure that caught fire was at the rear of the property. Okay. And then there's an accessory structure that's in the middle, and then the primary dwelling at the beginning. And so the evidence for the primary dwelling on the property addressed at 331, it's substandard.
All right, interesting. Satellite pictures and what I see looks like a real house, but who knows what substandard is from a satellite. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience or online that wishes to speak for and against this resolution? Nobody in the chambers? Is there anybody online? Okay, thank you. We will close public comment. One last question. You've contacted the owners? Are the owners just not responsive, or we don't know what's...
Chairman Greene, Commissioner, we did make contact with the property owner. The property owner appeared at the nuisance hearing and offered testimony, and had tried to work with Santa Fe County to be able to bring the property in compliance. However, we monitor the property and was in communication with the property owner, and no significant progress was made.
All right. Any other things from the commission? All right, this is in my district. I will make a motion to finding that 331 and 329A County Road 84A is a public nuisance and authorizing administrative enforcement, code enforcement for case number 25-8122 pursuant to ordinance number 2023-04.
And I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. We have a motion by myself and a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Joseph. Go take it away. And the resolution number, please.
Mr. Chair, that resolution is 2026-086.
All right. Item C, a resolution finding 13 Saddle Road A, a public nuisance, a public nuisance, and authorizing administrative enforcement, code enforcement case 25-8151 pursuant to ordinance number 2023-04. Joseph, take it away, please.
Thank you, Chairman Greene. Commissioners, before you today is a resolution regarding code enforcement case 25-8151 for the property located at 13 Saddle Road. This case originated from a complaint that we received on August 4th, 2025 regarding significant accumulation of trash and debris, as well as abandoned and deteriorated structures on the property. Code enforcement investigated and conducted multiple inspections, documented the violations through photographs, verified ownership, and initiated a notice of violation along with a notice of written order. Staff confirmed that the property taxes had not also been paid for several years, further indicating prolonged neglect of the property. Santa Fe County staff presented this case to the nuisance hearing officer, in which he again found this property to be a nuisance and provided the proposed resolution. So at this time, you stand for any questions regarding this case.
Excellent. Commissioners, this is in Commission District 4.
Yeah, I'll ask the same thank you, Chair. What attempts did you make to contact the property owner?
We were able to contact Commissioner Greene and Commissioners. We were able to contact the property owner. She appeared at the nuisance hearing, offered testimony, and had expressed desire to sell the property, and also expressed desire to make some of the corrective actions that were necessary. However, in the time frame since the nuisance hearing, we've monitored the property, and no significant progress has been made, as well as no sales or transfer of warranty deed has been made to any other person.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the room that wishes to speak for or against this? Seeing none in the room, is there anybody online?
Mr. Chair, there's nobody online wishing to speak.
Thank you very much. At this point, we will close public hearing. And any further questions?
Chair, I make a motion finding 13 Saddle Road a public nuisance and authorizing administrative enforcement code enforcement case number 25-8151 pursuant to ordinance number 2023-04.
I second it.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. You have a resolution. Please, thank you very much. I have to say, I've been impressed with the action that we're getting up to speed on this and clearing up some nuisances, and I appreciate that.
Chairman Greene, Commissioners, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. And I'll provide further updates when we have our quarterly meetings as to the progress that we'll be making in each one of your districts.
Great. And if it's possible to have a sort of, I've asked for this, I think, in other venues, a balance sheet of how much we have on these properties so that we can know and people can know how much was spent clearing these, and we can sort of understand what that tally is.
Chairman Greene, Commissioners, of course, well, we're documenting everything, and the county attorney's office and working with Peter Valencia will have all those numbers for you upon request.
Great, thank you. Resolution number, I bet you it's 87.
It is indeed.
Excellent. All right, more public hearings. All right. So, item 13A, we're back. Case number 265050, Camino Verde Conceptual Plan, Samaro Real Property applicant, Jenkins Gavin agent, requests approval of a conceptual plan for a proposed 158 lot subdivision to be completed in 4 phases. We've heard this and we've had some questions, and Michael, would you please take it away?
Chair Greene, should I be sworn to start this item?
Yeah, probably.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And then please state your name, title, and that you understand you're under oath.
Thank you. Michael Voss, Santa Fe County Land Use Administrator, 240 Grant Avenue here in Santa Fe. Chair Greene and Commissioners, this is a continuation of the public hearing for case number 265050, a conceptual plan for the Camino Verde subdivision, a proposed 158 lot development located on both sides of Camino La Tierra, north of Highway 599. The site location is shown on the slide on the screen currently. As I begin my presentation, I'll reiterate the purpose of a conceptual plan under the SLDC is to establish the scope of a project, yet it has less detail than a site development plan. It provides a means to review projects and obtain a conceptual approval for proposed development without the necessity of expending large sums of money for the submittals that are required for a preliminary and final plat application. This is an important consideration when weighing the evidence submitted by all the parties and public commenters. I will address many of the biggest concerns that have been raised, including in a professional analysis that was commissioned and submitted by neighbors looking at these issues. One of the primary contentions from that report is that there is not enough information to prove that the request complies with the SLDC, but preliminary studies were performed, and staff is recommending conditions of approval to request the additional details prior to preliminary and final plats. A conceptual plan does not authorize construction. It is supposed to be a conceptual level approval that allows a property owner to have a base level of confidence that their proposal is worth spending the time, effort, and money to move forward with. If an applicant was required to have all permits and design drawings fully complete at this stage, it would essentially render the conceptual approval a pointless step in our approval process. I will also mention now that I will reference several purpose statements, like the one on the screen, throughout this presentation, as these purpose statements from the SLDC identify the legislative intent of the BCC from the time the SLDC was adopted, thus informing the interpretations that have been made by staff. Once again, on this slide is the applicable criteria for approval of a conceptual plan. The board is authorized to approve with conditions that are necessary to bring an application into full compliance with the SLDC. The subject property is zoned residential estate, or Res E, which is a purpose to allow a combination of large lot and suburban type development, which staff believes this conceptual plan is in alignment with. Further, density transfers and cluster development shall be allowed to conserve open space, which is an important goal of the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, or SGMP. The conceptual plan contemplates a maximum of 158 single-family lots to be developed in 4 phases. The SLDC defines density as the number of dwelling units allowed per gross acre, which is also highlighted in the interpretation of zoning district densities, section 8.4.4. This calculation is made prior to and without regard for any required open space, roadways, or floodplains. The residential estate zone district allows for a maximum density of 2.5 acres per dwelling unit, so the base density allowed for this subject property is 121 lots or dwelling units. SLDC section 8.12 allows for a density bonus for projects that cluster development to avoid sensitive areas and conserve open space. Per table 8-44, for setting aside a minimum of 50% open space, a project in the Res E zoning district can get a bonus density of 1.33 times the base density, which brings this property up to an allowable dwelling unit count of 160. Additional bonuses are allowed for affordable housing. Section 13.6.1.1 specifically allows for subdivisions that contain more than 25 lots, utilizing community water to receive a bonus of up to 2/3 of a unit for each affordable dwelling unit that's provided. For this proposed project, this request results in 12 bonus dwelling units. So the total allowable dwelling units for this site is 172. but the applicant is only proposing 158 lots or dwelling units in their conceptual plan. During the June 9, 2026 initial hearing of this application, opponents of the project cited section 8.12.12 of the SLDC, which provides that a density bonus shall be utilized within the same parcel of land. The public comments argued that a development's density bonus is calculated property by property. In other words, because this development is comprised of 2 or more separate pieces of real property, a density bonus associated with one piece of property cannot be used on another. The purpose of the density bonus section, highlighted on the screen, is to incentivize greater protection of open space in exchange for the clustering of development. This occurs by allowing an increase in residential density to offset the open space set aside. The applicability which this request meets is sites that are larger than 10 acres, providing over 50% open space. The applicant is providing 51.7%, and connection to community water and sewer. As mentioned, opponents challenged the movement of dwellings from the east side of Camino La Tierra to the west side based on their reading of section 8.12.12. Parcel, however, is defined in broad terms in the SLDC rather than as a single piece of real property as follows: a tract, lot, parcel of land, or a portion of a subdivision plat or other parcel created by land division or family transfer intended as a unit for the purpose, whether immediate or future, of transfer of ownership, possession, or for development. I will highlight that it may mean a portion of a subdivision plat intended as a unit for development, which this application meets. This broad definition also aligns that with our definition of a development site, which is a parcel of land upon which development is proposed. In addition, as a general matter, under the SLDC rules of interpretation, words used in the singular include the plural and vice versa. In this case, multiple parcels constitute a single project, and therefore the density bonus has been applied to the project as a whole. This is also consistent with the SLDC's preference for comprehensive planning, as evidenced by the general provision that applications for quasi-judicial approval may be for land in common ownership or to an area of land in which the predominant ownership is in a single ownership. This is further detailed by the SLDC's requirement that the minimum area to be included in a conceptual plan application like this one is the entire property owned by the applicant or the portion of the property within a zoning district under which the application is made. Both parcels are owned by the same applicant for this request. In simple terms, the SLDC mandates comprehensive planning that includes the entire property owned by the applicant. It would be inconsistent with that mandate to simultaneously hold that the fundamental issue of density would be evaluated on the basis of individual parts rather than the comprehensive whole. Moreover, such a narrow reading could be easily circumvented in most cases by a simple lot consolidation administrative plat approval. In contrast, the applicant relies on the plain language of the density bonus shall be utilized on the same parcel for arguing that they can move the base density or dwellings around. The SLDC appears to only prohibit the relocation of the bonus units. Staff does not take this view. Instead, based on the broader interpretation of parcel, we believe that the requirement is that the added density, if any, shall be used within the same project and cannot be relocated elsewhere in the county. In this case, the applicant is proposing to use their bonus density within their own project. Although they are not using the full amount allowed, there are 14 lots more that they could build that they're not. Those 14 lots could not then be moved to another property of their choosing. They'll simply not be built. Staff strongly believes this is the most reasonable interpretation of the SLDC to calculate density and applicable bonuses on the development site as a whole and to allow the clustering of dwellings in such a way as to maximize the open space preservation benefits of the density bonus, which is the purpose of the regulation. Lastly, this interpretation works best in conjunction with section 8.12.13, as individual lots usually do not have multiple zone districts. So if we use the interpretation of the project opponents, it would minimize the usefulness of having section 8.12.13 at all. There has been some discussion of the history of this land and whether it has ever been a single tract. It was not. However, prior to the relocation of Camino La Tierra to its current location, a single tract of land did spread across the current roadway location to the east and to the west, and there were 3 additional tracts of land. So Camino La Tierra's current location comes through the site approximately here. The site used to be on both sides of that and wrapped around to the far west of the property. And there were 3 lots in between that were consolidated. The owner deeded the current roadway location to NMDOT in 1997, and a plat recorded in 1999 consolidated the previous 4 tracts into 2. Developers frequently assemble multiple tracts of land for development, consolidate them, and then plat them out individual home sites. The county also often requires developers to extend roadways to serve their development and surrounding areas, which should not penalize a property owner for that requirement of the code. This property is unique only in that there is a roadway already existing through the center of it. I will now go over the open space requirements some more, but to restrict a developer of such a property as this to essentially 2 individual developments would not be the best implementation of the Sustainable Growth Management Plan and our policies. So what if these 2 lots, two tracts of land were treated separately? First and foremost, the allowable density and number of houses that can be built does not change. The possible open space on the total open space does not change. The only change is whether there is more or less of each on a particular side of Camino La Tierra. This does not make sense if it is our goal to protect the best open space areas, ecological resources, and others. If there are significantly more appropriate lands to protect on one side of the road, we should not incentivize or require a developer to disturb and develop those areas while protecting imminently more developable lands on the opposite side of the road. An alternative could be that such a development becomes infeasible and a developer decides to move forward only with potentially 2 24-lot subdivisions. Some neighbors may prefer this option because there are fewer dwellings, but there would be 0 public open space, no public trail easement, only 4 required affordable dwellings instead of 18, and every individual lot would be on their own septic tank. With the SGMP as our guide and the purpose of the SLDC regulations, it seems clear to staff that the proposed conceptual plan meets our regulations both in its intent and execution. But this last alternative could also be a proper result because if we don't get the community wastewater we may not want, and NMED regulations may not allow such a density. There are trade-offs that must be considered, and again, staff has identified that the application that was submitted complies with the applicable regulations. Moving on from the larger density issue, I will briefly discuss other important aspects of the project for the board's consideration. First, open space. The purpose of the SLDC open space regulations is to support a network of open spaces, trails, etc. throughout the county. One way to accomplish it is through cluster developments and permanent protection of land in coordination with property owners. The density bonus section requires contiguity unless otherwise approved. Some opponents have highlighted the contiguity requirement, but the SLDC specifically allows for non-contiguous open space if it protects special features, including arroyos, archaeological sites, etc., that are separate. There's also a preference for open spaces to be visible from public right-of-way when possible. Approving non-contiguous open space, which county open space staff found appropriate in their agency comments, makes sense for this development due to the arroyo that crosses the property on both sides of Camino La Tierra, as well as the Chile line, and to support county policy, including SGMP Goal 22, Policies 22.1 and 22.2, Strategy 22.2.1, that says open space that is preserved through clustering of development will be preferentially located on the most environmentally sensitive area of the site and should be interconnected with open space on adjacent properties when possible. Allowing the proposed development to move forward with a network of open space areas separated only by roadways and connected by trails meets the minimum requirements in staff's opinion. Public comments identified that the developer is preserving land that is unbuildable, which on the screen is specifically allowed by the SLDC 7.15.3.2, protecting these lands as one of the purposes of the regulation. Regarding community water and sewer, to achieve the density bonus and number of lots that are proposed, these are requirements. Santa Fe County Utilities is proposed as the water service provider and have provided a ready, willing, and able letter with the application. A utility line extension agreement is a condition for future applications and approvals. The property is not located near existing sewer, so the applicant is proposing their own system and has completed a preliminary engineering analysis of 2 possible options, centralized or clustered. The applicant team can weigh in more about the specifics, but there will be centralized management of the system among all of the properties in the development, so it meets the requirement of being a community system. It will be designed to interconnect with a public or other system if one is extended to the area in the future. Staff is recommending a condition to ensure the applicant completes the permitting processes for one of these 2 systems prior to final platting. If they are unable to do so, those future subdivision applications could be denied. This slide is a slide of their conceptual plan. It's inadvertently in the wrong location in the slides, but this is what is proposed. At least 15% of the development is required to consist of affordable dwellings. The applicant submitted an affordable housing plan that has been reviewed and approved by the Affordable Housing Administrator. Conditions of approval will require that the affordable housing agreement is executed prior to construction and final plat. Public comment identified that the plan lacks any units in income range 1. However, this income range is not necessarily a requirement of the SLDC. Income ranges 1 and 2 are combined in Table 13-1, and the applicant is providing all of those required units in income range 2. The SLDC actually provides a bonus incentive for income range 1 dwellings. If provided, they each count as 2 affordable dwellings. If income range units were independently required by the code, it would render the initial 15% unit calculation irrational and or this incentive to double count the units meaningless. Other comments question what should be the starting point for the 15% calculation, whether it should be on the base density or include the bonus density from the protection of open space. Staff reviewed the request based on the maximum 121 unit base density because section 13.6.1.2 states that affordability requirements are determined prior to any density bonus. This is reasonable because including the open space bonus units could end in an absurd result for both incentives, both working against each other. Could disincentivize the protection of additional open space due to having to provide additional affordable units, or in projects where open space is only partially utilized, such as this one, the owner could the math gets complicated and they might try to, because there are bonuses for affordable units, they'll get an additional bonus unit from affordability, they'll take away one of the open space ones, and it gets kind of absurdly complicated, which I think is not the point of the rules when we want both outcomes of affordability and open space preservation under the SGMP. Finally, the bonus cap expressed in section 13.6.1.3 can only apply to affordable housing because the starting point for the open space bonus is already above that cap at 33%. I think the code says you can only have 20% bonus units, which doesn't make sense if you're automatically granted 33% for open space. On the protection of archaeological resources, the applicant conducted a study as required. In section 16.7.16.5.7, if the report referred in the code proposes a treatment plan. That plan shall be carried out as a condition precedent to obtaining a development permit. A development permit authorizes construction, which a conceptual plan, again, does not. It's appropriate to condition any approval on further review by the State Historic Preservation Office and the treatment plan for any resources to be done before we approve any future plat phases. Section 7.16.5.9 identifies that archaeological resources that are significant found during an investigation shall be avoided and permanently protected. The applicant is proposing a non-disturbance easement for the Chili line, which is the identified significant resource in the plan area. On terrain and floodplain management, the plan avoids 30% and greater slopes in accordance with the code. No build areas, according to the code, are required on a plat, not the conceptual plan, and staff has conditioned further grading and drainage plans for those future preliminary and final plat phases. And lastly, the terrain management plan provided by the applicant on page 9 of their plan set does provide for the required 75-foot setback from the designated floodplain. And last but certainly not least is the traffic impact analysis. The TIA was scoped by the applicant in consultation with NMDOT and Santa Fe County staff. Their road design will maintain the existing wide shoulders or bike lanes throughout the frontage of their project. They are building a roundabout at their entrance with phase 1. And their study shows minimal impacts due to the proposed development and includes mitigation measures. They have acknowledged that there are existing issues that may warrant additional analysis and discussion with the applicable agencies. Proposed condition number 1 requires the applicant to continue updating their analysis with each future application or phase to ensure ongoing compliance with applicable requirements throughout the development of this project. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Michael. Commissioners, were there some?
Thank you, Michael. If the conceptual plan is approved, thank you, Chair, is approved, does this come before the BCC again?
Chair Greene, Commissioner Bustamante, yes. The preliminary plat application for this project, it's greater than 5 lots. Their first phase is like half of the 158, give or take. So the preliminary and final plat applications will come before the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As I remember when I was a new commissioner and you were a new commissioner, we were hearing things that had gone through conceptual plans, and we were told, well, it was approved in conceptual. Nothing more could be done. And there was a level of so I appreciate that, but I also understand that, yep. Commissioners? Commissioner Johnson.
I just want to say for the record that I was not in attendance last meeting, but I did watch the proceedings in full for this case and for the next case, but I will mention that again for the record. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for catching up. Commissioner Hughes.
Could you describe a little bit more what the wastewater treatment plan is, the centralized and clustered project?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Greene. Commissioner Hughes, the applicant team may be able to better describe it, but they've done a study that looks at 2 different options. One of them is a centralized package plant located it's on the east parcel on the south end of the property. That all of the homes or all of the lots each have an individual tank for settling of solids in interconnected pressurized sewer line that brings the liquid waste to the package plant for treatment, and then a centralized leach field. The second option is a clustered system. Instead of one centralized plant, again, there's, I believe, there are separate settling tanks on each lot, and then a system of pressurized pipes that bring the liquid waste to eight separate sort of larger scale septic systems in drain fields.
So the clustered system is really a set of septic systems.
It's 8, Chair and Commissioner Hughes. my understanding, it operates like a larger scale kind of centralized septic system, but it is interconnected pipes that are pressurized, and if a full wastewater system came through in the future, that could easily be connected to with those pipes.
Yeah, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this project it's kind of big, but kind of small to have its own package plant. We've had several in District 5 that are not doing so well and are waiting for us to develop a sewer to hook them up. And so I really would prefer that projects like this just connect to a sewer. But that's my preference.
How far is the sewer lines from here?
Chair Greene, off the top of my head, I don't know the distance. I can get an estimate probably if applicant comes up to answer some questions they might know, and I can also look into it.
Just asking. Commissioner Kokari-Stone, please.
Thank you, Chair Greene. And we know the sport straddles both of our districts, so I'll defer to you. I know we've been able to just concur on reviewing the materials. Thank you, Mr. Voss. It's always clear you put such thorough, dedicated analysis and really try to do your due diligence, and I want you to know I really appreciate that. And I also want to recognize that much of what we have, as you said, and in the staff memo, sometimes is interpretation of what we have in the codes, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just assess what I have heard. I want to acknowledge that to date, I've received 46 constituent emails that my liaison and I have logged into Civic Track with about 45 unique households, individuals. These emails, I think, the themes around them were also expressed when we did have a public hearing. But I want to highlight, after reviewing all the materials and from both the applicant, from the staff, and the traffic impacts and all the other additions, I remain concerned around evacuation and fires. I had requested that I respect Chief Black, here he is, and I want to invite you to add some of your comments, but I do remain concerned about the fires. We're also nervous about it. It's many homes are being dropped from insurance carriers. There was a forum this afternoon talking about that, and the more density, the more risk. So I want to hear from Chief Black. I remain concerned about the traffic safety in the impact report. We have a letter here from the Department of Transportation, but I'll defer to Chair Greene to address that, and I can add some pieces. But they're basically saying that the traffic-related comments should be included in an updated traffic impact analysis or technical memo and submitted for review. This was sent to Ms. Jenkins, that's here tonight, dated June 29th. I do remain concerned, along with Commissioner Hughes, about the water treatment. We have lessons learned from other projects. I personally, I'm not going to name the subdivision, my wife and I bought into an open space community, and the sewage system is default. And frankly, I don't even know if the developers really had an effective plan. So then the county picks up on that. And I'll stop there, but those are some of my concerns. Density bonus, I'm still in the gray about that, although I understand and appreciate your analysis. So if it's okay, Chair Greene, if we could have Chief Black talk about the safety and fire.
Thank you, Chief Black.
Good evening, Chair Greene. Do I need to be sworn in?
Yes.
I believe so. Yes, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And then for the record, please state your name, title, and that you understand you're under oath.
Yes, my name is Jacob Black. I serve as the fire chief as well as interim director for the Office of Emergency Management, and I do understand that I am under oath. Chair Greene, commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to provide a little bit of context regarding emergency and evacuations. The National Fire Protection Association has developed NFPA 1600, an emergency management planning standard. It provides guidance to local governments and emergency management agencies on how to prepare for, respond to, and recover from emergencies. While it does provide recommendations for evacuation planning, it does not establish roadway design standards, subdivision access requirements, or development criteria, nor does it supersede Santa Fe County's adopted development regulations, transportation standards, or building and fire codes. NFPA 1660 focuses on how communities prepare for emergencies before they occur and how they manage incidents when they do. Here in Santa Fe County, we've already implemented several important components that are consistent with NFPA 1660. One is our Ready, Set, Go wildfire preparedness program, which helps residents understand what actions to take before, during a wildfire. Another aspect is that we've also developed and are continuing to refine countywide evacuation zones, which provide emergency responders with a flexible framework for issuing evacuation notifications and public warnings based on specific conditions and locations of an incident. Those evacuation zones are intentionally adaptable. This allows us to evacuate those areas that are at risk rather than issuing broad evacuation notifications. Looking ahead, the Office of Emergency Management plans to continue to develop additional countywide evacuation planning efforts and developing recommendations set forth by NFPA 1660. One of those is evacuation plans for various communities within the county. These plans include evacuation times, transportation modeling, and other technical analysis to better understand how populations may move during emergencies. These plans are supported through specialized studies that are typically require professional engineering and transportation consultants with expertise in traffic and evacuation modeling, something that we have worked with Public Works and the Roads Division, and they said that we could potentially contract with traffic engineers to help us develop these plans. We will continue to work with county leadership to identify appropriate funding sources to support those studies, and that way we can implement and develop those broader evacuation plans for various communities within the county. Ultimately, the goal of emergency management is to continue to improve our preparedness, strengthen our emergency plans, and provide our residents with the best possible information and guidance before and during emergencies. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Black, Chair Greene. So did you review this conceptual plan based on the existing guidelines? I appreciate that you're in the process of developing an emergency evacuation plan, and the things are in progress, but did you actually look at this? Because the concern that many of the residents had in public testimony the last time we met, also emails we received, was evacuation and the roadway exits.
Chair Greene, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, yes, so this conceptual plan was reviewed by our fire prevention team to ensure that it does meet all road and building codes. So with that, as noted, our fire prevention team did review that and ensure that it did comply with all of the ordinance for our fire codes and that it met all applicable standards.
Thank you, Chief Black. So it complies with existing ordinances, but you also acknowledge in your testimony that we have things in development to really stay up to date and modernize with climate change and fire risk. So we don't know the concerns, and my concern is this was not identified as a development area in the county strategic plan. The College District area was, and some other areas of the county. All of a sudden, we have a huge development being laid in there, and we want to be sure that people are safe.
So, Chair Greene, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, so yes, we do want to make sure that people are safe. Our fire prevention team does go through, and as international fire codes are updated, we do bring those back to the board to be updated and adopted through ordinances, And that's what our fire prevention team uses as a basis for their evaluations. As noted, NFPA 1660 does not supersede those. Specifically when it comes to the evacuation planning as outlined in NFPA 1660, it's to look at the existing structures, roadways, what those roadways are able to support, and then develop plans according to what those roads and traffic patterns can support.
Thank you, Chief Black. And
May I?
yes, I'll pause there.
Thank you. I'll hand it back in a second, but I just want a quick question. Do we know what for lack of a better term, the watershed, but the traffic shed of Camino La Tierra is that passes through there for an evacuation?
Chair Greene, that's something that we would have to, that we would develop through this study, understanding the population, how many vehicles, and what that road is able to handle. Emergency management would rely on traffic engineers to understand the roads in that entire area, to understand traffic patterns and what those roads could support.
Okay, so short of actually an evacuation plan, do we know what the traffic count is on that road?
Chair Greene, the Office of Emergency Management does not. I don't know if growth management or would be able to support answer that.
Chair Greene and commissioners, I would perhaps defer that to the applicant's traffic engineer who's in attendance, and I will pull up the study as well.
No,
So,
Chair Greene,
yeah.
I want thank
Yeah.
you for trying, Mr. Voss, but I think the people who have the traffic impact right is the Department of Transportation.
Well, yeah, most likely. Is DOT here tonight?
Thank you, Chief Black. I appreciate you.
Chair Greene, I've never heard directly back from anyone at NMDOT. I was in receipt of the memo that they sent in, so I'm not sure if they're here in the audience or online.
Daniel, do we know if DOT is online with us tonight? Are you DOT, sir? Or what? No. Okay.
Oh, shoot.
I was all excited. Okay. Continue, Commissioner, if you'd like.
I don't know, Daniel, something was happening. Okay, it looked like gremlins on the screen. Thank you.
I'll take it for a second and then we'll keep passing it around if necessary. So I did ask DOT for some data, and I did take a little drive out there. And as I mentioned 3 weeks ago, I distinctly remembered the guardrail at the frontage road and 599 and Camino La Tierra hasn't been hit once. It hasn't been hit twice. It's probably been hit a half dozen times since the last time the DOT replaced it. So that, to me, says that that's a dangerous intersection right there. And I mentioned this 3 weeks ago. I think that that's the spot for major improvements, including potentially a traffic circle. You know, certainly there's a lot of improvements that have to go there. And one of the ones that was mentioned was a three-way stop, which to me becomes even worse, right? It just becomes a stop sign that nobody wants and everybody will become pissed off at, whereas a traffic circle might resolve that. But DOT provided me with a 6-year, 2018 to 2024 spreadsheet of accidents in this general area. And the general area is pretty much defined as all of the areas that DOT manages in that area on Camino La Tierra and the intersection of Calle Nopal and the frontage road and so on. And I was kind of shocked because there were 35 accidents and 1 fatality, you know. And it's a pretty extensive list of accidents. It's You know, it tells you what happened, whether they hit the guardrail face, whether they hit another moving vehicle, whether they hit a light pole, whether it was an overturn or a rollover. It gives you some idea of what they blamed the accident on, driver inattention, excessive speeding, you name it. But this wasn't part of our discussion 3 weeks ago, and honestly, I had to dig to get this and request this. Our TIAs miss the point, right? Whether somebody has to sit at a traffic light for 35 seconds and get upset that they have to sit through a cycle, I guess is important, but what's more important is the actual safety of our roads, intersections, our roads. That's become my biggest concern here. So when I look at this, I say we need to look at the 10 intersections that are of question here. The first one, going from south to north, is Buckman and Kainopal. That's a New Mexico DOT facility, but it's city maintained. There are the northbound on-ramps and to and from 599, the southbound on-ramps and off-ramps from 599. Both of those are DOT facilities. The frontage road at Camino La Tierra is a DOT facility. Then we get into areas that, as a quote from New Mexico DOT, they called them no man's land. Now that raised some concerns with me too. And that was the Blue Canyon intersection, the Road H intersection, and the mailboxes. And all three of those happened to belong to New Mexico DOT, but they weren't reviewed because they did not find that they were in the long-term plans of DOT. And if they're not going to be reviewed by them, they need to be reviewed by the county, or better yet, both of us collaboratively. And if NMDOT wants the county to adopt these roads sooner than later, then the county should be in the room taking an affirmative look at those intersections. And if they still belong to NMDOT, they still need to be in the room. Then you have the West Wildflower intersection, then you have the Fin de Sendero intersection, and then along the frontage road, there is another NMDOT intersection that was the one place where DOT had a comment. But all 10 of these intersections have safety concerns and review concerns on in my perspective. When you look at the safety issues at Buckman and Nopal, there were 7 accidents at that intersection. When you look at the, I will pull it up again, hold on one second. When you look at the frontage road, there were 16 accidents in a 6-year period at that intersection. On Camino La Tierra and the on-ramps under 599, there were 10 accidents. All of those are important for the life, safety, and welfare of not only the people who are going to buy a home here, but everybody that drives through here, including all of the neighbors that drive this every day. That, to me, is the big gap. You know, there's a lot of little details here that we could probably work through, but those are the biggest gaps that I think need to be discussed with county, with DOT, and DOT even mentioned, because of Buckman Road, that the city should be at the table. That's a conversation I would like to see happen, to understand how each one of these intersections can be made safer, have better flow, less stop signs, than you know, if it's just left turn lanes, that so be it, right? If that's good enough. If it's roundabouts, so be it. That's just an issue that I want to bring up, and I want to make everybody here aware that there were 35 accidents, 1 death, and a lot of property damage.
Okay. Chair Greene and Commissioners, I don't want to belabor, I mean, I think there's 2 really glaring concerns that we've uncovered in the second round of review. Well, I appreciate the due diligence of Ms. Jenkins and all the reports and the full over an hour presentation you did last time. It was excellent. We also have very strong arguments and testimonies that were made, emails submitted. Mr. Voss, you have provided your due diligence. That's all we can ask of you, to look at the facts and try to align with the Sustainable Development Codes. But I think we have two major issues. And I'm just going to say, from my perspective, with this being partially in my district, growth should strengthen Santa Fe County and our communities and now outpace the infrastructure and public safety of our residents. We have a large development proposed here, which was not anticipated. It's gone through its process, but the conceptual plan at this stage, what we're saying is we're deferring compliance and conditions for traffic and safety, as well as wastewater and sewage, rather than considering it at this time. And so either we table this or we go to vote, and I think we shouldn't belabor many more questions. So I'm just putting that on the table. And Chair Greene, I'm going to defer to you on which way we move.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
So, thank you, Chair. I have a question for you. I appreciate that you pulled the NM data, and I guess I want to know, sort of philosophically, do you see, in your opinion, a cure for this from the applicant's perspective, or is this something that is actually like an infrastructure issue that, and I think this kind of bears on Commissioner Kakarison's last comments, is this an infrastructure issue where this area is just not ready for this type of development? In which case we should vote on it. But, so I have those questions for you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I don't know the answer to that, right? I mean, the applicant is here. There's still a lot of standing questions out here. If the road aspects can be dealt with, so for instance, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I'll tell you, if I go through these intersections and you look at, for instance, Buckman, I've driven that stretch and I know that people stop at that intersection and somebody comes and rear ends people all the time, right? I know that the same thing happens when people are going to turn left onto the frontage road when they're on Camino La Tierra. I know that the mailboxes have a no left turn sign, but I sat there and everybody left going out to the left. And so there are a lot of problems in this. Some are directly in the zone of the applicant's property, and they're willing to build a roundabout in one location, but maybe not at another. I don't know. That's, they might have a budget for road improvements that could be put forward to the county and to DOT to say, we're willing to do this as long as the county does a cost-sharing agreement, and then we have to come up and say, we're willing to prioritize a cost-sharing agreement if money comes out of our pocket. We've done that with the Essentia project, right? That's kind of, part of it, money came out of our pocket, part of it came out of the developer's pocket. But this doesn't have that yet, right? It says, this is what we wanted to do, and the roundabout wasn't even reviewed by DOT, as they mentioned, to me, They said, we cared about one intersection, and the rest of it appeared to be a future problem of the county.
Thank you, Chair Greene, and thank you for your question, Commissioner. I know Commissioner Bustamante had her hand up. I want to give her the respect of the time. But in all the analysis I've done, what I've heard, and to be fair and to be balanced in all the perspectives, it is my opinion as a Board of County Commissioners serving District 2 that the current conceptual plan and the size of the development far way outpaces what we have in terms of infrastructure in the county and public safety. And so it's my opinion that either this comes back as a new conceptual plan with a more modest development and with provisions around the transportation, working with DOT, and having a really legitimate plan for the wastewater design, we'll reconsider it, but as it stands tonight, I cannot move forward with a vote as is. That's my opinion. I'm being very fair. I've spent hours deliberating all this, and I want every party to know that's where I stand based on all the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Jenkins has risen to get sworn in and to try to address some of our issues here. I guess there is a sort of a two-part question here. Part one is live or die by a vote tonight, or potentially seek, resolution through ongoing discussions with DOT, the county, and maybe the cities at the table, maybe even the neighbors are at the table. But before you do that, I know that Commissioner Bustamante had her hand up, so I want to make sure that she gets, her hand just went like that. So, yeah.
Well, I was going to basically say things similar to what Commissioner Kakari-Stone said. I do have a question about the amount of time between the number of accidents that you looked up. You gave us raw numbers, but were those all within a 2-year period?
It was in a 6-year period.
6-year period.
And it only went till the end of 2024.
So with a valid traffic study, and you have the volume of vehicular passage divided by the number of accidents to actually get a ratio of how many accidents to the amount of vehicles on that road? Did you do that?
I don't know. Nobody was able to provide me
I have that information. I'd be happy to share.
So that being said, I would be grateful, though, if you're going to talk, because you had a lot of time last time. So I think if you can answer something very succinctly, I'd be happy to hear it. But with regard to the traffic, that's a big concern for me. And these smaller, as much as I would love to know that these smaller wastewater treatment facilities are successful and we could put them up, the biological, I've worked at a wastewater treatment facility, the more you're putting into it, the easier it is actually to maintain the biological balance. And I completely agree with Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Kakari-Stone that those are very difficult to actually assure they're maintained. So
yeah,
with all due respect.
No more. I'm going to just say, please, no more presentation. I think you can respond to the one question, but we did have again, I think we're belaboring things to me that are obvious as a commissioner, and no additional presentations are going to change the infrastructure issues around the traffic and the wastewater for me, because that's what the facts show. And I think, again, I'm proposing we vote on it tonight, yes or no, as is. And I think that's important that we don't belabor it. You could come back with a new conceptual plan, but I want to see a more modest development that fits with what our infrastructure that exists there and fits with aligning with our current safety. Thank you.
May I be sworn?
Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address and that you understand you're under oath.
My name is Jennifer Jenkins. My address is 130 Grant Avenue, and I can confirm that I am under oath. With all due respect, at the last hearing, you gave me some very clear marching orders. You asked me some very specific questions, and I have spent weeks preparing responses. You are entitled to answers to your questions. You are entitled to make a decision based on all of the information. You gave me that task, and I am here to give you the answers you seek. So I would respectfully request the opportunity to answer the questions you posed to me as well as staff 3 weeks ago. So Chair Greene, I would respect the opportunity very briefly to respond specifically to what you asked me to do 3 weeks ago.
3 minutes.
Chair, if I may apologize to Ms. Jenkins, I was quite curt a second ago, so my apologies. Let's flower it up a little. If we can keep it brief, please.
Absolutely. I'm all about
Thank you.
brevity.
So before you get into it, Chair, Ms. Jenkins, I don't expect you to respond to what we asked staff. They did their really due diligence. Could you highlight which questions you're going to address tonight? Sure, thank you.
I would like to address the safety question. I would like to address the frontage road intersection. And I would like to address the wastewater treatment. I have the benefit of the only person in this room who is an expert on wastewater treatment. I have the benefit, not true? Okay. Okay, the second person who's an expert on wastewater treatment in this room who can explain and answer any questions you may have.
Can you do it in 3 minutes?
Maybe.
Okay.
Probably not.
But
what you have on your screen right
there
now.
needs to be a parameter on the time, and Chair, I'm going to politely ask, out of respect for everyone here, because we have another case to hear, we need a parameter on the time, please. And you submitted this presentation. I just want the takeaways, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity. What you have on the screen before you is the crash data for the intersections. I have a separate slide addressing the frontage road that I will go to. And so Commissioner Bustamante asked a really excellent question. So this crash data is provided by the DOT. It is from a 5-year crash data, which is the typical time period from 2020 to 2024. And I would take your attention to the right-hand column. So there were accidents at Wildflower and Camino La Tierra, as well as the 599 ramps. You can see that is the percentage of the total volume. I think that's an incredibly important metric. And we also have a metric that says the crashes per million vehicles that move through that intersection. It goes from 0.39 to 0.58. I think the characterization that we have a corridor here that is horribly unsafe is not supported by the data. We have the benefit of the data. So I wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. Are you going to go? Can I just ask?
Of course.
I'm looking at the Department of Transportation data. They send us Excel 2018 to 2024. So I do want time to do an analysis because this is your analysis, not the DOT's.
And this
Thank you.
doesn't have the two critical intersections.
So I will go to the Camino La Tierra frontage road. So the from 20 to 24, based on the DOT information that was provided to us, we have this, we get it from the same place you get it. So we had a total of 9 crashes, 1.8 per year. It works out to be 0.00061% of the total volume. Now here's the thing. The existing volume of cars at that intersection means a northbound left turn lane is warranted at this intersection. Immediately following our hearing 3 weeks ago, I proactively reached out to the DOT, concerns expressed about this. Let's drill down on it. And this is what we learned. So today, the volumes warrant the turn lane. We don't have a level of service issue. But that's not how you determine if a turn lane is warranted. You determine if a turn lane is warranted by total volumes. So we are happy to work with the DOT, and as you mentioned, is there a cost-sharing arrangement? So we know there's a northbound turn lane warranted here, and we are happy to participate and collaborate with Santa Fe County and the DOT about how this gets addressed. Absolutely. And with that, I'm going to ask, I'm just going to make sure I'm going in the right direction here. I'm going to ask Aaron English to come up briefly.
Okay.
I would, so
take a
I
minute
will
to
be
a
quick.
minute to address this. Get Ms. English up here.
This is the preliminary engineering report that was prepared by Biohabitats. And Aaron English, a licensed professional engineer and a principal with Biohabitats, prepared this report that was submitted to Santa Fe County to determine what were the optimal wastewater treatment options for this site. And there are 2 of them, both of which qualify as a community wastewater system, both of which meet NMED regulations. And so I'm just going to have Aaron touch high level.
Please get sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And then into the microphone, please. Please state your name and address and that you understand you're under oath.
Erin English, 314 South Guadalupe Street, and I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep it very brief. Commissioner, Chair Greene and Commissioner Stone in particular, I really appreciate your comments about other challenges in the county with wastewater treatment systems. I've had 20 years as a wastewater specialist designing clustered and community systems. I'm very familiar with the challenges. We did look at 3 alternatives here, including connecting to offsite sewer, which is unfortunately not available. And so I understand your concerns, and we have done a lot of due diligence to ensure that the 2 other opportunities that we see for treating wastewater are robust and that are addressing those concerns that we know have occurred in other places in the county. The centralized system provides very high-level treatment, but it does have a higher operational consideration. And then the clustered decentralized system, which allows for 8 different clustered systems, takes that model and turns it on its head and provides very simple decentralized system treatment with just septic tanks. And we believe that the depth to groundwater and the quality of the soils are sufficient that this solution is also viable. It has a much lower operational requirement than the centralized system, and this is one of the strong benefits of this. The land disturbance is also distributed and is not as, not as large of an impact in one particular area. So that's what I can say about this. We've talked with NMED. We believe they are both viable, but there is no offsite connection. And so this is the options that we have, is to be able to treat the water with a community system on site.
Okay, thank you. So the takeaway, there's no offsite connections. Okay, and the county has had unsuccessful septic wastewater projects before with developments. I just want to make that note for the record. Have you analyzed other septic wastewater projects for the county?
I have not professionally, but I am familiar with them as a community member with some of the failures that have happened in some of the other areas near in the county.
Okay, thanks.
How far is it to the sewer? I mean, how long would it be?
It's 2 miles.
Okay.
And there are a bunch of people in between the sewer and there that could potentially hook up. This was, once upon a time, part of Las Campanas. Was there ever plans for Las Campanas sewer to make it down here?
So we did reach out to Las Campanas early in our process. This is a map of Las Campanas, and what you see to the right here is the edge of their service area. We asked if they would be willing to extend their service area because we were interested in connecting. They could have increased rate base, but they declined. And so, and then the other off-site sewer is the city of Santa Fe. We are not in the city of Santa Fe, and that is what is 2 miles away.
Do you have a letter from the Las Campanas saying they won't serve?
I have an email from them from a few years ago.
Okay, I think you addressed, so you did a lot of due diligence, and your time and efforts and additional research is
great.
Tremendously appreciated, Ms. Jenkins.
Thank you for the time. I'm happy to stand for any additional questions.
Thank you. So Chair Greene, here we are. We've heard again, infrastructure considerations, transportation considerations. I still have this letter that went to Ms. Jenkins, and it says that your correspondence providing additional analysis. The Department of Transportation received inquiries from you and us, but they're recommending an analysis with the other Santa Fe County traffic comments and an updated traffic impact analysis or technical memo. So you received this. How did you interpret what they were asking for?
Thank you, Chair Greene, Commissioner Kokari-Stone. That is an excellent question. So I called Kathleen Garcia with the DOT upon receipt of this because it was unclear to me.
Okay.
Because we have all of the analysis. We know there's a northbound left turn lane that is currently warranted at the frontage road. We have the crash data. We met with the DOT several times to review the traffic study. We made some changes at their request. So the additional analysis, it was not clear to me, because we don't see that there's any unanswered questions relative to the traffic study or relative to the issue at the frontage road. So we would obviously reach back out and try to get a little more clarity. But as far as we're concerned, we have we are armed with all of the information right now.
Okay.
And so that is my understanding. But if there's something they want more, we're happy to provide it. But it's, like I said, the letter was unfortunately somewhat vague.
Thank you, and Commissioner Greene yep, that's the letter, let me pass it. So, again, I stand, either we take a vote tonight. Thank you, Ms. Jenkins, I appreciate your time. I don't want to make you stand there. We either take a vote tonight, vote yes on the conceptual plan or no, or we table it pending further information. I'm willing to move forward with a vote, but I'm also willing to consider, Commissioner Greene, this is partly in your district. If you want additional information, since it's, I think the traffic analysis is still foggy, and we could weigh in or have a testimony from the Department of Transportation, but I'll still stand with my statement that the proposed development does not fit the infrastructure that we have in the county with regarding to sewage and wastewater. That's a big deal. That's a lot of caca to move, folks. You know, I mean, I'm just being tongue-in-cheek because it's getting late. And also the traffic and safety and all the roads. And these are very, very important things to deliberate. So we're not wasting anybody's time. We're all doing what we're supposed to do, our due diligence. All of us, the developers, the staff, the county commission, the community. So here we are.
Yeah, thank you. You know, we kind of have two options here. You know, we have a lot of loose ends that need to be, well.
No.
So, no. So it's a yes or no situation right now. Do you think you can try to resolve all these traffic issues, septic issues with a proposal, infrastructure? Maybe there's a few more density questions that need to be answered. Not sure about that.
No.
Or make a motion. Go.
I did make a motion, Commissioner. I said we can go one of two routes, and I so appreciate you've been pouring yourself into it and our staff. And I think we could keep asking for more information, but for me, developments aren't aligned. They're outpacing what we have in terms of infrastructure. And some point as a commission, we need to take some very hard decisions to say this development's too big and doesn't fit with the infrastructure. No more information is going to answer that.
Hey, we got you. Thank you.
I'm just, again, I think we're all trying to be respectful and do our due diligence, all of us, because, you know, here we have some opportunity for up to 18 affordable housing. These are not easy decisions, so I want to see what the will is, because I have colleagues here, and this straddles yours, so I want to assess the will, and we can also go into executive session, because that's an option that the attorney always allows us to do.
Would you like to move into executive session?
I'm just posing that. I'm okay. I already made my statement, so.
Chair, a clear motion would, I think, I would entertain a clear motion. You gave us two paths, so I think we just need a motion on one path, to be frank.
Yes. Could you please make a clear motion, Commissioner Kakari-Stone?
I don't think Commissioner Greene wants to move forward with additional information. I respect that. I'd like to just make a vote whether we accept this conceptual plan as is or not.
I don't think you
For the sake of discussion, I very much actually like aspects of this because of the amount of open space that it has. And I do believe that there's more room to find, to make some corrections, frankly, for the traffic concerns. no matter what side the study were to come out to. But the open space and the preservation of the chili line, there's nothing that would assure that that would happen in the future if this particular developer said, well, then forget it, or we can just do it the way we could do it and skip the open space opportunity. Those are I'm not asking, I really, the comments are really on the end of my nerve. I'm sorry, but there is an entitlement here that's just not okay. If we can just consider those aspects of it, and if there was a plan for better sewer, otherwise the open space. But I'm willing to go into closed session and have a discussion with my peers here. It doesn't, I'm not stuck in an either way kind of situation.
Okay, so for expediency's sake, I'm going to make a motion that we enter into executive session to discuss the aspects of this as allowed by our county attorney and state law. If you can cite.
It's not me, it's the Open Meetings Act. It's section 1015(1), which allows you to go into closed executive session to deliberate on quasi-judicial adjudicative matters, which is this proceeding.
Thank you. So I make that motion. Do I hear a second from the board?
Second.
We have a motion by myself, a second by Commissioner Johnson. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
I just want to say we need to make it fast because people
Yes, we're
are
going to make it
waiting.
fast. I promise 7 minutes. Please.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bustamante?
Yes.
Commissioner Kakari Stone?
Yes.
And Chair Greene?
Yes, we're in executive session. We will be back at 9:10. Thank you. We're back. I do want to ask everybody to be as civil as humanly possible. I do ask that you do not confront county staff in any way. We all work for you, and it is completely inappropriate to get in the face of staff and to make them feel uncomfortable for their safety. That just, first off, we have a sheriff's deputy here. Any request by staff or anybody here will be met with an escort and potential whatever the right remedy is here, but you won't like it. We really want safety and decorum and professionalism in this room as much as possible. So thank you so much for understanding. Please, I understand this is a passionate issue. Thank you. So we have come out of the chambers. I need a motion to come out of executive session, please.
I move to come out of executive session.
Excellent. A motion from Commissioner Hughes.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Johnson, stating that we did not make any decisions and that we only talked about the issues that we went into this quasi-judicial case for Camino Verde.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you very much. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we are out of executive session. And my comments still stand. Please be civil and respect our staff. Okay, commissioners, where are we at?
I'll make a motion that we deny the approval of Camino Verde conceptual plan for all the reasons we stated.
Okay. I'm going to second this, and for discussion, are we ready to, are there things that you wanted to state as to the whys, maybe?
Well, the wastewater plan and the traffic concerns and the safety.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else you want to add?
You know, the density issues are definitely concerns, you know, but the wastewater and the traffic safety issues of all of those intersections were definitely the things that rose to the highest level for myself.
I want to add that as a commission, we've acknowledged that there's some good, it's not all or nothing, that there are some things that were proposed in this that was well thought out. And it's not just black and white. So even though the motion is to deny it, we do encourage developments that fit with the infrastructure. And I also want to thank the staff for doing their due diligence and their analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We have a motion by Commissioner Hughes, a second by myself. All in favor of the denial, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed. Opposed. No.
Oh, 2 here, sorry. Okay, so this is 3-2. The motion passes. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for the deliberation. Thank you, everybody. You hear a split vote here, and you hear things that we appreciated about this project and things that we didn't. And so I don't know that you can address them, but I think the challenge is yours. So thank you.
We have one more thing? What's our commission?
Mr. Manzanares, aren't you happy you waited? Excellent. And we promised we wouldn't tell Walker what the score of the Mexico game was. So no, don't tell us, please. No, don't tell anybody, please. No, the Mexico game's going on right now. No, don't. No fingers, no. Okay, so case number B, item B, case number 2650100, Unomas LLC subdivision, Unomas LLC applicant, Integrity Land Planning LLC agent requests a conceptual plan, affordable housing agreement, preliminary plat, and final plat for a 30-lot subdivision on 14 acres. The property is located at 3833 Rafina Street within the traditional community zoning district of the Agua Fria Village Overlay SDA number 2, and there's a parcel number behind that. Kenneth, you're back. Hey, right on.
I'm still here.
Cool.
How's it going?
Excellent. This is the slam dunk for you now, right? Yeah, this is. Okay.
Sure is. I hope so.
Excellent. Kenneth, what can you tell us, please?
May I please swear him in first?
You may.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and then for the record, please state your name, your title, and that you understand you're under oath.
Kenneth Quintana, Development Review Team Leader, and I understand I am under oath. Thank you, Chair. As you said before, this case came before you at the June 9th public hearing, so I'm going to hopefully keep this short and brief.
Louder or right up against you?
Louder is fine with me.
Okay.
You got it. So I'm going to go ahead and try to keep this short, brief, to the point to what was asked of from this board from the June 9th hearing. The board opened a public hearing on this application at its June 9th BCC meeting, where it heard presentations from staff, the applicant, and received public comments from more than 20 community members, plus or minus. Following discussion, the board voted to continue public hearing at the June 30th, today's meeting, to allow the applicant and the Agua Fria Village Community Association additional time to meet and further discuss the project along with the community. The Agua Fria Village Association and the applicant subsequently scheduled a community meeting for June 24th, 2026. Prior to that meeting, a list of questions and concerns from neighboring property owners was provided to the applicant and county staff as attached through the exhibits, and the applicant submitted written responses addressing those questions and concerns. Staff received one comment letter from neighboring property owners following the meeting. Additional information regarding the June 24th community meeting may be presented by the parties at the June 30th meeting today, as long as the board approved. Following the meeting, staff's recommendation has not changed. Staff recommends that the application for conceptual plan, preliminary plat, and final plat and affordable housing agreement for the Unomas subdivision complies with the subdivision and design standards as set forth in the SLDC, and recommends the board approve the conceptual plan, preliminary plat, and final plat, along with the affordable housing agreement, subject to the following conditions. Mr. Chair, may I enter the conditions into the record?
You may.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make it known that condition number 5 has been changed from the hearing from June 9th to reflect the updated condition number 5.
Can you read that, be specific?
Yes. Condition number 5 reads as mass grading of the site may be permitted, provided that the applicable erosion control, stormwater management, and dust control measures are implemented in accordance with approved plans and regulatory requirements, including preparation and implementation of a stormwater pollution prevention plan where required. All disturbed areas shall be stabilized and revegetated through reseeding or other approved restoration methods upon completion of infrastructure, installation, and construction activities. This requirement shall be identified as a special building condition on the recorded final plat and shall be carried forward to any subsequent plats associated with the subdivision.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Thank you, Chair. I do stand for any additional questions. And if not, I do turn it over to the agent to go ahead and provide you any additional information that was requested pertaining to the meeting.
Commissioner Kokari-Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Kenneth Quintana. Which exhibit is the one? Oh, the exhibit M as in Mary, June 24th. Okay, so I've got it. Never mind.
Commissioners, other questions? Nathan? How'd that meeting go?
Let me get sworn in and all.
Yes, okay, then you tell me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And for the record, please state your name, address, and that you understand you're under oath.
Yes, my name is Nathan Manzanares. I'm with Integrity Land Planning, P.O. Box 2536, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I understand I'm under oath. Thank you. Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to summarize the in-person community meeting that was held on June 24th at the Nancy Rodriguez Center at 6:30 p.m. There was approximately 25 people in attendance at that meeting. It included representatives from the Agua Fria Village Association, the Rancho de Chavez residents, and nearby and surrounding neighbors. Prior to the meeting, as Kenneth said, there was some questions asked by the Agua Fria Association and neighbors. Responses were provided, and that's in Exhibit N, actually. We provided responses to each concern and then further discussed some of those questions at the meeting. Ultimately, I believe the meeting was pleasant and respectful, and I thank everyone for attending. I did the meeting on behalf of my team, and some of the key items that were brought up during that meeting were traffic, walls, and noise. And we were, as mentioned, the traffic study has been uploaded into the record, and on pages 3, an executive summary is provided in that traffic study, as well as a concluding statement on page 37 that states the levels of service will be sufficient. And I went into detail on traffic mitigation measures that will not only help our development, but the Rafina corridor as a whole. We're implementing a right-in, right-out pork chop apparatus that's done through curbs, and it doesn't allow you to take a left turn out of the subdivision. It funnels all the traffic right in and right out. We pushed our existing entrance about 170 feet from the roundabout. This will ultimately let the roundabout function better and will eliminate, like I said, any potential dangerous left turns and improve sight distance for that area. One of the concerns of the neighbors was a perimeter wall or fence along the development. Well, we understand these concerns. It's not a requirement of the SLDC, and this subdivision in particular is unique. We're not asking for any variances. We're not doing any clustering. These lots are 0.33 acres in size. That is consistent with a majority of the lots in the village. Therefore, property owners, not only adjacent to the development, but within the development, retain the right to construct a lawful wall on their property in accordance with the regulations of the SLDC. One of the modifications that we made to our plan to address noise concerns was we eliminated the basketball court and pickleball court to reduce recreational activity and noise in the development. Our project is still code compliant, and we will provide a playground structure, landscaping, seating areas, but we will not be doing the pickleball court and basketball court in accordance with the neighbor's wishes. I think that there's 3 takeaways that I would just like to highlight. We've done additional engagement. I thank Commissioner Stone for requesting that. I think it was productive. And like I said, I thank the neighbors for being cordial, inviting, and respectful at that meeting. We have modified our project to address the noise concerns. And we have a code-compliant project that has been reviewed by all applicable review agencies. We are in agreement with staff's recommendations of approval. And I just want to reiterate that we appreciate everyone who's participated in this, and we hear their concerns, and we ultimately believe that the applicant has worked diligently with our project team, with staff, and the record demonstrates that this project is code compliant. It's going to be an affordable option for Santa Fe residents and future young families. We think it ultimately will be good for the village and the long-lasting, survival of the village ultimately to get more people to live in there. And therefore, we respectfully request that staff approves this application, and I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari Stone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manzanares. And if it's appropriate, I'd like to ask the Agua Fria Village Association leadership to confirm if you feel like and concur, you're not speaking as an individual, Mr. Me, but on behalf of the whole village and the meeting, it sounded like it went positive. I just want to concur that all of your 18 questions were adequately addressed. Looks like you put a lot of time into it, so I just want to hear from you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And then for the record, please state your name and address, and that you understand you're under oath.
Okay. William E., 2073 Camino Samuel Montoya, 87507. And I'm the president of the Agua Fria Village Association, and I understand I'm under oath. Commissioner Stone and Chairman and Commissioners, we had 18 people that were immediately, direct neighbors east and west of the proposed Uno Mas subdivision. And then we had some other people there totaling up to 25. Nathan braved it, and he was there all by himself. But we had some pretty good discussion. I think that the barrier, the residents really want a wall, but perhaps there's a fencing solution that can be done. I know that like chain link and slats are pretty ugly, but they are more of a barrier than just a barbed wire fence or something. So I think maybe, the applicant can kind of work out with the neighbors a little bit more there. Some of my 18 questions are to get a hold of the covenants, conditions, and restrictions, the CCR, and then to know about the homeowners association that will be developed, because if it goes forward, we want that HOA to be a part of our Agua Fria Village Association and be reporting on the progress of the subdivision, maybe some issues that they're having with residents, some of those bad things, but maybe some of the good things too. We want to make sure that the people that buy there recognize that it's a traditional historic community dating back to 1607, and in that aspect, it should be a very special place to the people that buy into the subdivision. And I think we're going to provide the history of the village, to be a part of the CCRs, and we want to work with Nathan on this and the owners. And so I think it's possible to do all that, but I'm a little hesitant to have a conceptual plan approved tonight, a preliminary plan approved tonight, and a final plan approved tonight. If everything could be approved all in one night, why do you have the three separate plans? So I do think maybe the final plan should be held off until we, work more with the applicant and get some of these things resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mee. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could just verify why we're asking for the applications that we're asking for. Part of the SLDC is that any application that does phasing or is over 24 lots in size requires a conceptual plan. That is why we are asking for a conceptual plan. We've gone above and beyond the conceptual plan requirements and have designed in accordance with the requirements for a preliminary and final plat. So the level of detail that was put in is at a final plat level. So to postpone that does not make sense. We're doing the conceptual plan solely because we're over 24 lots. This is not a multi-phase development, and I just wanted to add that to the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Takari Stone?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Greene. Thank you, Mr. Mee. Thank you, Nathan. Mr. Quintana, could you come to the mic? Because I just have some questions. I'm not a land use expert, so I just wanted to get some clarifications. Is it possible to just approve part of what's proposed tonight, not all of it, so that we wait for the final phase? And what's typical?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this board can approve separately conceptual plan. In the event you do approve preliminary plat, you are going to be held to approving the final plat. Just not too long ago, this board did do something very similar to where we approved preliminary and final plat came thereon after.
So are you saying that if we approve the preliminary plat, we're obligated to approve the final, or the final will come back to us so we can review to make sure what Mr. Mee is requesting had been considered?
The final plat will come back in front of this board, but it will be in accordance with the preliminary plat approval. No additional changes will come thereon after.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm sure other commissioners know this like the back of their hand. Thank you. I wanted to ask you, are you amenable to adding a wall or something? You didn't do the development on the other side of that. There's one right there, there's a street, I'm not gonna name it, a developer left, the HOA's practically defunct. It's still part of the Agua Fria Village. These people have no voice. It's a dirt lot, there's nothing, the playground's a dirt lot. I just don't wanna see this community left without a quality of life. So what are you amenable to doing and adding tonight based on the input from Agua Fria as part of the conditions of approving the preliminary plat?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Stone, thank you for your question. As I stated, this development is unique in a sense that it's obtaining the minimum lot sizes within the village. It's not going below the 3/4 of an acre lot size. So those other developments, to implement those walls, you were able to get a lot more units. The goal of this is to provide as an affordable product as possible for future residences. Any additional costs will be passed down to those residents. And as I reiterated, it's not a requirement of the code. I will say that we have provided our CCNRs to staff that will be recorded with our application, and we have included in there the homeowners association bylaws and requirements to be part of the subdivision. Ultimately, we're going to be providing a paved street with sidewalks on both sides, landscaping, open space, a playground, and an ADA compliant multi-purpose trail that will connect Agua Fria to Rafina through our subdivision for pedestrian and biking access. So I think that the quality of life and the impact on the village is very positive in this development, while still retaining the lot sizes that you see out there and the lifestyle that you see out there, and not asking for variances or clustered developments or cramming in as many houses as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could just state, is it possible to include, you said you already wrote up the HOA code, not codes, HOA, I'm tired, I'm
The
sorry.
CCNRs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you include that they'd be part of the Agua Fria Village and it'd be, is that a language you can add to it as an amendment tonight?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Stone, we will highly recommend that they do. I don't think we can outright require them to join the association, but I think there is a lot of free will there where they can choose to be part of the association. I don't think we can mandate anyone to join an organization, but we will definitely encourage and provide any information that is given by the association to show the historical significance of that area and help people be proud to live in that area and choose to potentially join the association.
Thank you. Thank you. I understand, that makes sense. Do the HOA covenants include language that say it is in the Agua Fria Village, that property and that subdivision is part of the Agua Fria Village proper? I mean, that's not something that people opt into. It just is what it is. Does it state that?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Stone, our covenants state that you have to be compliant with the Santa Fe County SLDC. Chapter 9 of the SLDC regulates the Agua Fria Village regulations. So by default, you're going to follow those regulations that are in Chapter 9 of the SLDC.
Sure, it sounds like, yeah, that's official. But, you know, this is something we're trying to promote, is really preserving the nature, the contours, and the identity of the traditional villages. Everything is sprawling up around Santa Fe County. And I'm just wondering if we could just take that added step to add a statement around the history of the village.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can you
like I
guys
said,
do
we
that?
can highly encourage and highlight the area, but I cannot mandate someone to join an
No,
association.
but in your covenant, you described that it is officially part of the geographic.
Absolutely.
You'll be willing to do that as part of tonight's conditions.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Stone, we will include that in our
Okay.
CCNRs. Thank you.
Commissioner, if I may, what?
Please do.
So this is not a part of the traditional village yet?
It is, the land is in the traditional village.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if I may, a part of the plat and the approval process, conditions and notes under county staff approval conditions and notes, it will identify that this project does lie within the traditional community within the village of Agua Fria Association. Community overlay, I'm sorry. That will be noted on the plat.
Thank you,
In the map. And it sounds like as part of tonight's conditions for approving the conceptual plan and the preliminary plat, that you'll be willing to add this language in the covenants that's there, and that would respond to the village's request.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Stone, yes, and I want to reiterate that we're also asking for final plat approval as well. We're asking for all three. We have staff recommendation to do so. So we are asking for all three applications in addition to the affordable housing agreement be approved tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And Mr. Quintana, in terms of final plat approval, what's involved so I understand the terms and conditions of that and the timing for a developer to come back for a final plat?
Years.
Years?
Could be. Could be months, could be years.
You're good.
I'm good. I'm still sworn from the last case. Chair and Commissioner Kakari Stone, so a preliminary plat is valid for 24 months, 2 years. It can be extended for an additional year. Those timeframes also apply to the final plat. So if you only approve the preliminary plat tonight, within 2 years, the applicant would have to come back in front of you to ask for final plat approval. If you approve both requests that the applicant has set forth, they would have to make all the revisions per the conditions of approval and submit them to staff within 24 months. And if staff concurs that they have met those conditions of approval, then they would record the plat document with the county clerk.
I appreciate that, and thank you for the time check. I'm going to ask again because there's not many asks, thank you. You can sit down. There's not many asks of the Agua Fria Village, and it's great that you all met. All your questions were answered. The residents, and it's a community I live in too, they just want a wall. Why can't that be part of the preliminary and final plat? Why can't some sort of wall or something be put in as a condition for tonight?
Commissioner, if I may. Yeah, if I can ask a very similar question. I'm not a pickleballer. I'm an even worse basketball player, but I appreciate the investment in the community that you were willing to do. But the neighbors said they don't want that level of activity. You know, good for them, but good for you, because you're going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars on a basketball court and a pickleball court. Do you know how much you would have saved on that basketball court and pickleball court, more or less?
Michael's tall. Mr. Chair, I do want to state that part of our development and part of our grading and drainage efforts and infrastructure installation will include retaining walls, which range anywhere from 2 to 4 feet in height, which will provide some buffering and screening along the perimeters of the site. So there will be that. Like I said, it's almost 2 miles of wall.
Yeah.
And to require that on this lot size is a challenge.
So let me get this straight. So there is walls on the
They're retaining
long
walls.
sides.
They're retaining walls,
Yep.
yes, but they're not going to be in 8 feet in height as requested by the
But
neighbors.
between each individual unit, there will not be walls. You're saying internal walls, but there are external boundary walls.
Retaining walls.
How far above grade are they on the inside or
Mr.
outside?
Chair, those range anywhere from 2 to 4 feet in height, and I have our engineer here that could provide additional commentary on that if need be.
And so 2 to 4 feet on the low side or 2 to 4 feet on the high side?
It varies due to the lay of the land and the crown that we're trying to achieve to install our sewer system, because we're in essence running a line from Agua Fria and Rafina, so it has to slope accordingly. So there are areas where we have to manipulate the slope to get that done.
So for the folks from the Agua Fria village, they were looking for walls in between units, or did they just misunderstand the situation? They were worried
They wanted
about
a perimeter wall.
a
along the
perimeter wall, which you're
entire-
already putting a retaining wall, which is probably 3/4 of the cost because of the footing and all of this subsurface stuff. Could you add 2 feet to it instead of a pickleball court and a basketball court?
Mr. Chair, as I stated, I think that that's a tricky precedent to set on this application, being that it's not a requirement of the code, and being that we're not doing the number of lots that would allow us to not pass that cost on to a future landowner or homeowner.
You've taken away 2 amenities that saved you a lot of money. I'm just trying to keep the mathematics the same with a benefit to to what the community requests. But, you know, go, please, swear yourself, get sworn in, please, and we've got, just to give you a little clue, we've got about 9 minutes until we have to suspend this meeting and start it over again. So, no, maybe not start it over again. We'll just
Please, no.
hurry.
That's a threat. Hi, thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. And into the microphone, please. Will you state your name, address, and that you understand you're under oath?
Yes, Frida Simons, 1660A Old Pecos Trail, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505. And I understand that I am under oath. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Stone, thank you all. I am an agent and attorney on behalf of the applicant and just wanted to also follow up on a few of the concerns here tonight. I want to reiterate that these lots are 0.33 acres. They are slightly above the minimum. We're not asking for variance. There's no cluster.
We know.
This is a community that is going to bring not just affordable, but attainable housing. With regards to the pickleball and the basketball courts, these were efforts that were made to address the neighbor of the village concerns about noise. And to the degree there is a reduction in cost, that reduction in cost is to the homeowners in the future in maintaining that as well, right? So it's also part of providing attainable housing to not then have common elements to this community that are not required by code and that would create additional cost on the homeowners moving forward to maintain a wall that's not required by code. So, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Chair Greene.
I've been called worse.
So that's a big part of our concern here with regards to the wall. Okay.
Thank you, Frida. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I just conferred with my client. We are willing to do a 5-foot chain link fence with slats along the perimeter of the subdivision. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Does that go on top of the retaining wall?
So in that case, it would not exceed 5 feet in height. And our engineer is actually going to clarify. I misspoke on the retaining walls. They're in certain locations, not around the entire perimeter. Pearl, our engineer, can correct that statement. I apologize for that mistake. But we are willing to provide a 5-foot chain link fence with earth tone slats along the perimeter of the project. Thank you.
Okay. I think that in the affordability world, when you guys can do it in an economy of scale, it's affordable to do a chain link fence and each person individually doing it themselves. It costs them 3, 4, 5 times more to do it themselves. It looks sometimes hokey and mismatched and so on. So having something consistent will help there. But it's not a block wall. It's not going to help with noise to the neighbors, but.
Thank you, Chair Greene. Commissioners, I will move on then to my last point, which was with regards to the final plat approval. We would ask, again, we have asked for approval of the final plat. We have provided the detail necessary for a final plat. So to the degree, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that there is a question as far as approving the final plat tonight, we would like some clarification on what else is needed, because we have met all of the requirements for the final plat. We've submitted the detail and we have staff recommendation for the approval of the final plat.
Commissioner?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I was designing the chain link fence wall with slats to see what it looked like. Okay. Because I live in the neighborhood too.
Thank you. It was with regards to the concern over the final plat. We would just ask if there's any hesitancy to approve the final plat, that there be some clarification as to what else needs to be done, because our understanding is we have met all the requirements for the final plat and we have staff recommendation on the final plat. And we've provided the detail for that. So to the degree that is not approved, we would just ask for some understanding as to what else needs to be provided.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, based on the 18 questions that were answered, based on the staff report that Mr. Quintana presented on, and based on the feedback from the Agua Fria Village, and confirming that you will incorporate into the homeowners association requirements, or what do we call the homeowners association?
The CCNRs.
CCNRs, thank you. That there will be language that's explicitly acknowledging that this subdivision is part of the traditional village with a link to their website, really just kind of talking about the nature of it. The second piece that you have, that they asked there is, and so that would address the Agua Fria Village leadership concern. And also that you will put a 5-foot wall with specifications that's chain link with privacy slats that are natural earth tone colors, not around the park, but the entire perimeters. So you'll have some retaining walls, but it's complete around the perimeters. And I just want to clarify, it's not going to be between properties, but around the perimeters for privacy. So you're confirming that. I'm looking at a rendition of this. I hope it's quality, because we don't want to see it run down.
Did you use a data center to do that?
No, I did not. I have a designer that's on call.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
What you're doing now uses a data center.
I know.
Okay.
That's
So anyway, so those are the clarifications.
Thank
So
you, Commissioner Stone.
does that help?
Yes,
Okay.
it does. Thank
So
you.
are there any other final questions from my fellow commissioners?
I just have one last question. So just to clarify, we don't expect that there would be any changes if we were requiring them to come back again. We've met everything. Is that what I'm
Are we asking
understanding?
them to come back?
That's what I'm understanding, that we're prepared to approve the whole thing or nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But did you want to add something, Mr. Quintana? And then Mr. Me, if you want to add one more comment, thank you. But yeah.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, no, I would just like to add that if you voted on it tonight, those would be conditions of approval for the conceptual, preliminary, and final plat. There would be no need to return.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I will accept those conditions that we provide the fence with the earth tone slats, the chain link fence, 5-foot chain link fence with earth tone slats. Thank
What's
you.
the
And
difference?
the CCNR modifications to have information about the Village of Agua Fria's historical significance.
Okay, and Mr. Me, any final comments? Because I think we made a good compromise tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I just got an email from our water person, and they were saying that the Agua Fria Community Water Association was planning like a loop, a return loop underneath the high power line, and the county of Santa Fe had like agreed to that. And this particular water line for Uno Mas is in the city, so the three entities need to work that out. So that might be a condition for staff, that the two water utilities and the Agua Fria Community Waters Association work out that water line that goes through. So
Thank you, Mr. Me. We always appreciate you're connected to everyone, have updates. It doesn't sound like it needs to be a condition, though, for this application. You're asking the county to work with the city and the Agua Fria water community.
and the applicant to figure out, how that future line would go through.
I don't know if that's something that really is appropriate for the conditional use, Mr. Quintana. I think you're making a recommendation that the county collaborate
Look
with the
at it,
city.
yeah.
I think we can do that, and we can ask as a board, the county staff to work with the city on this particular area. But am I correct? This is not to be part of the... Thank you, Mr. Me.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. The
Okay.
applicant has received the letters from the City of Santa Fe for the water and wastewater connections. So they are already in communication with making those connections, and they're also providing the plans on how those lines are going to lie.
That sounds great. And at some point, it'd be a good topic for the Agua Fria Village agenda, along with Mr. Romero, who oversees all that with you and the